What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, the 28th of May, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amani Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures.
Rachel super chatted $5. Butterfly, butterfly, butterfly.
Butterfly, oh my god, already we're starting on that butterfly goal. Thank you, Rachel. Shouts out to all my weasels and butterflies out there, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyberbrain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Meow. I forgot about time zones. Oh my god. Hello from tomorrow. No, I'm trying to be back in your time zone, chat. Like it is tomorrow for me as well. But on the west coast of the United States, there's still 40 minutes of Wednesday left. And yeah, Wednesday, that means that Ethan Klein came back to stream. And he did a little war room. I think he was talking about like iDubbbz and the creator clash, and that's the stuff that I don't care. I guess other people do. Wait, what is one? People are typing one. Did I ask a question or something? Also, thank you, Rachel, for that super chat. We are only 9 super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair. The butterfly goal can become real. We get 10 teal chats in the next, how long did I, oh, look at that, you got 3 hours. You've got 3 hours to put a butterfly in my hair. And chat, if it happens, if we hit 10 and that confetti comes out and I don't have a butterfly in my hair, I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. I give you permission to yell at me in chat and let me know. What? There's new stuff on YouTube. We press 1 for Duck Love? Oh, Duck Love, okay. What is this like number 1, number 2 thing? Like some people have the number 1 and some people have the number 2? What does this mean? Wait, it doesn't make sense. Is it like the person who's chatted the most or something? There's some kind of weird leaderboard going on. How does this work? Oh yeah, look at that, you get XP. Oh my god, I've never seen this before, but apparently Joshua Keller's got 75 XP. Rachel is tied with 75 XP. They should have used, for some reason they're giving Joshua the number 1 and Rachel the number 2. No, Donald Duck is also tied. It looks like a 3-way tie. No, Moe Nope is tied. Wait, Moe Nope, Rave, and Jenk, and all have 75 XP, whatever that means. I'm not actually sure what it means. I'm guessing it's something to do with your, how many times you chatted or something. But yeah, there's like a leaderboard, a community leaderboard. I've never seen this before. What's up, Narwhal by Nature? What are these purple crown things? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand either. Chat, we got a special guest today. I should let you know right now. YouTube is trying to gamify chat and I don't like it. They're trying to be Twitch. Are they trying to eat Twitch's lunch again? They did it a long time ago and they gave up. They were going to eat Twitch's lunch for breakfast, and then they gave up on that and they decided to try to eat TikTok's lunch for breakfast. And it's just yeah, I don't even know. What is the communities thing? I feel like they're trying to go after some other social media platform by adding communities. It is based on how many times you chatted. Then I would already have 400 points clear. Listen, what is it based on? I don't even know. But yeah, I'm trying to let you know that Vadim is here. hey, it's Vadim. Why am I saying that? Because Vadim is here. Vadim is in the Discord, and we're going to have a conversation with Vadim. Vadim got called out today by Ethan Klein. I probably should have put that in the title somehow, shouldn't I, chat? Should I change the title to indicate? Because you can tell that we're talking about Vadim and Ethan Klein in the title. I don't know if you can tell that Vadim is here. Wait, am I mixing up Vadim's name with like Leafy? Like, hey, it's Vadim, Leafy is here, and you put them together and you get Vadim is here. She's a super duck, she's super ducky. Wait, am I doing it right? How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points. Oh, you're copy pasting it, Oglobbits. You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages. That gets you XP. Send super chats or super stickers. That gets you XP. Vadim, are you going to make new content for your channel? That is on its way. Vadim, look, unlike slop tubers such as myself, Vadim is an artiste, all right? And art, as you may know, takes time, right? Vadim's videos are works of art. My videos are edited parts for my stream. So that there's a reason why Vadim, you know, his videos take a longer time to get out. But no, he's been working on a video for a little while now, and it is coming. It's well on its way. Yo, Donald Duck, thank you for weaseling up. Wait, is that what happened? What exactly happened there? What exactly happened? Oh no, it's a member chat. Donald Duck says, wait, let me bust this out so I can actually see chat. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. All right, let's see. What do we do here? Get this. Yeah, it's getting hot where I am. It is hot in Thailand. Actually, you know what? It's not even that hot. It's humid. And I mean, like, I thought it was hot before when it was 100, but I could kind of take it. You know, I wasn't like, I don't know, for me walking around in 100-degree heat, it just reminds me of childhood in Phoenix. Right? It's not that big of a deal, but you put that 100-degree heat into like New Orleans or something like that, and you got a different story, right? When you got the humid heat, it's wild. HK0444 says, yes, leave the USA. It's a gross country. Stop paying taxes that are used to buy bombs. It's sticky. It's sticky rice season right now. The humidity would kill me. Yeah, so I've really been feeling it. You can, I don't know if you can tell that my face is like a little bit, well, it's not too bad. I mean, my face is definitely sweaty. We have the meats. Wait, there's a free super chat. There's a free super chat. Wait, that's what I was trying to do. Is this, boom. A mammal a day keeps the doctor away. Wait, eating a mammal a day? Wait, do ducks eat mammals? I think ducks eat fish, right? I've never heard of a duck eating a mammal. What do ducks eat anyway? They eat bugs? So arthropods. They eat fish. Do they eat shellfish? It's a nice glow. I'll get used to it. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, like, that's what's happening, chat. It's actually the rainy season is what's going on right now. So every day there's like, I don't know, about 2 hours. Stay hydrated. Hell yeah. That's what I'm about to do. Let me, in service of that. This is my new substitute for coffee, chat. I'm on the matcha. I'm on the matcha train. Narwhal by nature with the abacus showing me that we are at 8. We are at the thing is at 8. Okay, so yeah, I should probably I'm gonna try to get going a little quicker because like I've got like I said, I've got Vadim in Discord, and he has been very patient to sort of wait up for me, considering that I am on Thai time, and you know he's on American time, so it's pretty late for him. But this just came out today, right? Ethan mentioning Vadim on the H3 main podcast, and that was all due to a fateful debate with one Hutch. One in chat, if you know who Hutch is. My hair would be triple as big with triple as big as usual? Or I thought you were saying triple as big as my hair. It would be like 3 times normal size, right? They eat green things at the bottom of the lake. Yeah, do they like snails? Wait, ducks eat snails, right? What is that, algae? Ooh, algae sounds good. I would eat that. Wait, do ducks eat mice? Is that a real thing? I don't know about that. Are there aquatic mice? Yeah, we're on Thai time, chat. We are on Thai time. So yeah, like I was telling you, I'm gonna try to be kind of quick in terms of my intro today. Sorry I've been gone for a little while. Oh yeah, that's what I have to explain to you. Okay, so really quick, chat. I have been living off of the remaining HRT, like, right, that I had the last fill up from my doctor's prescription in the US, and I didn't get to get the very last one. Like, I was running out of HRT basically when I left the US. And I've just been, kind of rationing it and stuff, and it's not good for me. It makes me really tired. And I've been really tired for the last few days, and trying to get a stream together and trying to find something that'll be interesting to chat when you're like tired and, I don't know, kind of depressed too. That was the other thing, is I kept on doubting. I was like, oh, is chat really going to be interested in Piers Morgan hosting a debate with Norm Finkelstein versus Benny Morris? Oh, is chat really going to be interested? Like, right, when I have stuff that is not like banger, or it's not like I don't know that like people are going to be super interested in, I tend to like doubt myself, and that's what I was doing. I was just doubting myself. I was like doing the bed rot thing, and I was legitimately, anyway, so like, probably just like low on like hormone levels, which is not great. So what I did, chat, is I went to the pharmacy. Now, the nice thing about Thailand is that it's kind of easier to access a lot of medications, some that you would have to have a prescription for. You can just buy them over the counter in Thailand, and medical care is cheaper here too if I do need to go to a doctor and get the prescription. Anyway, so the long story short, chat, I learned some Thai. I kept on seeing this word written above certain pharmacies, like not all pharmacies. So there's like 2 types of pharmacies here, right? There's like your Boots pharmacy, which I get the feeling it doesn't really have like a lot of medications or something. It's more like, you go there to get lotion, you go there to get razors, you go there to get headache medicine or something like that, right? And then there's other pharmacies will have this phrase or this two Thai letters, right? And I've been learning the Thai letters enough to say it says YA, and then I found out that means drug. Not the bad kind, right? But the kind that you need, right? So yeah, I figured out which pharmacies actually had medications, right? That you could pick up medications. And I went down the street, and I checked at one place, and I was like, "Do you have this?" And it's like estradiol. Do you have this medication? And they were really nice about it, but a lot of small pharmacies, they don't have everything. They don't have like a lot of, what I mean? They're limited in terms of what they have, right? And they're like, no. So I went to another one, and they were like, yes, we do, right? And they hand me this box of patches that like is they hand me this box of patches, and it says, just some words that I'm not totally familiar with, like estradiol was in there somewhere, right? But it was something or other estradiol, and then something or other else. Chat, they gave me birth control. Yeah. like, I was asking for HRT, right? I was asking for estradiol for HRT, and they gave me birth control, which is not exactly what I need. It's got, you know, so some hormones that are not part of my regimen, and maybe a little bit lower level of was it birth control? Yes, 100%. That's what it was. And I like thought I explained it to them because they were like, you know, so I was like, estradiol, and they're like, oh, estradiol for what? And I'm like, oh shit. They're interrogating me, you know, like, right? Do you have a good reason for wanting to be, you know, wanting to get this medication? And I'm like, hormone replacement therapy? And they're like, okay, we got this for you.
David Cliff super chatted $9.99. Expedition 33 is so good, my only complaint is it's incredibly French.
I gotta check that out, Davi. Thank you for the super chat. So chat, I'm on birth control because I literally, I just need, I need the estrogen. I need the estrogen. I don't need the progestin, I believe is the other stuff that's in there. I don't need to, you know, stop my period. I don't need to prevent a pregnancy. That's not a problem for me. That's not an issue for me. I don't have, you know, excessive fertility. That's not, you know, I'm not. These nice women that were, you know, working at the pharmacy at the late hours of the night, they thought that I needed, they thought I needed birth control. They thought that was what I was there for. I was like, I don't want to get pregnant while I'm here. I mean, I guess there's a stereotype about American tourists and American, you know, Americans that are in the country anyway, that they're there somehow for, I don't know, chat. I don't look, I'm not on that side of like progesterone is not necessary here later. Oh no, it's not progesterone. It's progestin, right? It's a different hormone. I think I'm trying to remember, chat. I used to know a lot more about endocrinology than I currently do. That's what I'm on too. I hope it's not giving you any strange side effects. I mean, the only one I've heard of, Moe No Ape, that it might do is it might make me moody. So chat, let me know if I am moody, okay? Let me know if I seem moody. I am gonna try to go to another place and get, you know, just estrogen, which is what I need. But yeah, it was just so wild. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, you know, like it says that, like, there's 3 kinds of people that might be coming to a Thai pharmacy, you know, to look for estrogen, and I'm like type 3, but like there's, you know, type 1 would be, you know, somebody that is on HRT, you know, due to their age, right? The second type is yeah, you know, cis women looking for birth control, you know, trying to God, there's more. Like I'm simplifying it down too much. Actually, there's a bunch of different kinds of people that might use this you know, medication, but yeah, like of all the choices, chat, they didn't peg me as a type 3 for whatever reason. So I got the and I just look, I was glad to see a box of patches. I was like, oh my God, where have you been all my life, right? When you're low on, like, you know, estrogen, you know, just like you're glad to see that box. And I was like, it's a box. It says something estradiol on it. And I think that's making me, you know, I'm happy with that. And like, you know, I did ask them, like, do you have tablets? Do you have like the oral version of this medication? And they said They said, which is weird, because, right, isn't it weird that they would have a patch birth control and they wouldn't have a, they wouldn't have like the, you know, like the ring? Like when I think of birth control, chat, I think of, you know what I'm talking about? The ring. It's like a plastic, blister pack, right? And it's got like, I don't know, what is it like? Is it like 21 blue pills in it that you know, take every day? And then there's like 7 like different color pills, and those ones are just like placebo. Like you're just taking them to make sure you're still, you know, because you got to be in the habit of taking it, right? I think that's the one. That's the one I've seen the most, right? The ring insert. No, that's different. I'm not talking about an insert or anything like that. I'm talking about like the you know, just like the birth control, right? The oral birth control. The one that I always see is like, it's like in a ring, and it's like, it says like 1 to 30 or 1 to 31, and you're supposed to, or 1 to 28, I think it is, right? With the dinosaur sponges? Wait, dinosaur? Are we talking about the sponge, chat? Are you thinking I'm like looking at guys around here and trying to decide which one is sponge worthy? Look, like thankfully I don't need the sponge, but cyclic BC, yeah. Cyclic birth control has placebos, yeah. That's the one that I've seen the most. And that's the one I would have expected to see if it was birth control. So the fact that it was patches kind of threw me off. I was like, all right, well, if it's patches, it's definitely, you know, HRT. Because I think the type of HRT that I take is the kind that would also be taken, you know, prescribed to like an older woman, right? I think it's the same thing, right? It's just estradiol. Whereas this is some kind of weird like version of I think it's something that converts maybe into estradiol, but then it's also progestin. Please make sure you visit the doctor to get the correct prescription. That's what I'm planning to do, because you could really damage your heart if you just hope for the best. Well, yeah, you don't. I mean, look, I'd be at the same risk that anybody on birth control pills would be at, right? In terms of cardiovascular side effects. But that being said, those aren't good. You know, you don't want to be taking medication you don't need. So you're right, Sarah. That's a very good point. So anyway, that's why I've been gone for the past few days. I apologize, chat. Like, I gotta find some way, chat, to like, if I don't, you know, if it's time to stream and I don't have anything that's just like, you know, that's like raring to go, any kind of content that I'm like, sure, like, yeah, everybody's gonna really like this content. I need to just have some stuff to cover, a way to just, you know, cover the news, cover, you know, other things, maybe play some video games, stuff like that. I should probably stream anyway, right? But I just was getting in this bad cycle of funk. But yeah, that's my personal news for the day, chat. And I will try to keep the personal news to the first portion of the stream in order for, you know, for those people that are just joining us, you know, for other stuff. I know that like people get annoyed sometimes if I'm in the midst of covering content and I bring up my hair.
Super chatted $5. Butterfly.
That gets us to what? 3 out? I think we're at 3 out of 10. Wait, where did it go? Where did the thing go? There it is. 3 out of 10. So we are 30% of the way towards putting a butterfly in my hair, chat. We have 2 hours and 34 minutes to go on that goal. We hit that goal, I will put a butterfly in my hair. The other thing that we've got going on, is that I haven't, I think we're supposed to be, is it 23? Are we at 23? Look at that, chat. 23 and me. Oh, bad joke. Oh my God. I shouldn't even joke around, chat. People do sponsorships for that shit. including, it sounds like Ethan Klein was talking about that not so long ago. And yeah, that's not the conversation that I'm trying to have. But yeah, like I said, we got Vadim in the Discord, raring to go. I'm going to try to get us started here a little early, so I'm not keeping Vadim up too late. But I just wanted to touch in with chat and kind of apologize, right? Because I do not mean to miss this many days. You know, depression, lack of hormones or not. I mean, it's just the whole thing that I don't know much about this country. Like, I don't know, you know, where you go to see a doctor. I don't know where you go to get hormones. But I did get a recommendation in terms of a doctor. So I'll probably schedule an appointment sometime soon, just to make sure that I am, like Sarah said, you know, that I'm not fucking around with, like, you know, medication that's less than optimal, because there's no reason to. And there are good doctors here, and medical care is a lot cheaper. Oh yeah, the other thing that I've got to do is look for insurance, right? So yeah, one nice thing about being overseas is that the price per month for medical insurance is a lot cheaper than it would be if I was having to buy insurance for myself. And eventually, at least according to the big beautiful bill, they're gonna take Medicaid away from most of us. Yeah, I'm on Medicaid, chat, and they're gonna take that away. So yeah, things are getting worse and worse in the United States. I feel really bad for anybody who's stuck there. Speaking of which, let's introduce our topics for today, because that is actually one of the topics. Should you leave the U.S., right? That's a video essay by Legia Miller. Am I saying her name right? Legia Miller, I think is her name. And she's got kind of like a tier list for, like, you know, different identity groups and like how, you know, exposed to danger that you are in Trump's America according to those identities. So that's the Legia Miller video essay if you want to watch that. We also have a video about veganism in Thailand. I touched on this a little bit, right? Anyway, it sounds kind of off topic and boring and stuff. But do you remember when I was like looking for vegan food, and I was like noticing like a lot of the restaurants, they just don't have, because you'd usually expect a restaurant to have, okay, like here's like the regular menu, and here's the soups, and here's the salads, and here's the vegetarian menu. And I was just not seeing that in Thailand. And the truth about that is that there are certain restaurants that cater to, you know, a vegetarian diet, a vegan diet. In fact, even a diet that's maybe a little bit more strict than vegan. And, you know, once I recognized those two Thai letters that say J, I was able to find restaurants that I could go to. And there's a ton of them. But there's a story behind these restaurants. There's a story behind these vegan restaurants and how they got to Thailand, and it's actually really interesting. It's this new video. I hope we can watch it. It's this new video. It's a video essayist that writes about food history, right? It's all it's all about food history, right? And so he's got the history of how did this J eating style, right, which is kind of a reference to, you know, Mahayana Buddhism, not the most common type of Buddhism in Thailand. Most people are Theravada Buddhists, but, you know, Mahayana is a type of Buddhism that's more common, say, in China, for instance. A combination of some of the Indian influence on the country, maybe some Indonesian influence as well. But this whole thing of there being Buddhist in Thailand that wanted to avoid eating meat is where things like tofu, where things like tempeh, where things like seitan, and also where things like soy sauce came from. This necessity that came about long ago in Thailand became the mother of invention. And there's so many products that I eat all the time that were created, you know, to sort of service, you know, different kinds of Buddhists that would end up in Thailand. Because my understanding is that Theravada, there's not a lot of And whereas anyway, so that's that video. It's by OT. Anybody ever heard of this OTR? Wait, let me find it. Let me see what the whole title of the channel is. OT. Okay, YouTube. I gotta get going, chat. We gotta get started. OTR, food and history. Yes, and history. Yeah, this is an amazing channel by a chef who lives in Bangkok. He is a Farang. He's an American. You know, videos like the history of noodles, the real story of pasta, China, Italy, and how noodles took over the world, the history of bread, epic story of rice. Where did pho come from? Did you ever wonder where pho came from? This guy's got a video on it. The history of the potato. Salt, curry, durian. You want to know about where durian is grown? This guy's got a video on it. It's an amazing channel, and we don't usually watch stuff about food. Oh yeah, this guy knows a lot about kind of the explosion of Burmese cuisine that has taken Thailand by storm in recent years, due in no small part to the to events in Myanmar that are that have made a lot of people you know, refugees, that have made a lot of people leave Myanmar, and Thailand is a place where a lot of these people, especially the culinarily inclined people, are ending up. So that's yeah, it's an amazing channel, and yeah, we can watch the video learning about how did J food, how did vegan food come to Thailand. And also another thing about this is like when we talk about veganism, chat, like that word, right? The name that comes to mind is Donald Watson. If you're talking about like the vegan society and the people that originally coined the term, you know, that's from, I think there were like culinary clubs or something in people's houses, and they'd meet and eat, and that's how like all these vegans or all these vegetarians found each other. They kind of sorted between the vegetarians that ate eggs and milk and the vegetarians that didn't, and amongst those that didn't, they come up with this term vegan, right? So that's fairly modern though. Like when we're talking about Donald Watson, we're talking about I think the 1800s or the 1900s. And that's not actually the birth of veganism, right? The idea of not eating animal products predates our modern vegan movement in so many places, not just in you know, Asia. Like there's a Greek version of plant-based eating, right? Is she glitchy or for you as well? Yeah, I don't know why that's going on. That's annoying. Because I did reset my computer specifically for this. Task manager. All right, what do we got? Doesn't look like... I mean, my memory's like at 65%, but... Huh. I don't know what's going on. The vertical canvas is not on. Sometimes that causes problems. Anyway... These are the four, wait. So those are the top two, right? Should you leave the US? That's a video essay by Leija Miller. Veganism in Thailand, that's by OTR Food and History, right? Really interesting channel. And kind of a culinary deep dive, right? And there's so much history when it comes to Thailand that I'm just learning about and sort of getting some of it, you know, has to do with food. A lot of it actually has to do with food. And, anyway, third video on there is Denims reacts to Ethan's retraction. Remember, Ethan retracted without calling it a retraction, without calling a lot of attention on it, but he's really kind of seems to have retracted some of the things that he said about Denims, you know, in terms of accusations of calling CPS or being involved or doing a call to action to call from CPS. Ethan did issue what seems like a retraction. What a lot of people are saying may be a move that his lawyer advised him to take.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Pythagoras and his weird math death cult were vegan pilled, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they not only vegan pilled, but afraid of beans, right? So the twist with when I said that veganism in Thailand exists and predates, you know, veganism in the UK or the US or in Europe or anything, right? That like that. But it also goes a little further, right? So if you're J, like traditionally that meant that you don't eat any roots, right? Because you know, when you cut off a leaf from a plant, right, you're not killing the plant and you're not disrupting the ecosystem that goes on around the roots. When you're digging out a potato or an onion or or some garlic, right, you are kind of messing with the roots, right? And there's a whole little ecosystem of insects and earthworms in there too. And you know, the Jain tradition, which is kind of where this version of ahimsa or not harming, right, comes from, that inspired this cuisine. It's you know, it doesn't make exceptions for insects or mollusks or you know, any creepy crawly things in the ground, right? It's like those are important too. So so they avoid eating root vegetables actually, and even anything that's spicy. Now I noticed when I first started going to these restaurants, right, that they did not abide by a like no spicy, like, right? This stuff is plenty spicy, and I think that's just the Thai culture, right? If you come to Thailand and you order a dish not spicy, it's going to be spicy. And that's just because people are used to eating spicy stuff. Not spicy for Thai people, I think, means like 3 really hot peppers are in there, right? It's never like no hot pepper. You got to specially ask if you want no hot pepper in there at all. You got to make a big point about that to get a completely spice-free thing. So for whatever reason, yeah, the vegan food, the J food is kind of spicy here. Like I said, it's a whole confluence of cultures which caused like the existence of these restaurants that have been a lifesaver for me, chat. Like when I see the yellow flag with the 2 red Thai letters that says J, right? That is like, I know I'm going to get something to eat. I know I'm going to have something good now. Okay, so anyway, I think oh yeah, and then the 4th one is Norm Finkelstein debates Benny Morris, right? We saw this before, this debate, but it was with Destiny and one other person. It was on that guy. Oh my God, what? I can't remember anybody's name. The boring guy, chat. What's his name? Lex Friedman. Yeah, it was on Lex Friedman's channel. That's where they hosted that debate. What is the vegan take on mushrooms? Well, as far as like vegans, as far as the modern like you know, European / American tradition, I don't think that they have any issues with mushrooms. It's more, Emily French, if you want to understand like the motivation of vegans, it's avoiding causing harm to you know, it's avoiding causing suffering, right? So it's usually like a central nervous system, because people do ask that question, that exact question. You're a vegan, where do you draw the line? Is it something about not eating from the Animalia kingdom? And then, you know, what about bacteria? What about this? What about that? You know? Yeah, it usually where the line comes down is where you're dealing with a nervous system, either central or peripheral, as in bivalves. That's generally, but it's not a set thing. There's different people out there that will argue for different places to set the line. And so love Norm, disappointed with Benny these last 20 plus years. Yeah, people say that Benny Morris used to be a different guy back in the day. But anyway, those are our 4 items. All right. I've got any Abacus users in chat? I know we've got at least I've got at least 10 that I need to add. Okay, so we're at 33% right now. I think we could be at 38. I can't even remember. Oh, Joel, yeah, you got weaseled. You did get weaseled. Yeah, somebody was in here and they gave out memberships and you got one. I'm an ally and all, but veganism, that's where I draw the line. Yeah, Tanner Dude Man, if you're saying that some vegans can be very annoying, you're correct. I probably know them. So anyway, we're at 33% on the bonus content, right? This is the meter that tells us if I get to hang out a little bit longer and talk about something other than what I've just got planned, which for tonight, I think it's just talking to Vadim. I think we'll probably use up most of the time just in the conversation with Vadim, who is patiently waiting in the Discord for me to get through with my spiel that I've got to give at the beginning of every stream. But I just wanted you to know what our options were for bonus content. I wanted you to know where we're at, which is 33%. We're 1/3 of the way towards unlocking one piece of bonus content. And I want to let you know what makes this go up, right? How does this meter work? Well, anytime you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift a membership, or you gift memberships on YouTube, right? If you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now, what I've got there is my Thai visa fund, right? I'm trying to get a visa. It's going to be an education visa for, oh my God, the vegan teacher. Stuff of nightmares, Emily French. Stuff of nightmares. Where's your butterfly hair clip? Wait, how close are we to the butterfly hair clip? We are only 6 super chats away. Only 6 super chats away from that butterfly hair clip. Yeah, so this goes up. Yeah, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate immensely, right? Because they're people that have gone to great lengths to get all political streamers demonetized. They have succeeded in doing that. They did not deplatform Hassan, but they did demonetize all political streamers, including myself. So that's the only way I get paid at all, is through the support of viewers like you on Twitch. So if you support me on Twitch, I massively appreciate that. Drink the matcha. Oh my God, I really do need to drink the matcha. Good stuff. But yeah, that's what makes this number go up. And the other thing that I need to tell you is that when you do donate, and again, that's super chat, super sticker, you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Throne, or if you support me over on Twitch, right? This number goes up. But the other thing you get is, if you want to, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. There's a reason, chat, that I have +0, +0, +0. Joshua Keller, thank you for the super chat. There's a reason that I have +0, +0, +0. And that is because if you so choose, when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you support, which of these topics you want to see me cover as bonus content. And I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So these +0s can become +1s, or +5s, or +10s, or plus whatever, right? All you need to do is let me know in chat which of these things you are pulling for, and you'll be able to influence the poll in that way. Speaking of the poll, let's see what's in first place. Oh, Denims reacts to Ethan's retraction, 41%. That's in first place, right? Should you leave the we got 64 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted yet, make sure to make your voice heard. You can, the vote is on YouTube, right? So no comment check on youtube.com. If you're watching it somewhere else, you can feel free to come over here and vote. I can't have a poll on Twitch, unfortunately, because it doesn't last long enough, but you can make your voice heard over here. Also, you can... what am I trying to think of? Also, leave a like, because that helps me out greatly. We got 74 in chat right now on YouTube, 77, and only 38 likes. So liking the stream... that is something that you can do that costs you nothing. I know a lot of you people out there are just as poor as me, and I do not want you contributing your last dime, to try to support your streamer. You can support your streamer with your thumb for free. And that actually does help me. You're materially supporting me. Ooh, I shouldn't say it that way, chat. That might get you in trouble. But yeah, you're providing me real support through just liking the stream, and I appreciate that greatly. Speaking of stuff that I appreciate my Patreons. They support me every month. And it's off the platform, which, you know how capricious these platforms are as far as demonetizing people for no reason or banning people for no reason. So that's kind of like a base of support that is actually very important to me. And as such, I like to make sure to thank everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above. I would thank everybody, but then it would take forever. So I thank everybody at the $5 level or above, the fancy weasels, right? And in doing that, thank you to Or Else Ellipsis, thank you to Temporal Insanity, thank you Steven Sayers, thank you Funky Monkey, thank you Shakespeare, thank you Sarah, thank you Nadia Yvette, thank you Moe Noape, thank you Crystal Saphira, thank you Jules K, thank you Izzy Mandius, thank you Infallible Fowl, thank you Hot Ham Radio, thank you Good for Gabby, thank you Buffy Geek, and thank you Animus. And a fancy thank you to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Patreons, you are awesome, and you are appreciated. So there we go. I think I've done everything that I need to do. Coming in at 1 hour. Oh my God, chat. I told Vadim I'd try to get it done in 20 minutes. Look at that. All right, so, oh my God. Now I gotta figure out... We're going to talk to Vadim, chat. I just have to get some things fixed up because we haven't done a conversation in a hot minute here. I can't find this. Click, click, click. Is that it? Yeah, there it is. Chat, am I back? Am I back? I have no idea why that happened. That's really like just let me know, chat. Let me know when I'm back. Let me know on Twitch, let me know on YouTube. I need to know that I'm back. Okay? Chat is talking about cheese right now. Wait, I've only got one person noticing that the stream went. Are we back? We're back on Twitch. We're back on Twitch. Thank you, Mercer B. Thank you, Moe Noape. Thank you, McSecular. We're back. Sorry about the F. I'm gonna bring on Vadim. I just have to figure out all right. So just waiting for the hey, it's Vadim.
What up? Hey, it's me.
Ooh, I can hear a little echo. I can hear a little echo from me on your side. I'm not sure if that's coming through the headphones or...
Sometimes, let's just give it a second. Sometimes that just goes away.
Okay.
After like 20, 30 seconds. But if it continues to be a problem, I can kind of work on that.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Awesome. Well, I can hear you, and also I believe chat can hear you. Chat, let me know. Somebody said, hey, it's Vadim, so I'm guessing that they can hear you.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's up?
I'm chilling. I'm really looking forward to watching this. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I got to figure out how to set this up, right? So chat, we're going to watch a little bit of Ethan Klein together. Like you're used to me watching Ethan and reacting to it. We're going to react to Ethan Klein together. And this is not just Ethan Klein. It's a quiet Vadim. Let me make that slightly louder Vadim. Also,
Okay.
no, you don't have to do anything. I'll just like switch the volume switcher. There we go. I think that should be better. Chat, let me know if that is indeed better for you. So yeah.
Bring me on.
I am. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to figure out how to. I might just have to make a new scene or something. I was having a little problem with OBS earlier, but we need to see you. We need to see me, and then we need to see Ethan Klein. And this may be chat. This may be like a prediction, right, of a conversation that might be happening. I don't know. Vadim, have you thought about? Well, I mean, I guess we'll get into it. Well, I'll ask you when Ethan actually, when we react to Ethan saying it, right? But Ethan may have issued a little challenge.
Yes, he did, and we'll talk about that. I want to say just very quickly, just a moment ago when you said we need to see you, we need to see me, and then we'll see Ethan Klein or whatever you said. In my head, like I immediately thought, touching you, touching me, sweet Caroline.
Oh my God, that I was like trying to remember what that song was. Yeah, who is that? Who sings that?
That's Mr. Neil
deGrasse Tyson.
Coming to America.
It's Neil deGrasse Tyson in his solo album. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I'm sorry. I get like it took me a while to Neil Diamond. What is he sing like?
Neil
A bunch of Neil deGrasse Diamond. That is a classic, actually.
Yeah, that's the we came up to that came up with that together.
Yeah, and that's really good because I am in the background right now trying to figure out what the stream is, trying to get the stream set up so we can just kind of chill a little bit. But yeah, how did you find out that your name was mentioned on today's Ethan Klein H3 podcast?
Basically, I was being interviewed for this video on Gamergate. Not a, I don't know. It was just what I happened to be doing at the time. So I started getting like 4 or 5 messages on Discord, and I basically said to the person who was interviewing me, hey, do you mind if I like check this out, because I don't usually get this like number of messages so close together here on Discord.
You were like, something's up. Something's clearly up at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is that yes, I was sort of thinking maybe this would end up happening because, one, I mean, God knows on Twitter and such and other places as well, I have been kind of I don't know, just I guess just talking about Ethan Klein, complaining about him, trying to tell people like this is a really fucked situation, yada yada yada, like yourself. And anyway, I engaged in this debate yesterday with this dude who goes by the name of Hutch. I'll allow you to try to give your 2 cents on that guy.
One in chat, if you've heard of this person, chat. How much of chat knows of a character named Hutch?
He is, in a lot of people's opinions, I was saying this earlier, just like he's kind of the libbiest lib who has ever lived. He is just super. He just really toes the line of the Democratic establishment, and in a way that is just sometimes, I mean, like, he could be superficially like a pretty nice guy, but in some ways, like, I find it like almost a little eerie here and there. Like, I think I told you that he genuinely, to this day, will defend the tactic that what's her name, Kamala Harris took, of like going on tour with Liz Cheney and like basically like old right wingers like that. Like he is always concerned with appealing to people like that, and
so kind of a true believer in the neoliberal consensus, maybe without even realizing that that's what he is endorsing. Chat, I think I've got this set up correctly. Check this out. What do you think? It's Vadim. It's Vadim. It's me. It's Ethan. This is all I ever wanted, chat, to be able to react to Ethan Klein's latest crash out with my good friend Vadim.
I love it.
And I think we got a pretty good setup. I'll change it if it needs changing, right? If there's stuff that we can't see, I'll adjust it as we go. Remember, chat, 35% on the bonus ticker. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and do some more bonus content. Looks like what's winning right now is the Denim's reaction to Ethan's retraction. Ethan retracts, Denim's reacts, right? That's what's winning. I think in second place, we have Should You Leave the U.S.? That's a new video essay by Legia Miller. Vadim, do you know Legia Miller at all?
I watch her somewhat frequently. I think she's like pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And, by the way, I did watch that Denim's retraction thing. There's some pretty good laughs in there.
So it's worth watching. Okay. Chat's really feeling that tonight, so we may very well end up watching that after we watch this. And then, yeah, Legia Miller, like, amazing video essayist and amazing content creator. That's in second place. And then we've got Norm Finkelstein debates Benny Morris. Have you seen that piece of content by chance?
No, I was going to watch that. Probably not tonight. It's going to be a late night for me, but definitely going to check that out tomorrow. Like the debates on Piers Morgan between and anyone and Norm Finkelstein are usually like just incredibly interesting. And is this the first time that they have debated since the Destiny debates?
It is. I'm pretty sure they have not interacted with each other since then. So it will be kind of, yeah, they so in other words, what Vadim is talking about is they debated previously, and they just had a few too many people there. It's Lex Friedman, who is boring to begin with as the moderator, and then they had obviously Destiny, who was in over his depth, although he would not ever admit it. And there was one other person on a Norm's side. I can't remember who it was, right? But there was too many cooks in the kitchen, basically.
I think, yeah, I forget his name is unique, or at least by kind of like American standards.
Yeah.
But he was I thought also kind of just was almost as good as Norm Finkelstein like always gives you memes. He always gives you laughs. But that other guy was also like very informed, and I liked his overall style. I've seen that guy like in a few things since. But yeah, can I a couple things, everybody. Somebody said I missed the cat, so there you go. There's a little bit of kitty action.
Okay, now I might have to adjust you a little. Oh wait, no, let me just take down. I had the there was a Discord thing. No, I got you now. Yeah, you're good. We can see. Do you see the cat? Do you see the cat? Somebody in chat says this was Maureen Rabani. That was the other.
Yes, I thought that was the name, but I just didn't want to like mangle it. So, yeah, I'm pleased to know that that's it. I also, everybody, I'm like rocking this like really weird looking, ugly, like hickey of death.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell us that you got a Ethan Klein tattoo for a second there.
Yeah, it's it is. They're filling it in, but it's gonna be like Keela Klein, staring off into the abyss. But anyway, I have no clue how I got this, and now that I look at it, maybe it's not that bad. It's kind of like heart shaped. It's like a weird heart shaped. So that's kind of.
I mean, hickeys are great. I've had a few in my own time. Usually they don't end up with me getting pregnant or anything. But try to explain that to a Thai pharmacist that you don't actually need birth control. Anyway, chat. That's what I'm dealing with right now. But we're about to deal with Ethan Klein here. Remember, chat, when you donate, whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Patreon or on throne.com or on Twitch, you have the ability to let me know in chat or through the super chat which of the topics up in the upper right corner, which of those topics do you want me to stick around and cover after the stream? Because that is still active, and I will pause it, or I'll pause it and we'll pause it if there's any, like, the super chats talk to us. So I'll let you know if that happens. I don't know if you'll hear it on your end, Vadim, but I'll read you out the super chat if it's like, if they're asking, you a question or anything like that. So yeah, I'll just let you know. But we've got Ethan up on the screen. We've got everything ready to go. Yeah, try saying that to a Thai pharmacist is a new catch. I guess that's my catchphrase. That's what.
Yeah, before this starts, I just kind of want to throw out there that this debate that he's going to show clips from, it like literally went on for over 5 hours.
Yeah,
it may have even gone like as long as like 6.5 hours. And
Hutch streamed for 10 hours that day, so he was on there. I mean, it's just like a Hassan stream basically, only with a big ass debate in the middle.
I thought that we were going to be done like after a couple of hours, because he he basically told me that he was going to end streaming early. And anyway, my point is that at a few points, especially towards the very, very end, I was feeling pretty brain broken. And sometimes when I'm really just spent, I'm just not a great debater, a lot of stuttering, a lot of ums, ahs, and then on top of that, just, I don't know. All I'm saying is,
I think a lot of people, one in chat, if you relate to that, I think that's pretty relatable, right? A 5-hour debate, that's unnatural. Hassan calls these people debate perverts, and I was resistant to that at first because, I'm like, you've seen the right, weaponize, things like degeneracy and perversity and stuff like that. But I sort of get what he's saying, that there's this weird preoccupation with these debate lords. They got to get that W. They got to take home the W no matter what. And yeah, they'll talk to you for fucking 5 hours. Right when Irrelevant, chatted me up, I think we talked for 2.5 hours. And at the end of that, he's still ready to go. He's still farming clips from me, basically. But I was just like, no, I'm going to go to sleep. And luckily, Mix Vivian came in and saved my ass that night. Otherwise, I would have been doing a 5-hour conversation too. And I don't think I wasn't any good past hour, 1.5. I just feel like it's unnatural to have that long of a debate, maybe. I don't know. Maybe, to each their own, right? But
yeah, totally. So also, I don't know if we mentioned this. I have not watched this clip.
This is a fresh react. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen maybe 90 seconds that was posted to Twitter, but I have not watched the whole thing, and I saved it to just kind of have a fresh react with you.
We're gonna do this fresh react now. Yeah.
So hopefully this is going to be.
Are you ready for this, chat?
Good time.
Are you ready? One in chat if you're ready. Are you ready to be value-tained? Conversation, says Nunfo. Yes, 5 hours can be okay. Debate, not so much. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I just feel if you're still trying to go after, I don't know, 2.5 hours, I feel like you're just trying to farm clips. Or as Tim Pool would say, you're clip propping. Well, I never figured out what the fuck that means. Or prop clipping. That's right. Prop clipping was what Tim Pool said against. So we got some.
Employ that term.
different ideas. All right, chat. Now, I had some concerns earlier about volume with Vadim. Is Vadim's volume good now?
Hello. Hey, everybody.
It looks to me like my volume is at the same level as Vadim. Is that what you're experiencing in chat? You can hear us both about equally? It's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just worried because, sometimes it's hard to get those levels set. Oh, it was earlier, but I think we... Oh, wait, did somebody say it's a little low, but it's better? Okay, well, I can fix that. If you're a little low, there is a cure for that, and that's called turning you up. I'll turn you up to 103%. How about that? So I think we're good now. We got Ethan Klein ready to go here. Where does he... Oh, God, the new Teddy Fresh drop just happened. Aren't you excited? Let's watch that. No, just kidding. What do we have? Topic introduction, and then... Wait, why is this a topic introduction? Wait, did they press the button here? Oh no, H3 2049? Let's just press start.
Looks like that looks like what they do when they... I mean, that looks like something you'd see when they press the button for sure.
Oh, Vadim, I gotta ask you. Yeah, that's why I thought, mate. It looks like a Jimmy Lee Ethan right here. Would it help you if I streamed the my screen? If I share my screen with you, I think that might. Oh no, because it takes over. Oh my God, why does it do that?
All right, no, it's okay. I mean, like, I'll be able to hear what's going on, and that's...
There's got to be a better way. I just realized that is the that's why I sometimes use like the Discord for this. What is going on here?
Anyway, I want to say a quick
So are you having to watch the stream in order to hear this? Is that what you're doing? Like as far as the Ethan Klein thing, see, like the thing that I didn't notice is that when I share my screen, it takes over the place where you're at.
Right.
What
That's
is...
okay. Yeah, I'll
Rachel,
Oh, we got a super chat coming in.
Butterfly.
Oh my God, Rachel, thank you for the butterflies. Okay, let's see if I can. Yeah, chat. I think we're five super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair. So pretty excited about doing that. Applications, entire screen, devices. We don't want an entire screen. I think we want...
Were you able to bring the trampoline with you to Thailand?
Oh my God. Unfortunately, no. Okay, so I've got it shared with you. I've just probably got to readjust some things. Vadim, like my it was literally like an escape. Like, right? I didn't have time to do it. Yeah. Like I didn't have time to do anything. I didn't, and also I didn't have space for it. I did pay for an extra baggage. Like I did pay for like one extra bag, but I still just couldn't, something like the trampoline was never going to fit in there, unfortunately. And it is really sad, because I do miss the trampoline greatly here.
I imagine that there are trampolines to be bought in Thailand, and probably get it for...
yeah, possibly for...
Things like reasonably cheap there, or am I wrong?
The cost of living is lower here, and it really depends on what you're buying. If it's something like a cell phone, you're going to pay about as much as you would in the U.S. But for something...
Trampoline...
I think a trampoline might be cheaper. I think sporting goods might be cheaper. So we'll have to find... when I got evicted, I had to leave my air fryer. Oh my God, I had to leave my air fryer too, Legala. That's the worst. Do you have an air fryer by chance, Vadim?
I do not have an air fryer, and I hear so much about how awesome they are, but I don't think I've ever like really experienced the, just good old fashioned goodness of an air fryer.
It depends on like what you like to cook. Like if you're into cooking like, French fries, but you don't want them super oily, or I'm trying to think of some of the other things that go good in an air fryer, right? But for certain things, it is like It's the standard. Butterfly is essential. Trampoline is bougie, says Reed Van Valkenburg. Did Vadim's video quality go down? Unfortunately, yes, and I don't know how to fix that. I have to be able to. So Vadim, if you want to click on, I'm sharing my screen. It's yeah, you can see Ethan on there.
Like maybe if I turn off my camera and turn it on, that sometimes something on my end. So
I think it's just because I brought a third thing into the picture and it squishes you down a little bit.
All, like weird and wonky.
So unfortunately, it's going to have to be like this. But yeah, this is anyway, we got Ethan. He's ready to talk about you. My understanding is he found out about this from probably his subreddit, I would guess. We're talking about like, oh, did you see Vadim get owned by Hutch? Because just like you said, they kept you on for 5 hours. No doubt they made some clips, and no doubt to the DGG perverts, that is like how they're defining the debate, despite the fact that it was 5 hours and there was a lot that went on there. No doubt this got passed on to the H3 subreddit, and that's how Ethan came across it.
There was a certain point where we were talking about the skulls, and I did not just outright insist that I knew Ethan sent them to himself, but I basically was like, yeah, I don't know, man. I think that he probably did. I think he's gonna try and make me look bad on that. And also, I kind of we were talking about the CPS for way too fucking long. So, I was trying to express my opinion that is just, kind of way more of a nothing burger than people like Hutch and Ethan will make it out to be. So I think that they're going to include that. And I towards the end, like at the very, very end of this debate, air quotes, what's his name? Mudahar came on, and I was just at that point, I was completely spent. And so there might be some sort of from like his point of view, like meme-worthy things to throw in there. So we might see some of that. Anyway, I'm curious. So let's start this out.
Let's start the Ethan. Oh wait, just one real quick question. So he's going to talk a little bit about having, like, I don't know, DM'd back and forth with you. When did you actually meet? Have you been it sounds like he used to be into, he was like into your content, and obviously like back in the day, his content, like a lot more people were into that. How did you end up, how did you get started talking to him?
Well, basically, first of all, one day, like here and there, I would kind of just I don't know, tweet things about the dude, and I remember one time I saw him I saw him like a couple of my tweets. It sounds so nerdy, like being this like sort of.
Oh, we got a super chat. Let me.
Yeah, but
don't
then,
care about anything.
but then
They just want to win the
I
word
put out
fight.
this like a
Any and
couple
all
Tim
of my
Pool
chats
videos, and
go
I
to
forget which
denims.
one that I put out, but he retweeted my Tim Pool video, and I was very flattered by that, because like not only is it cool just to have somebody of his level of success tweet something out that you did, but also like it just wasn't something he did very often, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that maybe the way that he got turned on to my channel was I actually did a video that was about he would have this segment called Content Court, right?
Oh yeah.
Where basically like the gimmick was he was a judge. He'd wear like the robe, sometimes even like an old timey judge's wig, and members of the crew would be lawyers, and basically they would pick one like really well-known, usually super cringy person on, you know, like YouTube or something like that. Like in like the past, there were like, I think they did one on Tim Pool. They did one on the the Logan
Logan Paul, yeah.
or whatever the fuck their name. Like you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Logan
He did
and
one on the quartering.
Jake.
He did one on the quarter. What's that?
Logan and Jake, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just people like that. So he did one on the quartering, and inside that content court, there was a thread that I had posted that I actually had gone through a lot of time to kind of like just find everything and put it together. And it was, maybe you heard about this absurd thing about the quartering for like a while. He was tweeting, like just lying that he had like multiple gay black dads. And even though that you like knew he was lying, there was something like really racist about it, you know, because it's it's the quartering. And,
Yeah.
And anyway, he used my my thread in that, and I ended up making an entire video because when I was making content more regularly, the quartering was someone who I frequently like, you know, kind of took down myself. So I made a video that still one of my favorite videos on my channel. I mean, I don't really feel like rewatching it because these days Ethan is kind of super fucking depressing, but like I think that might have been like how he found my channel. And one day I realized that he was following me, and I basically dropped into his DMs, and I was just like, hey man, like, you know, I don't want to take up much of your time. I don't know what I said, but I said something like, you know, I just wanted to like drop in and say like, hey, I think it's really cool that you follow me. And, you know, I saw that you like retweeted my video a couple weeks ago, and that like made my day. And yeah, we struck up like a back and forth. Like basically, you know, I don't want to make it sound like we were like best buddies. Obviously we weren't. We've never met IRL. But I was like really you know, I will say that one, he was always incredibly helpful. Like I was going through a rough time at that point. So just kind of having like a back and forth with somebody, like, you know, I mean, you can understand how that would kind of like.
Oh yeah. And chat, for anybody that doesn't know, like Ethan did back in the day, like comedy videos that a lot of people really liked. Like, you know, they'd get like tens of millions of views. Vadim did, of course, political videos with like a comedy angle. So there's a little bit of like, you know, you're kind of like, you know, orthogonal to each other as far as the type of content that you do. And so when somebody really big from, you know, kind of your you know, or at least one of your genres, like, you know, pops up and is following you, like it's a pretty cool thing. And yeah, Ethan had an arc where, you know, back in the day he was kind of maybe anti-SJW without even realizing that that's what he was doing, just because so many people were doing that content. And then he had a little bit of a evolution, much like iDubbbz, and much like iDubbbz, people blamed, well, it's Ela. Ela's ruining Ethan. He used to be such an awesome edgelord, and now he cares about things like social justice, and he's seeming kind of left wing, right? So yeah, I mean, like Ethan was not always this way either, as you know, the reason that Hassan Piker decided to do a podcast with him. We got a super chat here from Joshua Keller, kind of addressed to Vadim. Joshua Keller says, DGGers don't care about anything. They just want to win the word fight. Is that kind of what you experienced with Hutch?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that I went into it more like I wasn't expecting to change this dude's mind, but I guess I like wanted to talk to him just because like therapy for myself to a certain degree, just like just, you know, you're online and you see people saying this stupid shit, and you're just like, okay, like I just like I don't want to just like sit here and absorb this all. I just like I want to like bitch about it in front of people, and which is maybe not the best impulse. I don't always advise that people do that, but yeah, that's like, yes, 100%. That's really like all they care about. They are not most of the time not there to like genuinely learn about anything. I mean, there's probably some exceptions to the rule, but I did want to just like finish up what I was saying about like, you know, the nature of the convos that I had with Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, not only was he like just kind of super like fun to talk to and whatnot, but I was actually like really both surprised to a certain extent and flattered by how generous he was with his time with me, because, you know, again, like, I'm not saying that we like talked every day, but there were at least like 3 or 4 times where we had like DM back and forths that lasted anywhere between like a day to a day and a half, where we were probably the only person that we were like DMing to the, like, you know, like just filled up pages and pages.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know, we would really crack each other up. And I remember one of the first things that we talked about, like, it was like right around the time that Andrew Tate was becoming a meme on the internet, and we were kind of like sharing just really cringe, funny things about that guy. And yeah, so I always thought that he, like, you know, was like pretty cool to me. And well, I think I'm going to leave it at that, because some of what I might choose to like elaborate on, we might actually see it within these clips, because I did talk about this with Hutch. Hutch kept on kind of like pressing me, like basically saying like, oh, you just hate Ethan Klein and you just like want to shit on his parade, or whatever stupid thing he was saying. And I at least once or twice went, you know, kind of started discussing that to kind of just say like, try and make the point that like, no, actually, like, you know, I feel like I was very generous with, like, you know, just the leeway that I gave him and the room to grow and stuff like that. So we'll see how, I'm really curious to see like what they clipped. And yeah, I hope this isn't I hope it, like, I mean, I expect that they're gonna try and make me look bad, but we'll just see. We'll see how easy I made that for them.
If you want to, after, I mean, I think this segment's kind of short, so if you want to afterwards, we can take a look on Twitter and see, you know, what if Yeet has. I think I did see Yeet had reposted a clip of yours, of Ethan challenging you to a debate or something.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. I'll give you kind of like I've had different like thoughts on that, and we'll talk about it.
Okay, and while I'm watching this,
enough of the intro. I want.
Yeah, let's get into the meat of the thing, as Chud Logic would say. Anyway, while we're going, make sure to let me know, flag me down if there's any part that you want me to pause it on for you to make a comment. So I'll I'll give him the start.
It's funny, you know him, Hutch. He used to be a gamer. Now he's like a political commentary. He does political commentary, and I love him. He's great. He really offers like a very grounded, sane perspective on things. I love to have him call into the show. He recently, very recently, I think.
Can you pause it?
Got it.
Two things. I don't know if other people are experiencing this, but he sounds very like robot-y to me. And then also, is anybody else?
Oh wait, Wait, anybody hearing Ethan soundy robot-y, or does maybe Vadim sound a little bit robot-y? I think it might be your connection. I was looking at this earlier. You got you got 1 bar, 40 millisecond ping, and it's red. So I'm thinking you're
Better? No.
I don't think it. Oh wait, it did. Wait, what? Wait, no. For a second, it came on all green, and now it's back to red.
Okay.
And now it's back to green. Yeah, it's kind of wavering in and out. I think it's your connection, maybe.
My connection?
Yeah, your connection to Discord is what's, and that would make Ethan sound robot-y to you, and that would make chat. Does Vadim sound a little bit robot? And people also said Vadim's image quality went down. I mean, these are all things that would happen by virtue of a Discord. Unless
what?
Unless it's
what?
Oh, unless it's somehow my Discord connection. That, I mean, I wouldn't think it. I've got. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you were coming through to me as robot-y as well.
Huh.
So maybe that is me. I wonder if. Yeah. Well, I wonder what we could do here.
Yeah, my connect. Well, it's better now. It's gone. Well, no, it's back to red.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'll just deal with it for now. I don't think there's any way to figure out which one of us it is, but.
Let me Okay. Let me just try this. I guess I'm gonna try and close a couple things.
Okay.
I guess the only thing that I can really close is
wait. So you did? Oh God! For a second there, it was really good.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna quit Chrome and see if that helps.
Chat says you sound okay. You know, that's not, your audio's not like hard to hear or anything.
Cool. Well, I hope that like when you start playing it, that it continues to sound that way. But also, I was just gonna another thing that I was gonna just add to what Ethan was actually saying is, it just is so like the it's so obvious that like there's nothing like really all that great about Hutch. Like Ethan just loves the fact that this guy kisses his ass and
oh, we got a super chat.
Hutch is just like
we are all robot now.
You know,
we are all robot now. Says the super chatter. No,
all robot.
Okay, so it looks like it is my yeah. I'm getting a little warning on here that says your network connection may be causing a decrease in video and audio quality. To improve voice audio, disable the stream. So it's because I'm streaming to you. I think that's happening. As long as you can hear what Ethan is saying, though, I think we should be okay. It's just another little exquisite inconvenience that we get to deal with. But you know, that's the nature of the game.
Go ahead and so I'll tell you what, real quick. I'm gonna put Google Chrome back on so I can just like sort of see your broadcast.
Now I'm gonna warn you about that. That if you do that, you're gonna probably be on delay. You'll probably hear what we're hearing, but you'll hear it slightly at a delayed. That might be difficult to deal with on your end.
Oh no, I wasn't going. I was going to like just have the visual up. Because otherwise, I'm not going to have a visual, right? If you're going to get rid of...
Oh, okay. The visual of Ethan. Well, no, I wasn't going to get rid of it unless it's a real problem, like where you can't understand Ethan or where chat can't understand you. And it sounds like chat can hear you just fine. I'm coming through robot-y to you, and Ethan's coming through robot-y. But as long as you can sort of understand what...
You're not coming in robot-y anymore.
Okay.
Like at this point, it's okay.
I have the best high internet, so I should be okay. Anyway, Leah, let's see what the rest of what Ethan's going off. Oh yeah, Davy Cliff with the super chat. We are all robot now. Everything is computer. Everything is computer. Don't talk about tacos. Okay, we'll get to the Trump stuff later. Ethan, it is.
Over the weekend, had a debate with this guy, Vadim. Who Vadim, the creationist?
Can't call me Vadim.
You guys know this?
He called you the creationist. He knows who the fuck you are. He called
He
you.
knows who I am.
He's fucking it up on purpose.
Yeah, he's probably like because I at a certain point I'm guessing, I could be wrong, but now I'm thinking that like when I if there's like some point where I was like, yeah, we were friends, like I bet he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm not exactly sure who this guy is. I wouldn't be like surprised if he like does something like that, but let's see.
So chat, if anybody doesn't know, yeah, a lot of chat knows that your channel was called Creationist Cat before, and that's where the creationist thing comes from. It's not that Vadim is some kind of creationist, it's that Vadim was satirizing creationist with a feline character that called everyone sodomites. And so, but he knows that. He's just he's screwing it up in a way for the audience that doesn't know Vadim. They're going to be like, oh, is he a creationist? There's going to be like some uncertainty now if you're like a flat earther or a new earth creationist, which is hilarious because, you're part of that wave of content that was coming on to dunk on those people. It's like, that's like calling me, I don't know. It's like, that's like calling me like a Nazgul or something, like right when I came on and was dunking on Infrared Haas and all those people. It's like, oh yeah, she's like a third positionist or something. Like it's a ridiculous thing to say. It's pretty much like the opposite of Vadim, and he's doing it on purpose, 100%. Anyway, Ethan,
This guy?
He
No.
is.
I'll pull up a picture. He's like a bread tuber guy.
Vadim.
Is bread
a bread tuber.
Is that a
Thought of myself as
Bread
more of
pump.
a baguette tuber.
Baguettes are good. Like they got that crunch that is just, if you get a nice fresh baguette, it's nothing like it.
bread cum?
What the hell?
Is that a derogatory, or is that like? 'Cause
No.
What does it mean? Why do they call them bread tubers?
It's a reference to the Conquest of Bread, which is a famous.
I've never described myself as a bread tuber.
Yeah, bread tubers are, I mean, it's generally like a, more, explicit, like leftist, people that would talk about like, theory and stuff in there. I mean, like, I guess ContraPoint's got called that too. H-Bomber guy. I mean, you're in good company, if he's going to call you a bread tuber. But again, it's not a current reference. People don't bread tube's not like an active thing. It was a era, and it was a lovely era, and he is trying to make it a pejorative. I just don't know how much is he playing stupid here? That's my question, right? Like I guess he might not really know, like why do they call them bread tubers? But he's gotta know. I mean, it was huge. Like ContraPoints was,
I'm sure he doesn't know about like the conquest of bread and things like that. Like, kind of the ins and outs of like why it's named that. Not that I don't want to make it sound like I am not a theory guy. I'm like, so not like I never would like I really have never like read theory, like literally.
Mhm.
But I will say that like I think it is like an intentional diss that they called me Vadim and not hey it's Vadim. Like they must have known that that's who I am, because not only like did I like make that clear, but it's just like they're gonna like look up my socials and things like that to see like who I am, and they'll see that that's like the name that I go by, right? Even if they did not, even if Ethan specifically did not remember, but I think he would anyway. So let's go on.
Okay.
Let's
Let's continue, chat.
Book by a Russian anarchist, I believe.
Dan, that's one of
Not
those
the
things you
underclass?
say, and I'm like, how do you know that?
Yeah, what?
I'm always amazed by your range
Because-
of knowledge.
Well, I mean, I think I knew this because I, at one point, also was like, why is it called bread tube? And I looked it up, and that was the explanation.
How did
Maybe
it
that's
all-
not even true.
Well, that's the only thing.
Correct-
that makes sense.
correct me if I'm wrong,
So
Pat.
who's Sir Isaac Bread?
It's rice and bread. Yo, Eric. with
Eric, oh my
50!
God, you
What
guys.
is happening?
Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
wow.
That was
wow.
a lot.
50 gifted subbies from Eric.
going on
Thank you,
here?
man. That's so generous of you. Thank you.
I'm strong. I'm a man.
Who's Sir Isaac Bread, Dan?
Huh?
Who's Sir Isaac Bread?
That's not who. There was no Sir Isaac Bread. You
Okay,
made that
who's
up.
Bread?
Who is bread? I believe it's in reference to bread, like the food stuff that's made from grain or other types of.
And also, the lore. The lore.
The lore. That's the end of the lore. That's it.
You said something.
You said something very profound.
Yeah, you said something. It's about some guy, some
Russia.
Russian bread situation.
Oh, you just want to know about the book, The Conquest of Bread?
Yeah, what
How
is
is it
that?
connected?
Okay, it's connected because ideologically, it's this guy Peter Kropotkin. He wrote a book in 1892. It was originally written in French, despite him being French.
But then how?
Or,
And then these guys
Russian.
all decided, like, let's do the bread thing.
I don't know who came up with calling it.
Someone's gonna have to explain.
So he invented bread?
He didn't.
All right. Nobody on BreadTube was trying to call themselves BreadTube. What happened was that the people that would watch a ContraPoints live stream, for instance, right, which is kind of the field of play for BreadTube, would post bread emojis, and then Contra would say, "Why does everybody keep on posting these bread emojis?" And they'd say, "Read the bread book," because it was a meme at the time. At the time, people were discovering Kropotkin, Papa Krop.
Yeah, and also there was a BreadTube Reddit.
Oh yeah, right. Subreddit, yeah.
And they, I remember like literally the first time that I heard the term BreadTube, they like published a list of YouTube content creators that they thought were either they had like a list of people that they thought like this is like literally bread tubers. These are people who kind of kind of are like communists and like what you're talking about, kind of like talk about theory and whatnot. And I knew like only like one or two of them. And then like a list of people like myself, ContraPoints. I mean, just all the people that we were like listing. There were some people who, in retrospect, are pretty cringe, like Peter. What's his last?
Coffin.
You know who I'm talking about.
I do know exactly.
Yeah.
I've had dealings with Peter.
We've talked about Peter Coffin. I told you this crazy story where he like posted that like GIF of a monkey like basically like taking a shit, like a close up on. Like, do you remember me telling you about that?
It's coming back to me. Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be kind of like an involved thing to like really tell you everything about it, but basically like I remarked something like I said something to him that was really not like it was, to tell you the truth, it was not even at all like dismissive or insulting. And he said something like really snide to me, and then like I was like, bro, why are you being like this? Maybe this like 7 tweet long thread where he was just like, when I was being canceled, you weren't there for me. I like had never literally had a conversation with this guy.
When the vampire castle was coming for me, you didn't defend me. Yeah.
Yeah. And he kept on going on because I basically, I remember. I what he said was like it was actually like really fucked up because it was like it was in. Actually, I was being kind of frank about some trauma that I have in my past. And he was like using that against me. It was really disgusting. And so this is what happened. I like DM'd him and I was like, hey, I can't imagine that you like really meant to like maybe you thought that I did something to you that I didn't, because this is really nasty. And I was more diplomatic than that. but I was just like, could you please delete this? Because I don't appreciate it. And so yeah, the post that he did was like, no, Mr. YouTuber who like was never there for me, I will not delete that tweet. And then he went into the whole, because when I was being canceled, you and the entire cancel culture vampire Bob or whatever the fuck, yeah, it just like went on and on and on. But then it like and like the 6th or 7th tweet, it ended, and there was this like 30-second long gif of an orangutan taking, I mean, it's disgusting, but like literally just squatting down.
Oh, we got a super.
Underscore by super chatted $5.
And taking a shit.
Abacus 60.
And
Awesome.
I mean, it was obviously disgusting, and the image like just zoomed in to the center of its butt as it continued, and the shit like lasted like 20 seconds long, and the final tweet was just like, whatever, you weren't there for me, you can suck fat turds out of my asshole. Or,
Oh my
God. It was something like that. It was so fucking rancid and vulgar and like, what the fuck?
Vitriolic, right? You can tell that the way he's reacting is just like, or sorry, actually, we had a question in chat about, I don't want to bemoan this fact because it sounds like it's not something that Peter talks about anymore. But as far as pronouns, there was a hot minute where Peter used they, them. Peter was never super adamant about making people get it right, but there was something that Peter said about like, look, if you are like friendly to me, if you're on my side, then misgender me all day and all night, right? But if you're one of those woke people and you misgender me, I'm gonna come after you for that. So it was a weird thing where, yeah, like their pronouns were they, them, all the way up until Peter started to become a member of something. I remember I talked about Nazbuls earlier and how I got my start dunking on Nazbuls, right? So Peter joined the Nazbuls. Peter joined the MAGA communists, the patriotic socialists, whatever you want to call them. And at that point, the pronouns disappeared from like everything. So I'm not even sure, like whatever pronouns, Peter is good with, that's what I want to call Peter, but I'm not even sure right now. It feels like Peter's friends use he, him, and I don't know if that's. I really don't know. It's like Peter disappeared behind a wall of anti-wokeness, and I can't see the pronouns beyond that wall. So if there are, if they, them is what Peter prefers, it's hard to tell. But yeah,
I don't recall all of that. I mean, I definitely remember that they went by they, them for a while, then they didn't. But the one thing related to that I recall is that just he started getting more and more called out for associations that he had with, like, I really didn't know like the kind of like the ins and outs of all of this, but I think like he was being accused of having like extremely transphobic close friends.
Oh yeah.
And he just started having these like tirades where he was just like, no, I'm not going to play your little social game where I call people out for, for your enjoyment. And like, he was just kind of a fucking drama queen. Like basically like, yeah, I remember looking into it, and I think there's something to be said. Like sometimes people are kind of too preachy with certain things, but I looked at the people that like, that people were that they had a problem with, and yeah, I was like, oh my god, these people are, they're not being like politically incorrect like tee, they're fucking like hardcore gross ass turfs.
You can't exactly be like, you know, like yeah, they're people that are like the yeah, I don't know, that yeah, J.K. Rowling style turfs, right? Generally, and yeah, and then also I feel like there was, oh god, there, I don't want to say the person's name, right? Because this person was actually involved in several federal investigations, but they popped up on Peter's Discord server and became mod because they were so damn active. And this is a trans woman who, you know, some people think may have you know, narked out a group of hacktivists, and B, there's a lot of credible accusations of this person inviting you know, newly out trans people to come and live with them in the big city, and then, you know, expecting something sexual in return, right? So I don't know where that all landed and stuff, but there's a lot of people in the trans community have a problem with this person, not for any sort of transphobia or anything like that, but just because they're shady as fuck. And you know, I think Peter saw his own cancellation in people trying to get them to demod this person. And that was when the whole Angie Speaks thing. Oh yeah, was Angie Speaks was like a controversial friend of Peter's as well, if I remember.
She was, and you know, that might have been the reason why he got mad at me, because like I think like 3 weeks prior I posted a tweet that just like really took the piss out of her. I forget what it was, but she posted something that was just like, so I mean, that woman was, oh my god, just like how would you describe her? She was just like, she took herself way too seriously, and just the dictionary definition, in my opinion, of like pretentiousness. And I actually have a pretty, like, here, I'll put this in our chat. Maybe you'll
Sure.
show people. I have like a meme that of the two of them that I like. Hold on, hopefully I can find it. Yeah, here it is. They made videos. This is like, you look at this and just it just speaks volumes to how cringe they both are. They both made videos like this, like right around the same time. But here's the picture. It's going in the
chat.
Okay, have it in 2 seconds. Like I think for like a few.
Oh my god.
Basically, like I would like joke that like I would post that and say like you know, the girlfriend and I are going to a costume party tonight, and you know, like kind of act like that's me and my boo. But anyway, it like it maybe I don't know if you're showing it to the chat.
I'm trying to get it on screen here. It's basically yeah, I you know, being an edgelord, Peter and Angie, they went through a Joker phase. I think it was right when the Joker Joker 1 was coming out. Not the one with Lady Gaga, but the old one. Wait, how do I get this to pop up in copy link? There we go. Yeah, I can put this on screen. Let me just but anyway, please work. There we go. Cool. All right, I'll show you in just a second, chat. Meme was like this, right? So that's Angie Speaks on the left, Peter Coffin on the right, in their Joker phase. Wait, what did I do to Discord? I think I messed. Oh, it's because But yeah, this is a great way to show up as the Joker, to let everybody know that you are not a conformist. And you know, Peter and Angie would definitely made that known in no uncertain terms. And here, let me like shrink it down a little bit.
I'm looking through my like folders, and I forget what I tweeted in response to this, but yeah, I think maybe he was mad at me for this because she had this tweet that is just so one of the cringiest things she ever tweeted. She said, "I'm gonna drop this bomb and walk away. ... Trump has policies that are further left than Joe Biden's proposed platform. Neoliberalism is dying, and I'm so fucking here for it."
You know, she was like 4 years too early with that shit. I feel like she could be best friends with Anna Kasparian with that shit now. This is just like, you know, there are people that are trying to, you know, paint Trump as some kind of a populist, and it's mainly because of the shortcomings of the Democratic Party, not because of anything particularly good Trump is doing. But yeah, the bar is in hell at this point, and there's a lot of people just...
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
For a bit, you've been getting worse and worse with the
Audio
roboting for me, and now it's really bad. I hope I could probably put up a bit, but I just want to make sure that you're hello.
Testing. 1 2 3.
1 2 3.
Oh my god. Let me see what it looks like on this end. Yeah, what the fuck could I have done that's... Yeah, the only other way I can think of sharing this video with you would have to be through sharing... Vadim, can you hear me at all now? Am I like that bad that...
Not any better. Like I can understand what you're saying, but it's like there's so many like empty it's just like major roboting. And
all right, let's try something really quick. I'm gonna end the stream that I'm I'm gonna end this stream, and then I'm gonna restart it.
Okay.
And I'll just downgrade the level that I'm sharing at. All right, it's already at SD 720 30 frames. Can I change this maybe? Screen resolution, yeah, 720 is the lowest I can go. We could go down to 15 frames per second. I don't know if that'll help anything. I'll try that. Mute stream audio, advanced, hide.
I'm gonna see like maybe I can like lower the like my camera like maybe if see what
okay, let me know if this is any better. The other thing is, it's ever since you posted that cursed Angie Speaks and Peter Coffin, I feel like they're somehow laughing at us from the grave. Not the literal grave, chat. They're both alive as far as I know, just the grave of content. God, now I'm gonna get in a fight with Peter Coffin again. And I just made nice. Apparently Peter Coffin had me blocked for the longest time. Saw them in a stream of somebody else and mentioned it. They unblocked me and followed me, which was a surprise. I was like, no, I didn't ask you to follow me. I was just wondering why you had me blocked. But anyway, how is the audio now?
It's
still bad.
Not great.
The only thing other thing I could think of is like hang up the call and then start again. But yeah, this really shouldn't be doing like I am not at the end of my research. Like I've got a lot of my upload is high, my download is high. I don't know why the Discord is not behaving as if it is. Yeah, because I don't really know. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Oh my god. Do you want to meet me in Bird Brains and see if that does any better? I don't know. It's almost like they're punishing us for being on a call or something. I don't know. We'll try it on Discord. All right, I'll see you in Bird Brains. All right, see you there. Oh my god, chat. I apologize. Massive apologies. To go into the Discord. Here we go. Bird Brains on air. Let's see if Vadim is. Hey, Vadim. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you like great now, I think.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Discord was the answer. I might have to figure out a few other things. All right, like, so wait, did it change now? Because my connection went down. Are we still good?
Yeah, we're actually like better than we've been for the past like
All right.
10 minutes for me.
I'm gonna try sharing the screen because like the other option, you'd just be like really far behind on with the delay. All right, so the screen is shared now. Did that drastically decrease my quality by chance?
Well, I have to click on it and now talk.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2.
So far, we're pretty good.
Okay, so this might actually work, chat. Sorry, chat. Discord troubles. I think we're good now. All right, so let's get to the let's get into the meat of this Ethan conversation. I will try to alter your you actually it improved your image is better now too. So hey, what's up, Ethan's Basement? We got a we got a YouTuber in chat. So here we go. Let me try to start us off again on Ethan, and then I'll try to fix the image in the background.
Bread was invented in what year?
No.
In Russia.
I don't think we were keeping track of years when we invented bread. I don't think we were headed. Yeah,
I think they were eating bread longer ago than
I thought so, but apparently not.
Let me ask ChatGPT why they call it bread.
Do you want to know?
I told you why it's called that.
But I don't know that you're right. You didn't sound confident.
Well, I guess that is true. I just took the word of some comment that I found that said that was
so no wonder he doesn't have any more information. He's just reading comments.
I don't fucking know. It's just like one of those things,
But AB came out and glazed you up. He was like, yo, Dan, that's so impressive.
Well, he shouldn't have done that.
I just found a comment.
Like what he's doing on his podcast.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Like the most like.
Okay.
Nobody
wants to hear from you.
Special thing that you could possibly be doing as a content creator.
I have seen your podcast, buddy.
You've chosen essentially the Keemstar path.
He's talking to ghosts, like, right? He's like, they just played iDubbbz, and he's like responding to him as if he's there. Also, the whole thing where he's like, well, let me look and check what ChatGPT has to say about that. Is he actually that guy? Like, is he actually the ChatGPT guy?
Oh, he's totally the ChatGPT
Oh,
guy.
no.
I mean, every single debate that he's had, there have been like multiple times where it's just like so painfully obvious that he's just reading somewhat robotically from ChatGPT, which isn't the worst thing, but it's just like, with 90% of these things that he has no surface knowledge of any of this stuff. And like, I mean, if ChatGPT wasn't a thing, he would just be dead in the water.
There's been allegations that some of his stuff might even people have. I can't remember what it was. Chat, was it the content nuke that people thought was written by ChatGPT, or maybe the research? There was something that's people, or no, maybe it was his lawyer's letter that sounded like. People were saying it sounded like ChatGPT.
His lawyer's letter, I think, like a bunch of people kind of did some tests, and it was. There's good reason to think that he used a great deal of ChatGPT. Which, you know what? I mean, from what I understand, that guy is his lawyer is formerly lived in the West Bank, so he's probably a pretty big prick. But at the same time, I just feel like, take Ethan's money. Like, go ahead. Like just
billable hours.
Like nothing in return. I hope you're charging him overtime. So I don't know. It's kind of like
well, yeah. I mean, look,
maybe I shouldn't be rooting for the guy, but it's Ethan that we're talking about here. So
yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, I've got friends that use, Chat GPT for this and that, and even maybe for what I would consider like stuff that they should probably use their brain power for. But there's a difference between a guy like my friend who, uses it to get by, and he kind of knows that it's cringe. And Ethan Klein just proudly announcing, let me see what ChatGPT has to say about that. I don't know. You should have some shame, some level of shame, I think, is you use it if you must, right? But have a little bit of shame.
It's just kind of and you can identify like moments when he like is when he's like just typed in the right thing and gets the long ChatGPT letter because like rollout, because a lot of times he'll just be like kind of trying to kill time, and then all of a sudden he'll slam his hand on the desk and he'll be like, all right, well, you think this? Well, in 1692, blah, 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 blah. He is very proud of himself at moments like that.
And it's hard to know whether that's like Dan sent him something or whether that's, he typed something into ChatGPT. But yeah, it kind of doesn't matter. He's the prognosis is cringe either way. Let's continue.
True that.
Bitch, you will know better. Okay.
I have feelings.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Explore those on your own. Eric, another 50 from Eric?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then 50 from Thomas.
And then Tomas?
Are they like in a bidding war here?
50. Thank you guys. Wow. So generous. And that's perfect timing from you guys because so many of you guys are going to be able to join us for our members tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to. And thank you guys for covering for the last 2 weeks as I got some work done. So thank you guys. Thank you, everyone. We'll be doing the members tomorrow. I'll be there.
Nice.
So thank you guys. Wow, so generous.
I have feelings.
Dan, why do you keep logging me out of ChatGPT?
I don't.
Hello?
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing. I'm silently shaking my head and trying to force back a laugh because Dan is like the crew. Like I feel like it's like childcare of what they do. Like Dan is like here, give us the ChatGPT. Let's take the ChatGPT away from him. He's gonna hurt himself with that one. They're all trying to help him out. They're all trying to make him look better. They're all trying to make him look less cringe, and he like reacts like he's gonna throttle them. I can't.
Did you see the footage of Ethan when the crew were talking about this meme, like the meme about it was a really funny meme. It was like an image of Ethan, and it said something like the look on their face when they've been bit but don't want like everyone else to know. It was worded way funnier than that. But
hiding a zombie bite. Yeah, that's what the meme was, like hiding a zombie bite. And I mean, it's a pretty funny. Exactly. It's a pretty funny meme, and if you lean into it, it's not like a harmful meme. It doesn't necessarily be like, oh yeah, no, like if you just lean into it and laugh at yourself a little bit, it's fine. It's not a harmful meme, but of course, Ethan being Ethan,
his reaction was just nuts. I mean, like, I think he was like, oh, you guys are just like agreeing with somebody who loves his son who's saying I'm ugly. And like, oh my God, Olivia was just like, no, you look beautiful. It was just
Olivia was like
it was just like a mommy talk, like doing like baby noises to their kid, It was, yeah.
They need to pick him up and burp him. Yeah. No, he's ridiculous, and they're always taking care of him. I'll see if I can find that. If anybody has the link, if anybody has that clip for me. Oh wait, you don't hear me. Great.
Hello?
Testing.
I hear you now. Okay.
Oh, weird. Yeah, I got no idea what was doing that, but yeah, no, he's ridiculous. But we'll see. Chat, if anybody can find that clip that Vadim was just talking about, we watched that the other day, and I think it was on. Anyway, I'm sure I can find it. I'll see if I can find it in the background.
Don't touch that shit, bro.
I'm logged out. I'm always logged out.
I could just ask it for you if you want to save some time.
Why do they call it bread tube?
Why do they call it bread tube? Got it. We're on it. ChatGPT will know. Is a nickname for a loosely connected group of left-wing, progressive, and socialist content creators, mainly on YouTube, who produce video essays and commentary on politics, culture, and economics. The name comes from Peter Kropotkin's 1892 book, The Conquest of Bread, a foundational anarcho-communist text advocating for mutual aid, communal living, and equitable distribution
But how
of
they
resources.
decide that was
Yes,
their
you are.
Everybody
Yes, you
at this
are.
point is thinking that I am exactly what he just read out and a creationist. So
Yeah, so you're a radical anarcho-communist who's super into theory, and you are also a New Earth creationist.
that's,
I mean,
that's
that-
me in a nutshell.
that's-
That's what I'm all about.
That's the impression that he's given his community. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. Who's a handsome boy today? Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Ethan. Oh my God. Yeah. No, they're basically. I mean, it's not going to be too long before they're literally just, wiping his ass on stream. I feel like, with his poop preoccupation and stuff. That can't be too far off. Anyway, you know what else is not far off? That butterfly goal. Look at that. It's at 9 out of 10. So one more super chat, and I will apply the butterfly. Denims reacts to Ethan's retraction is in first place as far as the bonus content goes, and we're at 60% out of 100. 65% if I have correctly tabulated. So yeah, prognosis for bonus content looking pretty damn good. Let's finish up this or let's watch more of this clip.
I'm kind of like getting like
yeah, but
like,
how did they decide
start
that
talking
that
about me,
was?
guys.
Yeah, right. This is supposed to be a clip. In fact, that's what it says. Hutch versus Vadim is the name of this segment, right? It's supposed to be a clip about Vadim. It's supposed to be a clip, either responding to what you said with Hutch or, responding to you about your opinions on Ethan. And we haven't gotten to shit.
You know what this is? This is clickbait. He is making money off of.
He's making you clickbait. Yeah.
I need to get a lawyer. I need to lawyer up and sue because that's I think that's my. I think I have a legit case. I think I'll get more support than Denim's got. Anyway, let's move on.
All right.
See if they start talking about me.
Their movement. Let's see if it can interpret that
we've
question.
all wondered this.
It says great question. I didn't think it was a great question, but ChatGPT.
What just happened?
Not a great question.
The short answer.
Yeah, I was wondering. There was it looked like a picture of Dan, but he wasn't wearing the same hat in that picture.
Tradcat
So I was
socialists
really
are super real thing, and
confused
they're
by
super
that.
annoying also, Butterfly.
Wait, what is this?
Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking
No, I just for some reason I lost your image. It's more Discord problems. I can probably fix this somehow. Discord.
I thought you were talking about there was
Oh.
screen for a
Okay.
second, but-
No, I just had to bring your image back. Your image disappeared for some. Everything is computer chat. Davy Cliff with a super chat. Tradcast socialist are super real thing and super annoying. Also, Butterfly. Butterfly is activated. Okay, so this is the part of the stream where I put a butterfly in my hair. Now, I haven't done the pink one for a while. I was really kind of feeling the orange one. The blue one, of course, is like we're gonna do blue today, chat. It's a blue butterfly kind of day. There we go, chat. You have earned butterfly status achieved. And thank you, Davy Cliff, for making that happen. Yeah, we're up to 70% on the bonus content. We have achieved the super chat goal for today, and we're not even into the meat of this thing. If this was a sandwich chat, we just ate the olive off the top. We just pulled out the toothpick and we ate the olive, and we're fiddling with the sesame seeds on the bun. We need to get into this thing. Let's see what's in here. If Ethan will ever get to it, right?
They didn't. Really.
I hope so. I feel like they're really toying with me now.
They're playing with our emotions, and that's a dangerous thing to do. Did I hear there's a? Go ahead.
Oh, and I was just saying, and they're teasing their audience. There are hundreds of thousands of people who are tuning in because they're like, Vadim is like being talked about on this stream.
Well,
and like I'm just like, put up or shut up, guys. Like bring out the Vadim.
Bring out the Vadim, indeed. Yeah, I know. When are we going to get to actually talking about what this segment is about? I want to say that so Ethan has kind of been subsisting on clickbait. Every one of his shows, he either tries to tease that he's going to say something about Hassan, or in this one, it says he's finally apologized. So you're like, wait, he's finally apologized? Did Ethan apologize? Did Hassan apologize? Did iDubbbz apologize? Who apologized? And it turns out, I don't even know. I feel like whatever it was clickbait. It was a letdown. We'll get to that in a second. Let's see if H3 can get to actually talking about Vadim, because they're like 10 minutes into a segment supposedly about Vadim and have not really gotten into it.
The term BreadTube wasn't chosen by the creators themselves as some formal name for a coordinated movement. Instead, it organically emerged from audiences and online community. It was later picked up.
I mean, that's actually true.
By media outlets trying to describe the trend.
Oh wait, is that from ChatGPT? That's actually decent. Good job. Good job. Good job. I almost said MLM. Good job, LLM. That's great. That's yeah. No, this. I mean, I don't have a lot of complaints. That's about right. It wasn't intentional. It was something the audience applied. It's more because of who was watching ContraPoints rather than what ContraPoints was reading. If that makes any sense, right? That's why it's called BreadTube.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So BreadTube, anarchist commune. That doesn't sound fun.
Anarchist commune ... That doesn't sound
okay,
fun.
stop, dude.
Question mark. Totally fair reaction. Anarchist communism does sound intense, or even a bit joyless.
This lady is just blowing smoke up my ass. Oh my God, Barra plays with a 50 gifted.
What's happening today?
We are gonna have so much
These people
fun
were like
tomorrow.
Starved of content over the last 4 days.
It's true. Thank you. And I'm so glad to be back for you guys. I'm not going anywhere ever again. And I'm so grateful Barra plays and all the great members we're gonna have to join us tomorrow. That's so nice.
Boom, boom.
Hey, so anyway, Vadim had this debate with Hutch, and he's a bread
Finally, there we go.
Guy who's gone completely. And I used to be friendly with this guy. He made some videos I liked, and I don't know. It's been a long time, but I
you know this person, Vadim?
I mean, no. I used to DM with him and be like, "Hey, I like that video."
Oh, okay.
And he said apparently I tweeted out one of his videos. I don't remember.
I don't think he knows who he is, to be honest. Like,
I'm telling.
He seems to be pretty knowledgeable about who he was.
We know each other for sure, of each other.
Okay.
But I haven't I haven't thought about him in a while.
Got it.
And now suddenly I see him debating Hutch about what a scumbag I am. And he's so far down
I'm sorry, the topic of the debate is how much of a scumbag is Ethan Klein?
It basically became that, yes.
Okay.
It became that, a lot of it, yeah.
Wow.
And
hard hitting stuff.
He apparently has notes on notes
word,
on notes.
Maybe. I did not use that as a descriptor, but hey, I'm not necessarily going to argue with that. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, if the Giardia infected diaper fits, I mean, might as well wear it.
And they're all links to like YouTube drama and like snark subreddits, and he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. He's totally wrong about everything. He's completely convinced that he's right about everything. It's like well,
you guys are dogs. Why don't you?
So Vadim, are you right about everything? You completely convinced that you're right about everything?
99.9% of the time, yes, I am. But I don't know. Maybe I'm really curious to see like how he, in particular, like Hutch said all sorts of like just really bad arguments and kind of in general like made claims that I just don't think were true. But like I'm curious to see if like if Ethan himself or anyone in the crew is going to furnish any like real evidence, anything contrary to what I say that like really owns me, because I don't think like maybe there were some points where I was not able to like get everything out, but I don't think I made any like egregiously incorrect claims.
So far, it just seems like overly personal vitriol is all we're getting out of Ethan so far.
You just DM him.
So I'm making an offer to him. I'm getting somewhere.
Okay.
First of all, I do want to say my favorite part was when they first started talking. He goes, "Yeah, I have my best friend of 20 years. We don't talk anymore." And Hutch is like, "Is he Jewish?" He's like, "Yes." He went crazy pro-Israel. I'm like, okay, your best friend of 20 years went crazy pro-Israel. You don't talk anymore. And that now you're going on a rant about another reasonable Jew.
Okay. So yeah, he is. I mean, maybe I'm being very generous to say that maybe he just did not get the like real scoop, but no, I did not like turn my back on that friend like when he started acting like like we've been estranged for a while. Like I still consider him like a best friend because like we were so close that you know, when you get to a certain level of closeness, you think of someone as a brother or a sister, in spite of the fact that like, you know, they're not in your life. So yeah, we haven't spoken in like 7 or 8 years, and he is making it sound like after like, you know, October 7th that I basically excommunicated this dude out of my life. And the last thing that I'll say is I actually did send this person a message. I like at a certain point, because like just I won't go into detail about it, but like they were really wigging out all over the internet and just like not only spreading a lot of misinformation, but they were like tweeting people who just hateful fucking people. It was really horrifying to see. And not only was it horrifying to see, it was also just like so strange, because I promise you that this person, like, even though that they could be a huge asshole, there's a reason why we're no longer close. Even in spite of that, like everything that they were about in their heart, at their core, it was so anti-racist. It was so he did not, back in the day, he did not have a bigoted bone in his body. And I know that the word like, you know, woke is kind of a bit of a meme, but you'd probably describe him that way. I mean, he was always kind of like up on like just really savvy about you know, kind of social issues and whatnot. And so it was just, you know, a really a horrible thing to see this person kind of change in the way that they did. And the way that I brought it up in the context of the debate, like I'm thinking that they don't show this, but basically there were a lot of points where Hutch was saying like just like I said, he just kept on saying like, "Oh, bro, you just hate Ethan. You just like aren't giving him a chance." And I just, you know, I talked about my friend who kind of had a similar trajectory to Ethan, and I was just basically saying like, no, actually, like I gave him more of a benefit of the doubt, because like as in the beginning of like, you know, the whole October 7th aftermath, Ethan was at the time dealing with whatever you want to say about him. He looked like a paradigm of sanity compared to what my friend was doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I basically was just like, I mentioned Ethan, or rather that friend that I have, because I was just like, no, actually, for like a while, I wished that my friend was acting like Ethan, and you know, I mean, I said something to that effect. So anyway, he's just total like actually, this kind of really gets under my skin, even if it's like an honest mistake, because it's like presenting me as someone who, like, I do not. I do think it's fine to kind of like not be in someone's life anymore because they're a raging Zionist. But like, you know, I wrote to him and I said something to the effect of like, "Hey man, we haven't spoken in years, but I have, you know, I just want to tell you, I, you know, still like love you, like in the, you know, like a brother. I don't think I'll ever stop, you know, stop feeling that way." And you know, I just have to be honest with you. Your actions have been really difficult to watch. Like, you know, I think that you have not only, you know, like I basically said everything that I told you about his actions in about as friendly or I don't know if friendly,
Gentle.
but a gentle way. And at the end of it, I said to him, I said like, you know, really, the big thing is that I just don't feel like this is you. You were never this kind of person. And I said to him, I said like, you know, I'm sure this is hard to hear, but you know, I think that you must be in like somewhat of a state of denial right now. I wasn't that, like, I didn't use that. That sounds a little condescending, but anyway, my point is that like I kind of ended it by saying something like, you know, you can always course correct. You can always like make public statements, because this is, I guess I didn't say this to your audience, but this is someone, I'm not going to say who they are. The reason why I'm not is because I'm going to talk about them in the future within the context of a video. They are someone who is famous as well. And I like, you know, I just said something to the effect of like, you know, like, yes, it might be like a really challenging thing to kind of speak up and go against what you've been doing, but like, you know, I think I used, like, this is someone who like was vehemently denying that there was just apartheid in Israel and calling people who use that term Jew haters. Like it was, and so I just basically said something to the effect of like, you know, it might be difficult to do, but it's better than living a lie. Again, I put it in, couched it in a different term, and I said something to the effect of like, listen, man, if you ever want to talk, I'm here. So like, you know, I don't want him in my life if he's going to be like that at all. I mean, we stopped being friends anyway, but my point is just that like I would never completely shut the door. Once I've been that close to someone, I mean, it would take, like, he'd basically like have to like, I don't know, just do something like what he's doing is reprehensible, but it would have to be reprehensible in a different way. He'd have to like shoot my dog or something like that for me to like just be like, I will never talk to you ever again.
So yeah, Ethan, yeah, he's like trying to characterize you as just like, you know, rinsing this person out of your life the second that they have one thought that you disagree with, when in reality, you know, it's, you can see from Vadim's actual disposition towards you know, people he's close to, that it's anything but that. It's a not you know, something that you're gleefully doing out of reflex. It's something that, you know, you sadly have to sort of do a reckoning with, like, you know, this is not the person that I thought they were, or they've changed or something. And a lot of people are going through that. Like there's a lot of this, a lot of the same people that were very supportive of the protests in 2000 have sort of turned around, and they got the point of like, the reason we don't say all lives matter when somebody says Black Lives Matter to you is that yes, all lives do matter, but which are the lives that are in danger right now? Which are the lives that are under threat? Which are the lives that are being treated like they don't matter? It's Black people's lives, and they got that. But then when it comes to Palestinians being targeted in in an open air prison that's undergoing a fucking genocide, it's like they're like, no, it should be just as much about children in Tel Aviv as it is about children in Rafah. And it's like, where did you I guess you didn't get it. I guess you didn't quite get it. We were talking about that zombie thing earlier, the zombie bite thing. This is a tweet that somebody made, I think, responding to that. I think they've zombied Ethan up a little bit. They took that picture and they put some zombie filter on it. What is it? For the last time, I was not bitten by a zombie. This is obviously a parody of Ethan. I'm pale because I've been locked away editing the new H3 video for days on end. Also, try being a father of 3 kids. Talking about surviving an apocalypse, my craving for brains is purely a hunger for knowledge. There we go. There we go. And I'll
that account, I follow it and cracks me up very often. That picture is disgusting. Just like specifically the his cheeks, like it looks sort of like, I don't know, just like really raw there. But anyway, yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, so I just want to like just add one thing before we go on, which is just that like clearly what he's doing here is that he's like doing a 1-2 punch of making me out to be a really shitty friend and a really like an unreasonable shitty friend and anti-Semitic. That's like when that the way that he started with that, like he asked him if he was Jewish and he just said yes. So I'm sure we're like, I mean, I don't know if he's ever not accused someone that he is like trying to like spar with of being anti-Semitic at this point. So of course he was going to do that to me. But yeah.
Well, yeah, he's got to have you. He's got his his murderer's row or whatever of antagonist, and he's setting you up to be one. Starting you off, to portray you as a shitty friend, like a unhinged leftist, and as anti-Semitic as well. Here, let's get back to this. I'm gonna see if I can find that zombie bite clip because that was really funny, and maybe we can watch this after the after the Hutch versus Vadim segment on
a good like aperitif.
Yeah, and I'm guessing somebody in chat probably knows where it's at too.
Who lost his mind? And I'm like, time for self-reflection, Vadim. Surely it's the Jews that are wrong.
No, surely it's Vadim that needs to do self-reflection,
and not me for being a total fucking nitwit. But my point to Vadim is this: you obviously have a lot of questions. And I am but a simple man. He accused me of being a pathological, but a prolific liar. And he's a prolific liar. He's wrong about this. He harasses these people. And Hutch would be like, give me one example. And he's like, I don't have it right now. But you cannot go on TV. Okay, yeah, TV, whatever. And
a small Twitch stream.
Yeah. Well, not all channels have a ton of viewership.
I gave plenty of examples. It's just like, it just that there were, I kept on saying to Hutch, like I kept on saying like, look, I would totally be down to have a very extended conversation about all of this. Because I came in thinking that we were going to talk mostly about Israel, Palestine, and matters having to do with like Mandela, the ANC. And I'm the kind of person that I just need to kind of have notes that I go through before I do a debate. And if I don't, I do kind of like, I do kind of feel like especially like when I'm like looking, because I have fucking folders and folders and folders of like just random ass tweets and Instagram posts and video clips of this guy crashing out, lying his ass off. I have all the goddamn receipts, but it's like, you know, it's basically like if somebody just says like, find me proof of this. It's a little bit like needle in a haystack, especially like just if I don't have the prep time. So just letting you know.
And that is exactly what debate pervs tend to rely on in terms of their game.
Right.
I'm just saying, I was correcting you from being on TV to...
Why call Hutch small? Why denigrate what he does?
Anybody know what the fuck that was? It's probably something that they set up earlier on in the stream. But it's like this little thing.
Well, not all channels have a ton of viewership, right?
I'm just saying, I was correcting you from being on TV to...
Why call Hutch...
The fuck even is going on here? It's like a button under the table. Okay. Is this a joke that he's got like another button under the table?
And it's like silver? That's...
Yeah, like it's almost like one of those buttons that if you're working at a bank and somebody comes and passes you a note, says, give us all your money, then you're supposed to hit the button, the secret button to, you know, hit the silent alarm or something. I don't know. But it keeps on going on throughout this whole segment.
Small. Why denigrate what he does?
Oh, I'm not allowed.
He's massive Twitch channel.
Yeah.
Great.
He's a YouTube streamer. Anyway.
So now
that's not fucking true. He just said he's a YouTube. Like his video, if we end up watching it, is on Twitch. Like, I mean, he reposts stuff to YouTube, but I don't even know if Hutch streams on YouTube or much.
I think he does, but he does like dual cast or whatever they call it. But yeah, like I'm like realizing now that like I'm actually like I'm sure that they're going to like have a clip or two that makes me, you know, it's just not very flattering. But now I'm realizing that there's probably, because there's what, like 5 to 8 minutes left of this segment. And so there just can't be that much that they're going to show. Like, I guess I'm just saying like it was a 5 to 6 hour debate. And the fact that they like didn't have more material than this, like just kind of makes me think that, like,
it did go well. Yeah. You went through 5 hours with, what is it? 3 different, Hutch, Mudahar, Lonerbox, right? You got triple teamed, and they were definitely trying to farm you for clips. And the fact that none of those clips made it onto H3 is a sign that Ethan did not think that, and I'm sure there's clips on his subreddit. I'm sure there's clips, you know, they tried to make clips of you, but the only one that I saw was that Yeet one, and it's just Ethan. Well, no, that was the clip of Ethan challenging you. So yeah, whatever you did on that 5 hour debate, I mean, other than letting them keep you on for that long, you did nothing wrong.
You can't just go on TV and say, this guy's a prolific liar, and then when someone says, okay, well, give me one example, and you go, like, that's on.
Show us, Ethan.
Acceptable, dude. So let's just be.
There was no example given.
Continually throughout, this guy was so sure about what a piece of shit I was, and he failed to pop.
He should have reached out.
One example.
He should have reached out to me.
Dan's got a fucking list. Right? And people should just. They should just.
But I don't know. I don't think that that's true. I mean, I don't think that like, yeah, let's just watch it. I want to see what, like, you know, what exactly.
Yeah. Where does he go from here?
Yeah.
Funkmaster Call in Twitch chat says, it's not that they are having a hard time thinking of a single one so much as they are overwhelmed. Oh, yeah, you would be overwhelmed with the choice of, you know, what to say about Ethan. Yeah.
His age, first of all, he spent the first 20 minutes of today's episode.
Yeah, Dan, I don't need more detractors. Okay? I've got
So it just shuts off the chat? What does this say? I think the Joel Siverod has an idea of what this button is. I think that second button is supposed to be a way for Ethan to mute the crew, which is why Dan stopped talking there. So it just mutes them for a second and said something like, I'm not supposed to be talking.
Vadim here. Please don't be giving them ideas about like, oh, contact Dan. He's got the master list of everything Ethan's ever lied about. Now, Vadim, I'll tell you this. I am not a liar. I feel like I've never lied about anything in my whole career.
I wish you were more of a liar. It would probably save us a lot of...
I feel like I'm honest to a fault. And I'm just a normal guy. I'm honest. I'm here with open palms, open mind, because in honor of of the friendship we once had, and in honor of your best friend of 20 years who you've abandoned in his time of needing a friend most. That's literally what happened, Vadim. I want you to understand that. Every Jewish person I know has lost friends, buddy.
That's literally what happened. I think I know what happened in my own fucking life. It's just this is just like so Ethan Klein 2025 saying things that are so well. I guess it's not easy to debunk that what he's saying, but it's just what it's saying to me right now is just such pure projection because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's talking like with such certainty, the reason why this gets under my skin is because I can take a lot. I can take people like just shitting on me to like most of the time it like rolls off my back. But when I don't know, when my like integrity is called into question, and it's like honestly I got like a lot of not so great things going on in my life. But one point of pride that I can have is like I can like look around and I can say to myself, I am really good to my friends. I'm really good to the people that I love. And and I'm proud of that. And it's like one of a few things about myself that gives me a sense of pride and allows me to kind of just to some degree just kind of to the best of my ability just kind of say like, okay, fuck all the stuff that is keeping me down. Like at least I got this and this. And so when that something that I like that is denigrated, it does. I'm just like, ooh, that really, you asshole.
He's gaslighting. Like I've started calling him Trumpy in a way, and I don't mean that he supports Trump or anything like that. Although he's closer to Trump on some issues than he realizes. But making an authoritative statement like that about something that he would have no way of knowing, in order to just no, you didn't actually, you abandoned your friend at his time of most need. You're a terrible friend. It's fucking gaslighting is what it is, right? And it's very much a Trumpian technique. Yeah, that's right, Ethan. You weren't there. The audience wasn't there. So in his mind, therefore, he can just retcon whatever you're saying into whatever narrative is most convenient for him. I think that's the game that he's playing here, and it's really disingenuous and it's really annoying, and I just don't see how this is a likable personality. But then again, I didn't see why Trump was a likable personality. Maybe he's going for the same sort of thing. Maybe it's pro wrestling. I don't know.
I just think that he doesn't know whether he's coming or he's going. I think he's just so I don't know. I question whether he just really kind of I think he's constantly on autopilot. And I guess maybe one of the reasons why I say that is because when people lean into just anything that is very conservative, or certainly anything that like is at its heart like fascistic, which Zionism is, and kind of like defending Israel is, you get into a reactionary mindset. Like, reactionary isn't just purely a like a term for what it describes. It's like literally when people get super reactionary, that's like they go from like and definitely I feel this happened with the friend that I'm talking about. But like I think some people, like, just their brain chemistry changes, and they go from being thoughtful, analytical people, at least being capable of doing that sometimes, to constantly just like being in a state of like seeing something, immediately reacting, and not like taking any time to ponder it. And like, I mean, it's so obvious that Ethan is in that like kind of mindset all the time. It's like, remember like when the crew is almost begging him not to watch the
iDubbbz, yeah.
iDubbbz video, and what?
Yeah, exactly. The iDubbbz video, and this was good advice, right? He did a much better job responding to that. I mean, still fucking disingenuous, right? But as far as trying to get his point across, he did a much better job the next day or they actually had like a whole down day to like prepare for that, right? And that's the truth of the matter, right? They were trying to do what was right by him, but again, you're right. He's stuck on this sort of these knee-jerk reactions, and he doesn't have a time to think or be introspective. Narwhal by Nature says he's even slandered Kaya. Vadim, no one worthy of your time would believe him. That is true. Yeah, he said that. What did you say about Kaya? He said that she was cooking.
Bitch.
Yeah. I think Hassan said that once too. No, I think it was that she cooks his chicken. Oh no, I'm sorry. He was saying the housekeeper cooks his chicken, which is.
She said that Kaya was I mean, maybe there was something else, but he said that Kaya was a like a boutique dog or something like.
Yeah, a designer dog. Chat says, yeah.
Designer dog. Yeah. Which actually in a weird way, that insult was a moment where I really was like, wow, that's sad that he's doing that, because I actually when I started watching Leftovers, or at some point early in watching The Leftovers, there was a really adorable episode where it was like right within the first or second week or so that Hassan had gotten Kaya, and Kaya was a puppy. And like they started out the show with just footage. I mean, I guess they were both Ethan and Gila and Hassan were, this wasn't them like on stage. This is like them like in some like backstage area that we don't normally see. But
I've seen that clip. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They were just, and it was just like adorable, and it just felt like just it was very puppies in general are pretty uplifting. But Ethan loves dogs. He loves dogs, even though that he fed Splinter too much cheese.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Sorry, Shredder. You got the wrong Ninja Turtle character. The Shredder was the dog's name, I believe. I don't know if it's a reference to that, but
what did I say? Did I say Donatello?
You said Splinter.
Oh, I said Splinter. Okay, right.
Yeah, it's the big bad, not the teacher, not the what do you call like the mentor? Yeah.
Yes, he's a rat.
Oroku Sashi. What's his name? Like Oroku. I can't ever remember it.
I don't know what I should know it because
Chat knows.
I have seen that movie a million times, but yeah, I kind of forget what I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Oh, Shredder's name.
Oh yeah. This is just kind of what my point, that just like, given how much he loves and treasures dogs, it's like the fact that he would hit Hassan on something like that. It's just, it might sound like okay, yeah, it's not really that big a deal, but I would just think that I would like to think that he was just more respectful of something like that. And I think that if Ethan was not just kind of mired in this, crash out mentality, this like dark soul that he's become, I don't think he would have ever bothered like knocking Kaya. It just feels like,
I mean, that's a sign. That's definitely a sign. When you start insulting somebody's dog, you know. I mean, just like the person that he talks about later in this stream that was having a go at him, and rightly so, but then brings his kids into it for no reason. It's like, oh come on, these are little kids. They're not responsible for, and like Ethan will definitely weaponize his kids a lot, like accuse like when somebody's bringing up the CPS thing or bringing up the Giardia dog shit thing, like he's like, they were having a go at my kids. It was like, no, they weren't. They were worried about your kids. That is massively different than somebody like the person on Twitter that was like, fuck you and fuck your kids. It's like, okay, you don't need to say that. But yeah, I mean, that's a great sign. If anybody else there is out there looking, you want to know when you might be in a knee-jerk reaction, sort of, reactionary space, right? When you say stuff that goes against your morals, like, attacking somebody's kids for no reason, or attacking somebody's dog in this case, right? You might be having a bit of a crash out at that moment. All right.
We're all crazy. So Vadim, in honor of us...
Oh yeah, by the way, Vadim, it's Oroku Saki is the name of the shredder. I'm sorry to change the subject. We were talking, Ethan's dog's name is Shredder. That's why that came up. And yeah, there was a whole question about feeding the dog cheese. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Wonder, like, are they not even going to show clips from it? Or are they just going to talk about it?
If there's no clips, that means that they couldn't successfully like clip farm you. That's a good sign. If he doesn't have clips, then he doesn't have shit, because it would be so easy. I mean, you know how this works. Even if you do a whole, debate with somebody where you are, driving the conversation, asking questions that they don't have good answers for, you're able to answer their question and overall, like, you're making more sense. You can still find usually a clip where it looks like you stuttered. So maybe you don't know what you're talking about, or you can't find an answer, even if it's just, no, my brain was farting. That's all it was. Yeah. It's really easy to make a freaking clip out of somebody. I should know. I've had clips made out of me, but yeah, if he doesn't have a clip, that's showing you that the DG, not just Ethan, but the DGG, complex was unable to take something out of that debate that, they could weaponize.
Jewish.
Me being Jewish. Thank you, Anissa. I would love for you to call in at any time today.
Ethan, offer is extended to you. I have Vadim here. You said you wanted to have a conversation with Vadim. Now you just said today, right? You're like, look at this. Like, this is such a shitty thing. He did this to Hassan too. Like, yeah, let's have a conversation, Hassan. Hassan's like, they're in chat. All right, Ethan, I'm ready. No, not today, right? But yeah, it seems like he, if he really wanted to have you on, he's got your, he could DM you, right? The crew could get a hold of you if he really wanted to talk to you. I don't think he wanted to have that conversation.
Yeah, I did not get any messages in my DMs on Twitter. They could easily find me there. And to be absolutely truthful, I did think about it, like kind of like weigh all of the options, but I've kind of decided that I think that he's given me a gift by talking about this stuff, because I am working on a video that is exclusively about him. I've kind of been working on a bunch of things simultaneously, but I've decided, like, kind of today when I found out about all of this, I was very quickly able to, like, kind of crystallize everything that, like, I had already written and kind of just bring it to the next level. I realized, oh, it has to be this. And so basically I'm like fast tracking that. That is going to be like, I am going to work my damnedest to get that out next month. Because there's a lot in it. Like, it's a long video, but I'm really excited about it. And he's kind of hit on some things. Like, I was already going to be talking about that friend that I mentioned, I was at least going to be alluding to them. And now, he's just kind of made things easier for me. But the thing is that this video that I'm making, maybe I'm giving you too many details, but more or less, like, the tone of the video. I mean, of course, my stuff always has humor, but the tone of it is going to, like, it's going to feel like it's going to be really savage from the opening, and then it kind of, like, actually is. I'm not saying, like, by any means I'm, like, glazing him up and letting him off the hook for anything, but I am kind of taking, like, I think much more of a benevolent approach through a decent amount of the video than people, like, would kind of expect from what the title is going to be and the first few minutes of the video. And I'm also going to, like, make, I'm going to say towards the beginning, like, I'm telling the whole story here. So I'm not, like, I just don't want you to think that I would ever, like, make a video where I'm just kind of, like, I don't know, writing him a get out of jail free card or anything like that. No,
Yeah.
it's far from that. But the point is that, like, I guess this is why I'm mentioning it, that, like, I thought about going on his channel. Like, I had a few friends that gave me, like, pretty funny ideas of, like, meme stuff that I could do while I was on there, and it was fun stuff. But basically, like, again, this video that I'm making, I feel like it would be a bad look if I went onto his channel
and had Bad Empanada secretly waiting. Bad Empanada, what a nightmare!
To tell you the truth, that was, like, my first impulse. That was the first thing that I thought of, at least in, like, a meme worthy kind of way. Yeah, like, basically, I know that my video would be better suited if I did not go on and I was not, like just trying to pull something, and
you don't want to be seen as dismissive. Yeah.
And then, I don't know. I am hoping, we'll see. I'm hoping that, like, because I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe it won't make as much of a blip. I haven't made a video in a while, but I think the video will get some eyes. And I'm kind of hoping that maybe he, I'll even try and reach out to them if I can and just say, like, hey, now I'd be okay going on, but for now, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
You should make him watch make him watch the video with you. There's so many directions you could go with so many ways you could meme. Anyway, I think we're closing in on the end, and yeah, so far no clips, no real substantive criticisms. It's hard to know what he's even what objections he's holding to what you said on the video.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
My suggestion earlier was to continue the
because I want
the
him
private
to know,
conversation that you.
I want him to know how impromptu this is. I'm not preparing. This isn't like a got you. I'm not preparing to attack you. I'm genuinely just fielding questions. If you want to, he's not going to want to, but if you want
don't know that.
I mean, yeah, please do. No, it would be good content. Trust me. Please call in. I'm here for you. I am not going to be hostile. I'm not going to get mad. You can go over all your notes. You can pull up all the links you want, and we're going to go over it together. Because this is why I'm offering. I think you're a reasonable guy. We used to be friendly. And I see now that you've fallen all the way down, in my opinion, the snark hole. And you think I'm like the worst person alive. Like, genuinely, he thinks that. He's never seen anybody harass people as bad as me. He's never seen people lie like me before on the internet. And so...
That's not quite what I said. What I did say is that I have not seen a left-wing, an ostensibly left-wing community, a community that at least presented itself as a left-wing community that engages in such coordinated brigading and harassment and things like that. That's what I said, which is, yeah, it's not quite what he threw out there right there.
So almost more of a comment about the community and the kind of the stuff that happens to enemies of Ethan Klein. Yeah. Then
I mean, I think I also said a few times that like Ethan Klein's community is now Destiny's community. I mean, these two have just intertwined. They are just completely enmeshed, and that's one of the big reasons why it is the way that it is. And that could be like just kind of like I was always saying damning things. Like I was saying things like that. Like I really do think that the reason why they're not showing anything is because they just like, yeah, there probably isn't a mixture of like, there might be like one or two clips that make me look bad, but they're probably clips where I'm also saying things that they just don't want other people to hear me say, as I'm kind of like not making a great case saying it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be disappointed if there isn't even like a 30-second like little thing. Like disappointed because I am just, you know, I'm human and I'm prone to I don't know, vanity here and there, and so I just like genuinely want to see my face on this podcast. And then also like I just feel like a little toyed with, like I said. So anyway.
Oh, me too on the vanity tip. By the way, did I tell you about my hair? I don't think I've talked about my hair nearly enough. I gotta shout out my hairstylist. She's the best. I didn't even want this color, but I got it anyway, and it looks fabulous. Anyway, I'm just teasing. That's memes.
I saw the color earlier, and I thought it looked wonderful.
Oh, thank you. That's really sweet of you. No, I'm just kind of teasing. I think I was talking about my hair, and well, it was when I had the I think I was the only one that had the Noah, the Bad Empanada versus Hassan debate, and everybody was chomping at the bit to see that. Noah didn't have it up, and I was watching it, and people were just trying to click onto my channel to watch it, not realizing that, like, hey, it's my live stream. It's kind of about me, but that's okay. You get to hear about my hair, and you know what?
I'm just gonna throw this out there. Maybe like 30 minutes ago, I took my sleeping pills, and I'm totally gonna be good for a bit longer, but you know,
starting to kick in. Okay.
Yeah, it's starting to kick in.
Well, we're almost through with this segment, and then we've got that. I think I found the zombie bite part, so we can watch that, and then just maybe finish up with whatever's on Twitter. See if there were any clips of the Hutch debate that made it out, or that are, you know, that are popping off all over. And you're right, as far as the community being mostly DGG at this point, it is. And the sad thing is, there is a little component of Girly Pop Nation left, and they just don't believe. It's like somebody was like, oh yeah, Destiny's community is full of vampires. And they're like, vampires? Yeah, right. How bad can they be? Oh my God. You sweet summer children. How bad can they be? You're about to find out, because you're in community with those assholes now. Anyway.
Promise. Yeah. I'm here with open palms and arms available to you, Vadim.
Tiny little hands.
And well, okay, they're probably normal, more medium-sized, but you want to see tiny feet, go to hassanpiker.com. I don't know. .net, probably. I don't know. .twitch, TV, .tv.
Have some conviction.
Right, and that's my message to Vadim. So anyway, he's probably on Twitter, I don't know. So yeah, we'll reach out, and Vadim, I'm sure you'll see this too. And that's it. So let's move on.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Let's move on to our ad. We're at 31 minutes.
And then right into the ad read. Wow. Yeah, we gotta we gotta rescue Girly Pop Nation. I mean, that's part of why I still talk about that stuff, because I do think that there's people, maybe not the most informed people in the world, that are still in that community, and they just don't quite get it. And they have like a parasocial attachment to Ethan, but not maybe a real strong read on politics or current events. And they just want to believe. They want to believe that their guy is okay. And that's yeah. I mean, they're mixed in there with like some of the worst chronically online creeps. Honestly, I think like a lot of my harassment probably came, from people that were overlapping from that community, right? Like the Destiny, there's nothing like it. There's nothing quite so online, quite so vitriolic, quite so vengeful, and quite so toxic as the Destiny community. And I'm saying this as a former Orbiter, although not really. You know the deal. Anyway, we have 83 likes on this video right now. I would love it if that could be up to 100. In light of the fact that I've brought you a special guest. I'm also going to bring out some more of this content for our special guest before his sleepy medication kicks in and takes him off to dreamland. Let's take a look at this James Charles. This was a stream from a week ago on James Charles, and this is where the bite.
And that's all.
Scandalous.
And let me see, is there anything else?
This is where the bite comes up.
That's about it.
What's up?
I wanted to read something to you. This is not something you'd want to show on your
okay.
Channel, but I found a Reddit page called H3 Gone Wild.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how it describes itself. It's 18 plus, and it says, "Welcome to H3 Gone Wild subreddit, where fans of the H3 podcast come together to share more than just their love for Ethan and Ethan Klein. This subreddit is your space to showcase the beautiful bodies behind the fandom. Whether you're rocking your favorite merch or just feeling that podcast glow, share your naughty pics."
Oh my god!
I will say that like I took a look, and it was maybe like 8% less purely dicks, like dudes, just like dick pics, than I was expecting. There were a couple of ladies, but the dudes vast outweigh the ladies, and with the exception of maybe like one or two dudes, of course, like every picture, the pictures of the women, you see like their faces, or there's an artfulness to the pictures. And then it's just like most of the dudes, it's just like cock in your face. It's just the standard low effort dick pic. But yeah, that's real. That's a real Reddit page.
How did I not know that Reddit? I didn't know that Reddit could have dicks on it. Like, I legitimately, I thought that there was some, I thought that they didn't do in SFW. Oh wait, no, there's a tag on Reddit. Of course they do it in SFW. Wait, I mean, I know that you can find stuff like that on Twitter. I just didn't know you could find stuff like that on Reddit. But yeah, apparently, H3 fans, this is a chance for you to get together and you know, have a literal dick measuring contest, I guess. I mean, that's one way you could take it. That's wild. Wait, what was it called again? I won't pull this up because for obvious reasons, right? But H3 Gone Wild.
Yeah, it's here. I was just looking at it and I went away from it. So
I can't stop looking at it. It's wow. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is it normal to have one ball like hanging down that much lower than the other? Just kidding, Chad. I'm not really looking at it. I'm just teasing. Sorry, I had to joke.
Yeah, I would be curious to know. I still don't know if it's actually like somehow officially like it's legit affiliated with H3, because I feel like that would be problematic if that was the case. But I don't know. I didn't like kind of look long enough to get to the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's watch the rest of this. I kind of lost you. Like I'm trying to find Bird Brains in my feed.
Oh wait, you're in the like the Discord channel.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I see it. We're good.
Yeah, Discord's just weird like that. All right, so this is the zombie bite bit. This is kind of a classic. I mean, there's a lot of classics when it comes to H3. That's probably why the channel's so big. Let's be real. Like, I mean, it is funny. It was funny back in the day, kind of more maybe intentionally. It's funny now in an unintentional way. He is on his road towards becoming a lolcow, towards taking up residence on the Keemstar lolcow live circuit, which, you know, he's not long for that. He's not long for that circuit. He's headed there. But yeah, this is another just like the segment where he talks about the Giardia situation at his house, which is a classic, a banger. I believe this zombie bite segment is going to become every bit as notorious.
A really funny meme while being in the bathroom just now. And
those are the best memes.
It's some sort of like hater pipeline, I think, but it must have made it to Instagram, like normie Instagram, and I found it so funny.
Someone said,
"Hey, Love, I saw this." Like,
so yeah, isn't it? It's pretty clear here that Love is bringing this up. He says this is a hater. Like, you know, he's trying to dunk on Ethan's haters, right? And just watch how this evolves.
I saw this like a week ago, and I fucking died.
Yeah, this is probably the funniest meme I've ever seen.
I didn't want to share it for
It went mainstream for real.
This?
Yeah.
Where?
I just thought it was so goofy.
It was on Twitter, it was on Instagram.
So yeah, that's the real picture, and you can see that it's not that different. Now, what we saw earlier from Twitter was actually a photoshopped edit. Right? That this is the edit, right? And yeah, you know, there's a filter on here, right? But look at it's not that different. Oh wait, didn't he say that they just kind of fucked with the saturation or something? Oh my god.
I thought it's possible that they in the, you know, not that obviously, but that picture, I think it's possible that they widened his eyes just a tiny bit, but
well, this one I assumed was a Photoshop. Like I mean, it is obviously you know, fucked with, right? But this one I thought was like a more obvious Photoshop at first. The more I look at it, it's not that different. Other than the saturation, which is what they end up talking about.
Pages
someone.
What's that?
Well, if you look closely at it, his cheeks look like they've just been like chopped up and are like healing strangely.
Yeah.
Scabs. Yeah. But other than that, and
Little sunken in, yeah. But hey, his hairline looks great, right, chat?
Said he looks
for a zombie, great hairline.
like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group.
That's true. I see it.
You're like concerned.
I don't know why my face looks so like this. I think someone must have edited
Yeah,
this.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
okay.
But he thinks that somebody edited it to make his face look like that. I don't think like that one right there. I don't know. Is there like an original or something that's like even like
all the time? He makes it all the time. I think that is sometimes a kind of transition face that he makes when he has certain tics.
Okay.
And also it also could just be like his face has been going crazy, and I'm sorry that sounds like very I don't know, like probably not the right thing you want.
Yeah, we're obviously not trying to have a go at him for his tics.
Right. So when I say that, I'm not talking about the consistency of his tics. I'm just saying that when he is not doing crazy tics, or extreme tics, he's still like, you can find him in the midst of some like pretty intense faces on most podcast days.
It almost looks to me like Ethan had a moment of self-reflection and it was utterly unpleasant. Like, I don't know. Like he just has a second where he's like, wait, what am I doing? What is my show turned into? Who am I? Oh my God. I don't know. You could read this a lot of different ways, but yeah, hiding a zombie bite, that's a pretty good context for that. That fits.
No, bro, stop.
No,
Look,
the saturation.
There's like
is
weird age and saturation stuff.
I don't think it's aged. I think it's just slightly saturized.
No, that ain't normal. Somebody definitely.
I don't know, man.
No, it's only saturation or.
You know what? I'm gonna say. You guys are like, oh, Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hassan at every fucking corner in every possible way.
Oh,
His feet are not that big. The minute that this meme, everybody's laughing about how terrible I look. It's like, oh,
it's not about terrible.
No, it's your concern.
Wild. They're not having a go at you, like, right, and push it and like laughing at yourself a little bit. Definitely like makes you more likable and it probably helps you out in whatever internet content conflict you're trying to win, right? But he won't take the W.
It's amazing because like that is like 99% of what he used to do back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Like, all those memes of him just like, pleasantly plump, like pictures of him just like, he's got some meat on his bones and he's sticking out the gut, and he I think he simultaneously knows like, yeah, I don't look like the most svelte, like traditional, like hot looking man here. Well, like I'm just gonna like own it,
And there's a swagger in that. There's a power in that,
There's a power in that. There's just like, this is who I am. It is. There's a confidence there, and so I'm just saying, like, this guy all the time just like made like all kinds of fucking memes where it was just like, yeah, I'm gonna look sort of superficially bad, what like society says is bad, and I'm just gonna go with it. And that's also why like I think he had so many like weird ass haircuts. Sometimes he just he has he does the head shaving, but then he also does things just like bizarre weird things that makes him look like, I don't know, like a bellhop in a 1920s silent German film or something. Like, I don't know if you could, or Uncle Fester or something like that.
Oh yeah, he literally did. I think he cosplayed Uncle Fester with Trish.
Yes, that's true. He did. So of all people, this guy should be, but it makes sense that he's not, because what I was about to say is, of all people, he's someone who should be the most comfortable kind of in moments like this where maybe he doesn't think he looks his best. But when you factor in just the just how insecure, how this whole thing has just kind of turned him into a man baby, and this clip is like the perfect example, because they just all have to like massage his ego. You
At first I was wondering if he was teasing, like, as part of like him portraying himself, part of the WWF of it is for him to portray himself as a, what would be a not likable person without the knowledge that he's in on the joke. But I don't think he actually is in on the joke here. I think he's,
I agree with you. When he first started going off, I thought that he was going to like make it a joke, and that like he was not actually having his feelings hurt, but it just pretty quickly becomes obvious that is the case.
Yeah, you can tell that he's on a reaction. You can tell that he's knee jerking. This is reflexive. He's not in control of his own show, and that's one of the things that if you spend 4 hours. I mean, he does at least 3 hours every other day, or I think he actually does member shows too, right? So he's on a lot. When you're on that much, you can't let yourself get into that space where you're only reacting, where you become an object, and any stimulus is going to produce a like a reaction from you that you're not really even aware of, right? That's just that's lolcow behavior, right? In terms of his progress towards being a member of Keemstar's panel, which I definitely see in his future. I mean, that's where it's coming from. Like that's the lolcow characteristic. Those are the signs and the symptoms right there.
Looking terrible. It's the look on your face.
That is not original, bro. You can tell on the edges. It's not. It's edited, bro.
Maybe.
Let's just defend.
It's okay, Ethan. It's okay.
On more.
I want to see
you guys
the original now.
All this is doing is proving the point that you would hide the bite from us. So
yeah, I don't think it's that change.
Also, you do look great. Like, you have a funny face.
Yeah, you look great, Ethan. That's a great look for you.
I don't think you look good at all.
Olivia, you're so toxically positive. Like, Olivia's like the member of H3 that for me is like one of the hardest to hate people on there. I don't really, she just seems like she's trying to do her own thing half of the time. And it's just like this whole, like, you look great stuff. I was like, oh my God, I do not want this woman, doing my makeup or like telling me, yeah, go get out there on stage. You look great. Oh my God. This is toxic positivity. This is what it looks like.
You look beautiful. Gorgeous even.
Is she teasing? Is she fucking teasing him?
In her defense, like,
we're in the way of her. Sorry, let me move this.
This would be toxic positivity in any other circumstance. But when you have someone who is as much of a fucking baby as Ethan is these days, like, toxic positivity might be the only thing that ends up getting through to him.
She's managing. She's trying to handle, right, a difficult situation. You're right. She doesn't have a lot of options in front of her. Now I'll never trust Olivia. I think she's making a genuine effort to calm a baby. Oh, thank you, Vespa. The butterfly clip. You like the butterfly? Yeah, well, thank you, chat, for making this butterfly happen. And we're about to make that bonus content happen, too. We're 25% away from that. So looking to stay on even after this segment for some more content. What is winning right now? Let's see. What does winning look like? Winning looks like it's Denims. Yeah, Denims is ahead. 42%. Should You Leave the USA? That is the video by Legia Miller in second place at 31%. Norm Finkelstein versus Benny Morris in third place, and Veganism in Thailand in fourth place. That is with 150 votes. Make sure to vote if you have not already, because I want to hear your I want you to make your voice heard. Make sure to hit that like while you're over there voting for the stream. And also know that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these videos you want to contribute towards. And I will actually turn your donation into a percentage that I'll add to the topic of your choice. So right now, Denims has got 5 extra percentage. So it's looking strongly like we're going to have a Denim's reacts to Ethan's retraction as the fun half.
You have nothing to say about this. I don't want to hear it.
I want the truth just like you.
So was this like is this like a snark thing, or is this?
I don't know.
I think it's just a funny.
I've never seen this account ever in my life. I could have cropped the name out, but it just came up natural on my Instagram. I've never seen a non-H3 from us on Instagram ever. And there it is.
That's me hiding the zombie bite. I mean, it's not inherently insulting. It's
that's
just
why.
a funny
That's why I
picture.
shared it.
Yeah.
That's why.
I mean, that's right. It's yeah. But why are you reacting like this? I don't get it. Is he in on it, or is he? Oh my God, is he trying to do damage control? I can't tell. It did seem like he kind of lost it there. Like, right? I mean, look, there is a way to, do humor where you play a person who's kind of narcissistic and fragile, and the crew has to like reel you in and stuff like that. There is a way to do that. It just doesn't feel like he is. You got to be self-aware for that. And I don't know. Now it looks like he's calming down, but he definitely lost it for a minute there when he was like, "Oh, please, you don't think that Hassan's small feet are funny, but you think that my zombie hiding a bite is funny?"
I shared it. Yeah.
And I mean, I guess shout out to the commenter who has gone. I mean, an Instagram comment that.
So this is a TikTok comment, then shared
TikTok.
onto an Instagram.
It's just it's just like a
so
meme
that's
page.
why I don't know how this made it to me, but it was fun.
Why? Okay. All right.
I don't know how this made it to me. Love, Jesus Christ, is he really in this kind of environment where he's got to make an excuse for why he got a hold of a video that might have been? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely. I mean, like this is funny to me. This is funny to people that are critical of Ethan Klein and love, But I also think that they're right. Like, it doesn't have to be an own at Ethan, especially if he laughs at it. He kind of diffuses it. But yeah, this is not the reaction I think that Love was looking for. And even here, you feel like Love is maybe trying to defend himself of like, hey, I am not trying to promote Ethan hate here. I just thought that this was a great, opportunity for you to laugh at yourself, to make yourself more likable so you can win your dumb internet fight. That's what you want, isn't Ethan? Anyway, I'm imagining what Love is thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I am so on the verge of passing out right now because of the sleep medication I took.
Okay.
But I'm glad we got through everything, and it was fun watching it with you. If only they had thrown in an actual
clip.
I feel like that's a win in a way. Like, I wish they actually, even if it was like a clip that made me look bad, I kind of still wish that it was in there, because I don't know, it would just be kind of like interesting just to see. But regardless, hey, he talked about me a little bit, and and I will say this before I get going. I could be wrong. So there's no doubt he's being like obnoxious to me, and he was trying to kind of like portray me as an anti-Semite, and he probably knows my name but is acting like he doesn't. But I have a pet theory, because he to some degree, I think he was being kind of like actually just a little bit nice underneath all like the assholery that he was doing, with saying like, yeah, we were friends a bit, so like in celebration of that, or whatever he said, like I'll have you on. So I guess what I'm getting at is this: about like 2 or 3 months ago, there was someone who like kept on messaging me that was replying to comments that I posted, and posted that had to do with Ethan. And this account just started saying like things like, oh man, I can't believe like you. Oh no, you've gone down this anti-Ethan rabbit hole too. And the way that this person was talking from the get-go, it sounded like Ethan. It really did. And this person was very agitated that I was taking the the sense that I did, and like I argued with them for a bit. I basically was like I thought they were trying to be like good faith at first, and I just kind of said like, well, what about this, that, and the other thing, and they were just dismissive of everything that I had to say. But I guess I'm just like I have no way of substantiating this, and maybe I was wrong, but I really thought that there was like a 50-50 chance that was Ethan. He said a few things, not only like were there like little little details that you see Ethan saying from time to time, but he also just there was one tweet where like they literally said something weird like, I mean, I'm not Ethan or anything, and it just like
it's like, why did you need to say that?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so I thought that he kind of was spying on me, and I don't know, maybe this is all in my head, but again, I think he really appreciated that quartering video that I made, and just I think he also, another thing is probably the last thing I'll say before I get going and hit the sack, but I did write to him towards the within the first few days after October 7th when he left Leftovers. Again, I had this other friend who is just a terrible example to draw from, and truthfully, I hadn't seen everything that Ethan was saying and doing, but I basically wrote him this message saying what I genuinely believed at the time. He was leaving Twitter, and they were also, of course, terminating Leftovers. And I just wrote to him saying something to the effect of like, hey man, like, I just want you to know that I hope that like, you stay strong, and I actually like have a lot like I don't know, I gave him like a few compliments, just saying that I thought he was actually dealing with everything like reasonably well, and if I had known everything I did now, I'm not sure if I would have sent that message. But anyway, little things like that, because I did say like, just like I basically said like, I think what you're doing is really important for the discourse and stuff like that. And again, I think I was maybe off on some of that in retrospect, but I think that there's a chance that that little things like that meant something to him. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he literally does not know my name and thinks my first name is Creationist.
Yeah. Doesn't remember whether you were a New Earth Creationist or somebody that was beefing with the New Earth Creationists back in the day. But either way, Vadim, it's been really nice talking to you. Thank you for coming by. If anybody wants to follow and get that notification when the video comes out, the channel is Hey It's Vadim. I believe that maybe the mods could link the channel in the chat. It's possible. If not, I will try to do so myself. I know it's really late at night for a lot of people. Again, I'm streaming on in Thai time, and sorry for everybody about the weird hours and not being around so much. But yeah, it's been really nice having a conversation, and we'll see how it develops from here. Just one last question, Vadim. Do you think that would you, if you were, if it wasn't such a like in the moment thing of like, come on during the stream, would you want to have a conversation with him? Would you be open to that? Do you think that there's anything good that could come of that?
I would like to, like, what the approach that I would like to take, and I don't know if it would, that they would try and find a way to get it to blow up in my face. But what I would not want to do is that I would not want to go on to his channel and like talk about something like kind of just like the sort of debate that Hassan had or Sam Cedar. I would not want to be like responsible for relaying like a whole bunch of facts. But if I went there, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't like, here and there be kind of bringing up a thing or two. But if I went in like literally just like, hey, like, I'm here because sincerely I was a fan and appreciated what you put out into the internet in general, and I'm concerned about you, man. On top of that, like, I don't know, like I'm starting to like kind of really fade, but the point is that I feel like if I was just like honest about my disappointments and just kind of like really just kind of like laid it bare, and if he like, and I would come with like a, pre-planned ways to kind of substantiate why I had those feelings. But I feel like if I was going into it from that point of view and just kind of like, for lack of a better way of putting it, just really being sort of dark naked with with how I feel about all of this, and like that's a awkward way to put it, but I feel like that would be what I wanted to do. And again, there's a temptation to go on there and do something crazy and do some sort of like weird meme, which I'm all for. But again, I think I told you that I'm working on this other video, and that video which has to do with Ethan, and that video is going to have a sincere edge to it. And so if I go on his show and we already talked about this, right? We talked about how like if I did like the oh no it's bad empanada thing, that would just end up being a bad look.
Well, it'd be hard to pull it back, because that's what he did to iDubbbz. Was iDubbbz tried to do the coming out hard, like wakey Ethan, and then talking about where Ethan had gone off the track, and then he tried to pull it back and do the, but you know what, I care about him anyway, and let's get Frogan and Denims and everybody to say like one thing good about Ethan to show everyone it's not just, and he just threw it back in their face. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean. If you want to try to be real, if you want to try to be human, then yeah, maybe starting off with the sneaking bad empanada into a conversation with Ethan is not the way to go. But yeah, either way, I don't want to keep you on so long that you pass out and can't with Discord on. So everybody go follow Vadim. I put your Twitter link in chat, as well as your YouTube. The mods have your YouTube link. So follow Vadim on x.com, formerly Twitter. I hate saying that. It's Twitter. It will always be Twitter. Or on YouTube. And again, that video, that Ethan Klein video is coming out, and understand that it's going to be from somebody with some insight, maybe not a close personal friend or anything, but at least somebody who's talked to Ethan a good bit, and is in the same sort of niche, similar niche on YouTube. So yeah, thank you so much for coming by. Sorry for keeping you up so late, and thank you for being so patient with me waking my ass up and washing my hair, because it's always got to be about my hair, chat, and everything. And I'm glad I got to talk to you. We might take a look at a little bit of that Hutch video as well after this. So
I will have to go to sleep soon, but if you watch more of that, I will probably tune into it tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm curious to see rather, like what your personal reactions to it all are. That would be very entertaining for me to watch. But yeah, I'm going to like topple over.
Oh my gosh.
At this moment, so
hopefully the cats will save you.
Yeah. Everybody, thanks for hanging out with me, and I hope you had an okay time. We'll talk soon and later, okay? Bye.
Everybody, it's Vadim. Vadim has left the arena. Oh my god, that was a fun conversation. I haven't caught up with Vadim in quite some while. You know, Vadim, I don't know how many people know this, but Vadim was one of the first people to come on my Twitch channel and have a conversation way back in the day. And that's why Vadim has access to the Bird Brains YouTube channel, because Vadim was on, you know, some of the very first Bird Brains podcast episodes. But yeah, this is the zombie clip. Is there anything more to this, or just
guys?
We got to talk about James Charles.
No.
Nope. We ended it just at the right place. So there we go. That's the zombie clip. I was gonna take a look at to see how well, first of all, hey, Ethan Klein hiding by it. Let's see. Let's just peruse, if you will, the Ethan Klein fans. Very normal. Not as soft as lifeless corpses. Oh my god, what? Oh no, I don't even want to know what that's about. Oh, this is when Ethan was coming after Taylor Lorenz the other day. That's old. May 27th. What is this? Tom Ward is the real deal. This is more Taylor Lorenz stuff, right? So sorry you're struggling with that, Tom. I cover online trends, and I think it is any sort of, I don't think it's any sort of broad-based trend. So apologies if I'm missing context, but I hope you learn that people expressing concerns don't hate you. I can't imagine through the world thinking that people who have expressed kindness and empathy towards me secretly hate me. Must be a very lonely experience. I hope that anyone out there struggling learns to take care of themselves instead of lashing out at others. So that's Taylor Lorenz. Ethan's reply, Tom Ward is the real deal. He says it like it is. He's true gold. He stands up for his people and always expresses himself honestly. You are gilded with edible gold sheets? Excuse me? Underneath, you are corroded and rusted like an old bucket fished out of a lake. I feel like Ethan's on some sleep medication here. What is this? And like a fished out bucket? Like a fished out bucket? EF. Refresh and reload. Reload. Refresh and reload, everyone. Sorry about that. Speaking of crashing out. Refresh, reload. Sounds like Jordan Peterson says George Jackson or something. Ethan is a liberal. He sees the world through those that are against him and those that are with him. Yeah, that makes sense. Those that are for him, Nazis are for him, and he doesn't care. All right, let's see what else he's saying here. The fished out bucket. Like a fished out bucket, you carry swamp. This metaphor is way too extended, chat. This is not how you do a metaphor. You carry, okay, so like the fish out bucket, you carry swamp water full of pond scum, but you're not even a useful bucket. You have holes. What the fuck, Ethan? What is wrong with you? Got holes from this. He's saying this to Taylor Lorenz. She is she's gilded with edible gold sheets. He wants to eat her. What is he talking about? Like she's like a fancy, treat from an upscale cafe or something. Like what? Underneath you are corroded, but you're delicious, and I want to eat you, but you're actually really nasty, and you're full of pond scum. You're not even a useful bucket. You have holes from the corrosion, of course. You spill disease-ridden, impotable water from every step. Everywhere you go is marked by foul-smelling sewage, water, and slime. When those that you carry water for smell you, dude wants to smell Taylor Lorenz. Okay, they fear somebody like. They fear people will suspect it's they who stink. And we all conclude in unison, it's best to put the scum bucket back in the swamp. What the fuck? What even was that? Yeah, the Veep meme. There we go. Yeah, what the actual fuck? Even Elaine Bennis doesn't know what you mean, Ethan. Oh God, Edgar Allan Poe. That's a great. What is this? April 19th. That's a while ago. Ethan Klein stuns in new photo. Who ate all the pussy? What the fuck? Okay. A lot of old stuff on here. Ethan Klein is astronomically obsessed with Hassan. Holy shit, I've never seen anything like this. I think it's time to start asking Littlefoot the important questions. Hassan, are you wearing a hairpiece? Okay, yeah, everybody but you, Ethan, has mill pattern baldness, I guess. I mean, like, people know what Hassan's like hair retention regimen is. That's not a secret, right? He's been on Propecia. I think he's been pretty open about that. I don't know if was it on Rogaine for a while, but yeah, he's likewise very concerned with his hairline, just like Ethan. Ethan Klein is the last person to bring up that somebody's saying things online in 2015. Anissa Nazi experiments were good. Joma says that ISIS doesn't exist because her dad is nice. What? Wait, what is this? Ethan Klein updates? Is this like a pro Ethan channel? I can't tell if this was stay up to date. Wait, is this a pro Ethan channel? Stay up to date with all things Ethan Klein H3. I think this is real. I think this is legit. I think they're just trying to. This is like Ethan's Twitter army or something. Okay, anything else? Ethan Klein, okay, this is Yeet. They're trying to claim that Ethan Klein has a higher view count than Hasanabi. Listen, you know who had a higher view count when they did Leftovers together? That's right, Ethan Klein. That's who had the higher view count, all right? Ethan Klein has been a content creator for, I don't know, 15, 20 years? I don't even know, chat. A long ass time. And also, the only way that he can juice his views is by literally teasing Hassan in the title like he did today with he's finally apologizing, right? Like try this is anyway. When it's about Ethan and the crew, they're at 20,000, right? When he's teasing Hassan in some way, he can boost it up to 35,000. Like if you really wanted to say that Ethan's got a higher view count, you could point to the debate in which Ethan Klein had 100,000 in chat, which is higher, much higher than Hassan's normal number. Now, if we look at what's in Hassan's chat at the same time, it's, slightly higher than that. But it doesn't really matter. But anyway, yeah, you can see where the cope is coming from right here, and it's DGG. Okay, I think we are... Yeah, it looks like suffering Zion. Okay, time to wait. What is this? His recent it's time to listen. He collected donations supposedly for Gaza and fed them to an Israel. Oh yeah, that was the one before this. Okay, yeah, that Bad Empanada went over that. We watched his video on that. Ethan Klein is spending Memorial Day watching 5-year-old Hassan Piker videos. But sure, he's not obsessed. And look at that. That's the 32 Instagram posts in 24 hours. Hassan, when he loses in a video game, I can see why he thinks streaming is harder. What? I mean, wait, does this play? No, it doesn't play. Okay, so it doesn't look like anything from today's stream has really made much of a dent on the internet. I did want to look at this channel really quick. It's Ethan's Attic, not to be confused with Ethan's Basement. Oh, here we go. This is Vadim. It's so quiet. All right, so this is definitely a clip. Yeah, this is Ethan sharing a clip of Vadim debating Hutch on his Instagram story.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I can see what Ethan is saying. I'm beside myself with how pathetic and predictable these people are. Weaponization of mental health, concern trolling, crazy making is become the go-to tactic for scumbags like this on the left. Same people who on any other day would exalt themselves for their woke. And yeah, that's what we always do, Ethan. We're always exalting ourselves for, I'm like, I'm so woke. Chat, aren't I woke? Isn't it great how woke I am? I'm so woke. Don't you think, chat? I'm really woke. Look at my hair. It's red. And careful handling of such an important topic. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to hear what Vadim's actually saying, though. The volume on this clip is pretty bad. So somebody like literally put their phone up. It's like he couldn't figure out how to grab the video from Twitch or something. I don't know. So it's something to the effect that he would rather Ethan's behavior be explainable through some kind of mental health episode, I think is what Vadim's getting at, rather than just this is how he is now. Bad faith on his part may not be bad faith. Might be just be due to. Okay, yeah. So it's Vadim saying, like, you know, he's incredibly bad faith, but with him all bets are off. You know, is he really being bad faith? Is he aware of how disingenuous he's being, or is he, experiencing some kind of cognitive distortions? I guess, we can never know what we don't know, but that's what Ethan put on his. So they did try to make a clip of Vadim, and it's a clip to make it look like Vadim is doing a low blow by going after Ethan's mental health, which I don't think he was doing. I think if anything, he's being just very maybe a little too gracious, right? Yeah, so his stream today was pretty boring, chat. It's pretty much about Creator Clash. I don't think it's worth watching. We watched the Vadim segment, and even that, as Vadim noted, had problems, right? There just was not... it wasn't... to Taylor Lorenz, May 27th. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Anessa, you have fucked over so many people. People that have booked flights and hotels. Okay, Creator Clash. 2 creators got frustrated waiting for you to announce the event was canceled and announced it themselves. You still have not announced the event cancellation. You are still selling tickets. People are reporting that their refund requests are being denied. I think it's a pretty good idea at this point to worry about your affairs first, especially considering the longer this goes on, the more it feels like a full-fledged fraud. Would be talking to lawyers about your criminal liability instead of talking on Twitter. But don't worry, guys. She's got no regrets, and she's happier than she's ever been. Oh, God.
Dude, one thing that I wish somebody would have fucking told me that these small dogs are prone to kidneys, because I would have been so much kidney failure. Because apparently, like, sodium is really fucking bad for their kidney, and I never heard that. And I was giving Shredder like cheese. He loves cheese, and I was always sprinkling cheese on his fucking.
So look, I don't like to talk about, you know, people's kids, people's pets, people's families. I try to avoid anything that's like from a person's real life or anybody that's not the content creator themselves, you know, catching strays. But so for that reason, you haven't heard a lot of speculation from me about Ethan's dog that passed away. It's just like not something I really want to talk about. But I think you can see from this clip that the people that are having that discussion, it doesn't come from nowhere. There's a, you know, there's a reason that people, you know, talk about that.
Food. What's up, Fredo? I'm gonna give you some cheese. You're a good boy. You get cheese.
Salami's so good.
All right.
Girlies.
Are we almost ready?
I'm ready.
Who are we missing in the middle seat there?
AB.
Oh, AB.
Alfredo loves cheese. And I just wish to fuck. And I'm so pissed at the stupid fucking vet. Dude, one thing that
Okay, that makes me mad. He's blaming the vet. It's the vet's fault that you fed your dog something that if you had Googled or used ChatGPT. Ethan, what? Oh, good. Okay, this is an old clip. I can't yell at him for not using ChatGPT there, but there we go, chat. There we go. That is, that's what's going on today in Ethan Klein's world. How are you doing, everybody? It is late. It is late, I know. Sorry for streaming so late. Sorry for being on Thai time. Awesome conversation with Vadim and everything. I wanted to check on everything. We're at 75% as far as the bonus goal goes. Denim's reacts to Ethan's retraction is still in first place with Should You Leave the U.S. video essay by Legia Miller in second place, and Norman Finkelstein's debate with Benny Morris in third place. That's where we're at right now, just 25% from having some bonus content. I wanted to, let's see. I think I wanted to really quickly take a look and see if I don't know. I need to be big on stream for a second, right? Because you know, when you have a conversation for a while, it's like, and I don't talk to chat. How are you doing, chat? I feel like I haven't talked to you nearly enough tonight. I just, it's hard to concentrate on a guest and chat at the same time, but oh my God, I'm trying to fix my hair and do everything. The dog didn't even want it. That's kind of what it looked like, Theta. I mean, the dog took it. They dyed their hair cheese color too. No, having serious mental issues, but he splits them off onto his existing. My horrible behavior is natural, baby. That's what he's saying, yeah. Ethan is blaming the world, coming from Ethan of all people. But yeah, I mean that's the one clip that I've seen like Ethan show. It's funny though. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's because he just, you know what it is? Oh my god, chat. He can't record shit off Twitch. That's the problem. Like there's specific ways to get a clip off of Twitch, and I don't think that Ethan knows them. I think it's a boomer issue, and not like a actual boomer. It doesn't have to do with his actual age. It just has to do with his boomer-like ignorance of how to clip something on Twitch. But anyway, yeah, let's take a look really quick. I wanted to if I type in Ethan Klein and Vadim, do I come up with anything interesting? Because I'm actually curious at if anything has gotten picked up. And it doesn't look like it has. Yeah. So, yeah, Ethan has that one clip that he put on Instagram. It's clipped with his, he recorded it with his phone, so the audio is unhearable. Yeah, I'm actually not seeing anything. Wait, May 26. It doesn't look like they clipped anything. Wait, what is this? This might be interesting. 8 hours ago. All right, let's take a look at this. This is a friend of the show, Quiman, aka my illegitimate child with chud logic. All right, let's go.
It's just like so obvious. Like you don't. People like Willie, like Nick, clearly do not. They fundamentally do not even understand why people are mad at Ethan. They actually think people are mad at Ethan because he was sad about October 7th. That's what they genuinely believe. They are that fucking stupid on this shit. They don't recognize that Ethan has said things and made arguments that if you are a committed anti-Zionist in any way, not necessarily just a pro-Pally activist or whatever, but if you have that...
Oh, God. I was thinking Quiman finally had a good take up until he said pro-Pally activist.
Idea of anti-Zionist...
Like it's weird with Quiman that he's got, he's one of these creators that has this strange honesty gene that even if he doesn't agree with someone, and I'm assuming that Quiman's very much on the same side as Ethan, in terms of Israel-Palestine, they'll kind of give them their credit nonetheless.
In your head, Ethan sounds fucking insane. And guess what? That's a lot of liberal people. That's a lot of liberal and left-wing people. The exact audience Ethan had. Not just crazy ones either. Totally reasonable ones might look at Ethan getting on stream and saying, if you express any positive sympathies towards Hamas, you should have your whole family shot and killed and burned in front of you like the terrorists would. When he gets on stream and says that, there are totally
Ethan does say some ridiculous shit. I've never heard him say anything like that, though.
Reasonable people that might look at that and go, well, this guy seems like kind of a fucking crazy Zionist. This guy seems like, if anyone expresses the idea of...
Oh, shit. 102 likes. I don't know when we've gotten over 100, but good job, everyone. Yeah, definitely good job.
Or academic ideas of resistance, not necessarily even supporting the act, but talking about resistance in an academic sense. They might see it in that way. And they hear Ethan say that, and they're like, wow, oh, this guy's fucking crazy. But they don't know any of that because they're fucking retarded.
Oh, great.
Thank you for the super chats, by the way. I did mute alert.
Oh, well, chat. That's my progeny. That's my weird progeny with this mix of just being utterly detestable and somewhat respectable. Strange vibes from the Queemon lately. Strange vibes. Anyway, chat, that's what I get for not bringing birth control to Thailand, right? A spin-off, a Chud Logic NCC spin-off that never needed to happen. Great. Anyway, chat, I'm telling you too much already. What do we have? We have the debate. I need to get your opinion on something, chat. Snapping Turtle says Queeman is obsessed with the truth, but he loves the slop. Yeah, I don't think I completely understand him. I'm actually surprised by that take. I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, like as much as I want to give him like, you know, kudos for recognizing something that the rest of the slop tubers like refuse to, then he's like, you know, talking about the pro-pally activist and the, you know, calling everybody the R slur. He got that from his dad, by the way. That's not me. That's not me. I'm not the slur sayer, okay? That's not these genes. That's the Chud Logic in him, okay? Chud Logic just, you know, reflexively uses childish playground insults because he used to get picked on as a kid. He got bullied on the playground, so he just repeats what the bullies used to say to him, and most of what they would say to him was the R slur. So, you know, that's why he relies on that word so much. So goddamn much. Chat, what do you think? Should we watch? Do you feel like watching the Hutch versus Vadim video? There's actually a decent amount of stuff that we could go over, right? I thought that the Hutch versus Vadim video might be what we want, just given that we that's what it's on the thumbnail, and we just talked to Vadim. It seems like it, but I don't know. I don't know how chat's feeling tonight. Are you?
Econo boy, I'm gonna be talking to Avi with your like trying to defend your honor.
Yeah, Avi. You know, I guess that's
okay. Here we go. As Brittany Simon says, stop having kids with these men. I would play something, but I got the birth control too late. Irene's hair reminds me of Ariel. Thank you. Yeah. Unfortunately, I just got the birth control, so you know, I didn't realize I needed it, but apparently I'm just so damn fertile that I'm popping out babies all over the place. And they're all becoming streamers. They grow up so fast, chat. They grow up so damn fast. What are we feeling like? Does that sound good? Do you want to watch the Hutch video? We're at 75 out of 100, so we're pretty damn close to getting some bonus content. Looks like the bonus content would be denims right now. Of course, there's still time to vote if you haven't voted already over on youtube.com. And as always, if you donate, you can let me know where you want your donate, what you support with your donation, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Oops, all streamers. Chud Logic though? Oh, come on. It was TwitchCon. Oh my God, chat, I should stop making jokes about this. This isn't funny. And I'm sure Chud Logic wouldn't appreciate me spreading fake news about him like this either, you know? You know, I'm just realizing that the memes that I make are like sort of based on, like, if you've looked at certain discords, right? The memes make more sense. And for the rest of you, I'm afraid of people taking it serious, right? I'm afraid of people thinking I'm real about stuff that I'm kidding about, obviously. It's crazy that Quiman has actually called out Diorio, etc., for being hypocrites about Hassan and Ethan. Yeah, isn't it? Like, I don't know. Like I've heard Quiman say some vile shit. Some really fucking vile shit. So it's not like, yeah, I'm not, yeah, this isn't like a commercial for Quiman. But there is a strange thing that, you know, people would say this, memes have meaning, do they? Well, I hope the meaning, you know, has something to do with Chud Logic paying me child support, because, you know, raising his son for him was not it was neither easy nor cheap. Quiman's a very expensive little baby, went through lots of diapers. Wish I hadn't used wish I'd known that the talcum powder was actually a carcinogen. Oh well, Quiman. Sue Johnson and Johnson's, I guess. When you get cancer of the Johnson. Anyway, chat. It's not right to talk about family like that. Memetic diversity. So what do you think, chat? Are you feeling that? Are you feeling this? Should we proceed to watch? Should we proceed to watch the Vadim's ill-fated debate with Hutch that would become a shittily recorded clip on Ethan's Instagram? Shall we proceed? George Jackson says no. Okay, I'll quit this. I'll end the stream right now. I'm trying to remember what else I had my eye on. Let me just give you some ideas of what my ideas are. Playlist.
The administration doesn't even seem to have
Sam Cedar.
Message as to why they're doing this.
Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. What a goddamn nightmare that man is.
Hello and welcome to Factually. I'm Adam Conover. Thank you so much for joining me on.
Oh God, we never covered the whole Rebecca Watson and Adam Conover. So chat, a little update on Adam Conover. Adam Conover did some sponsored content for some kind of weird crypto thing called the Orb. It takes in your biometrics, right? You look into it and it high res captures your eyeball, and it's supposed to be so that you can prove that A, you are human and not AI, and B, that, I don't know, whatever crypto you own is yours, I guess is the idea. But this obviously wasn't a concept or a product that Adam Conover was behind, but they offered him a sponsorship anyway, and so he went ahead and did content on it, thinking like, I'm just going to take their money and my audience is going to know better than to give to buy anything. And he got called the fuck out, none the less than by Rebecca Watson. So he has come back with an apology video. Oh shit. So let me tell you what's going on. Yeah. So Adam Conover has apologized. He there's still something lacking, I think, from his apology, because what's missing is, like, I had a nihilistic moment where I thought that I should just take their money and it wouldn't matter. And that is wrong, and that is fucked up, and you have come to expect better from me. I apologize for letting you down. I was being a shitty person right then. That's what he needed to say. Instead, it was all like, oh, well, I thought for sure you would know that I was, not serious about that. I don't know. There was just something lacking from the apology. Nonetheless, I'm glad that he finally came out and made an apology. He rebuked the Orb. He rebuked crypto. Obviously, he's no fan of any of that stuff. But I don't know what went on there. It's not impressing me. So as far as what's going on, Coachello chat. Apparently there was no showers at Coachello and people stank. Also, in the city of Seattle, there was a bit of a battle. Does anybody know about the recent battle in Seattle at pretty much the site of the Chaz/Chop? There was a battle. Yeah, just say, I'm getting my bag, guys. Do what you want. Would have been better. Probably. Yeah. Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. More like a dreamboat. I mean, some have said. Some have said so. I'm claiming random heroes in Heroes of the Storm are trans while waiting for a match to start. Good luck. Good luck transing all the heroes of the storm. That's the StarCraft game, right? That's like the StarCraft fighter game. Anyway, so like I was saying, there's a battle in Seattle. It happened when a right-wing group came and tried to hold an event in probably like in what used to be a gayborhood of Seattle, and is still a very, I mean, Seattle in general is pretty left-wing, but like this area specifically, very left-wing, obviously meant to agitate. I don't know how much I can show you of the of what went on there, because there was people trying, and I think they successfully shut down the event, and they ended up like fighting with cops and stuff. And then the hate group ended up going to the Seattle City Council and holding an event outside, I think, like the courthouse building in downtown Seattle. And there was another protest there. Squid Tips has been covering this stuff, and actually I think was involved in some of the action down there, right? Squid Tips is in the trenches right now, fighting the good fight. So that's going on in Seattle, making me kind of glad that like I got the fuck out of the United States, because damn. Yeah, anyway. Oh my God. No reaction from the chat. Chat, are you alive? Are you okay? Do you want to continue with the stream? You're trying to figure out shipping companies? Jess Murphy, I'm glad you got out of the US. I am too. Okay, we got some living chatters. It's really late at night. It's my fault. It's my fault for like fully giving myself over to Thai time, right? And like that's a joke, and some of you probably get that joke. You might have like, wherever you live time, which is like 30 minutes late of whatever something is supposed to be. The idea being that like people from your city or whatever are always late at stuff. And Thai time is, kind of the same idea, that like when people set something up for a certain time, they kind of leave it loose here. But no, really, I literally just mean Thai time as in Thai time zone. I had been waking up kind of early, which made it easy for me to do my stream during prime time. And I've just been getting up later and later and later, which is not a good thing. Yeah, Southern Hemisphere, that's right. Okay, so we can take a look here at... Oh, I'm going to have to alter this, aren't I? Do I have like a Twitch window? Twitch capture, yeah. God, what is even going on with this? There we go. There we go. I think that's about the right size for the window. Here we go. I'm gonna have to move myself, aren't I? I'm gonna have to scooch. Right, now where's me? Maybe I can just go down here? It's 10:35 p.m. there, so I'm not super late for you, it sounds like. 8:43 p.m. for other people. Wait, so it's a decent time for the UK then? Or sorry, not the UK. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like I didn't mean to put you all in the UK. Yo, DJ Danarchy. Thank you for the follow. And also, great tracks. I am a fan. So yeah, this is Vadim talking to Hutch. Hutch, like I said before, I first became aware of as a Destiny Orbiter. Now, you know, he did other stuff on Twitch before he was in that realm of content. He did like, I guess, Call of Duty and other video games, and it kind of blew up his channel like that. Then when he started doing content, the streamer that he was kind of, you know, fairly close to was Destiny, and you know, Destiny has that gravitational pull that draws people into orbiting them. Wow, I have a very geographically diverse audience here. Yeah, it is 3:30 a.m. in California and in Seattle. That's true. It's late for some of you. I always assume that my audience is primarily U.S. because I talk about U.S. politics, but yeah, it's not necessarily so. Well, I'm glad that there's people that watch me around the clock, and maybe some of you have not had a chance to catch a live stream yet, because I would normally be streaming at a very different time than this. 5:35 a.m. here. Just woke up at 4 a.m. and hopped in here. That was when I first moved to Thailand. I was waking up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, or even like 3:30, right? And it's bad because it would mean I would go to sleep at 8:30 p.m. But it was kind of good because then I'd get up early and I'd be able to get a lot done. And I've just been like getting up later and later and later, and yeah, not having the HRT patches, or not having my birth control chat. I mean, I'm literally on birth control now. Like, what the fuck? No babies here. We are not gonna spin off any more streamers in this and that, with this, like, right, I've got effectively any sort of pregnancy that might happen is blocked. Unfortunately, US politics affects us all. Good point, Magenta Dinosaurs. Good point. All right, so let's take a look here at what this encounter is. Hutch, the DGG Orbiter, I got to give him his credit, though. I got to give him his credit, right? When the stuff came out about Destiny and Pixie, I think that Hutch stepped back. Am I right? Does anybody know? I'm assuming that he disavowed Destiny, like most of the Orbiters did when the, undeniable details of, came out about what Destiny was doing to some of his female and well, wait a minute. Was it just female Orbiters? I think it was just female Orbiters and Nick Fuentes. Although that one's not confirmed, I guess. After having Chudlogic's kid, I would hope so. I know, that's like that should teach me something. I should learn something from that, right? Always be on birth control. Always go to the Thai pharmacy that you can find by looking for the word ya, and always get your always get your birth control from a Thai pharmacist that that somehow interprets hormone replacement therapy as birth control. But either way, Chad, I'm on the pill now, so we're good. No more babies. I think there was one guy he had an audio recording of. Oh yeah, that's true. I don't know if that was an orbiter though. I think that might have been just some dude that he met off of Tender or Grinder or someplace. So anyway, let's I don't know. Do we want to roll this back a little bit? It looks like they've already. All right, so there's Hutch. He looks different. Like I think that when I knew of this guy, he hadn't shaved his head yet, so he looks very different to me.
Distracted, but yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. I sent you messages. Like I was a little bit late, and yada yada.
See, that's what he looked like when I knew him, right? That he looks different with his head shaved.
Yada yada. But now we're good.
I fucked up. I'm sorry.
I can turn on my cam if.
Chat, what is I'm Only Sleeping? I'm like seeing a lot of people playing I'm Only Sleeping. Anybody know about this game?
Sure. Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, if you want to put your beautiful visage on the screen.
Yes. I've got a pretty like swanky haircut, so I'd like to show it off if I can.
I mean, you look good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I bet you're not looking bad yourself, sir.
Oh, thank you. I know that. Okay. To be honest with you, I forgot what we were arguing about. Do you want to refresh my memory? I get into quite a few arguments these days.
I mean, there's a few things that I wanted to, that I was hoping we'll see like kind of what we can cover over the course of this. Kind of, I think the primary thing that we were, I guess, arguing about when...
Wait, Brock asks, can people tell when I'm joking and not?
You asked if we could chat again. That had to do with matters of like what is and isn't terrorism and things having to do with the Houthis, Hamas, maybe even like Mandela and the ANC and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
okay, play something from Reddit. Category for a point-and-click adventure video game named I'm Only Sleeping, published back in 2005. A lot of unaware streamers just used it to sleep stream? Oh, weird. So either sleep streaming has become the new meta, which is great, because I could use some sleep, chat. I could easily just point my camera over at my bed and just catch up on some Z's. That sounds great. Or either that, or maybe they're actually playing the point and click game now.
So
but it's an old game too, so it must have come back or just become a meme or a trend or something.
That's kind of like, that's the original thing that we were talking about. But I also was hoping to kind of I'll put it out on the table now. I was hoping that maybe we could also discuss, there's some like tweets on your feed right now that are talking about like left-wing QAnon and whatnot. And I'm not even...
Context helps, but autism nerfs me. Well, I don't know. Chat, you know what it is? It's that we're getting more new people in than we normally do. And so I should probably gear my stream accordingly. There's more new people coming in. I should take more time to explain things and maybe not be so inside jokey, lest somebody think that I'm actually popping out babies all over the place. Right? With Chud logic of all people, God.
Exactly sure, like all the examples that you're kind of thinking of, that you're citing when you're talking about that.
I can give you specific on that one.
Sure. And, I'll just say that, like, that sort of bullshit exists in all, but both the left and the right. But yeah, I have some things to say about that. And then also just trying to make sure that
Wait, Burple says people started using it when Twitch allowed sleep streaming a couple of years back. Wait, did they not allow sleep streaming anymore? When week-long subathons became a thing? I don't think anyone actually plays the game. You're not really new, you're just from Twitch.
And then also, well, this is kind of like, there was a tweet that you put out recently that
I gotta say, Hutch's like facial expression is making it look like he is like very disturbed at what Vadim is saying. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he's dealing with streamer stuff. I don't know. I find it. Is this just what Hutch looks like? Maybe this is just like kind of Hutch's disposition. They still allow it. They just don't. They didn't some years back. Oh, so they allowed it, then they banned it, then they allowed it again. Yeah, because I feel like I'm the only one who, like, I don't know. We need to do subathon. I just like I don't have the stamina that I used to when it comes to subathons. It's because I'm too busy making babies. Honestly, chat takes it out of me.
was in response to Mudahar. He said something to the effect.
That's why Mudahar got pulled in. All right, so there was a connection to Mudahar.
The more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on leadership at all. Referred to it as a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
And you said that this might be necessary. And I think that sort of...
well, he proposed something in that. He said something specific.
Okay.
I don't remember what he said in that post, but there was some proposed solution. I can't remember. I think I was joking.
I need to get one of those fancy nicotine addictions. Wouldn't that be bad with my birth control? Aren't I supposed to avoid nicotine with birth control?
Joking, by the way, for that one, I think it was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the reason why that stood out to me is because I just think that like this sort of, maybe we'll get into this more generally, but this sort of like I think of it as a witch hunt when it comes to all this kind of just mostly Ethan / Destiny's community led, like I would call it a witch hunt of people like Dan Clancy and just Twitch in general. I think that the kind of the accusations of it being some sort of like...
You got stuck in the chatter purgatory, DJ Danarchy? Nicotine makes all meds extra effective. Yeah, just like pepper makes your turmeric more effective. Nicotine is like that too.
Anti-Semitic hellhole. I think literally Dan Saltman's he has a website that's I think titled, but like at the top it at least it says that. And I think all those allegations are not only like spurious, but I think that they are just kind of playing with fire. I think that if we pursue that sort of thing, like it might end up, so how would I put it? Just kind of like feeding the fire of all of the, like, well, for one thing, the free speech, like, the ways in which our free speech are being like taken away as we speak.
No, in the case of like the Twitch policies and the path forward, dealing with the problems that have been coming up. I mean, Twitch is a platform that gets a lot of its revenue from ad revenue, and just from a very practical sense, I think Twitch, like right now, has a problem that they have allowed to get too big. And they, in my mind, are very clearly like selectively enforcing their TOS because it seems obvious.
Here's what I'll say. None of this stuff that he's calling TOS is a problem at all on YouTube. nobody's getting banned for the shit that for nobody's getting banned for fucking hummus tier lists. Let's be real on YouTube. So as far as for a platform that relies on ad money, Hutch, it in fact is not a problem. What is a problem is that Twitch is small enough that if they have a bereaved group like former Destiny Orbiters, and look, I want to cut you a break here, dude, because I don't want to think that just because you supported Destiny back before you knew what he was actually about, that you're, I don't want to put all that shit on you. But god damn it, it's the same fucking people. And if you want to really change Hutch, you should put some distance between yourself and that community. Because this is all about fucking Destiny. This is literally because Destiny got banned from Twitch. Destiny got banned from Twitch. Hassan massively succeeded on Twitch. Therefore, Destiny fans have not stopped being mad. And they are trying to take out their anger on, they can't deplatform Hassan. So, second option, maybe we will fuck up everyone on Twitch. Maybe we'll fuck up the whole platform. And they did fuck up the platform for the political streamers, right? Hassan didn't really get hurt by this. He still makes a shit ton of money on Twitch. It's people like myself that saw like a dip in income from what Dan Saltman et al. Have done to Twitch. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's literally a live stream fails kind of phenomenon where if enough people bitch about something, then they can get an ad pulled or something like that, right? They can get advertisers to pull out, right? That's all. It's basically because Twitch is small enough for that to happen. What is Theory Bra saying? That's why I like Chinese social media, says Theory Bra. It's not for advertisers. It's just people. Wait, like the only thing I know, what is it? Red Note or something? I probably should use some Chinese social media. I feel like a lot of the apps people use here are from China.
It's at this point that the people in the decision-making process.
Also, you can get some really cool like Muay Thai and MMA fights on Chinese media that you wouldn't see elsewhere that are not copyright claimed.
In terms of enforcement of TOS, ideologically align with people like Hassan and Mike. But like, for example, like Mike from PA.
But at the same time,
let me make my point real quick. Let me. You can respond. I promise you. But like.
Yeah, go for it. Go for
it. Mike from PA from a few days ago. He didn't do what Hassan did. Hassan said that I'm not saying it was a false flag, but it looks exactly like it would.
Hutch, you got to stop getting your stuff from clips, right?
Look, if it was a false flag, but I'm not saying it's a false.
He's saying that it is weird timing, and it is. You can't fucking deny it. You can, because you know what? You know why he can deny it? He doesn't know that Israel just got, caught like, murdering medical workers and trying to bury the fucking bodies, right? There was a huge story that was hugely bad for Israel that just came out, and then this happens. That's why it looks like strange timing. It looks like how you would expect a PSYOP would look. Now, I can say that also saying to you that I don't think it's a PSYOP. The whole reason that Hassan read the manifesto that ended up getting him suspended from Twitch was to show chat, to prove to, because there was people in his chat that were like PSYOP, it's not real. And he doesn't want to live in a world of conspiracy theories where people are just making assumptions based on a lack of knowledge. And if you look into the the motivations of the accused in the DC incident, then you will find that it is not what a PSYOP would put. If it was a PSYOP, not only would his writings have talked about Israel and Palestine, his writings would have, had an anti-Semitic character to them, right? That would have been, if you're looking to make the pro-Palestine movement look bad, that's what you would add. I think that was what Hassan was doing. He was not spreading a rumor that this was a psyop. You're acting like he's trying to, like, these people act like Hassan like speaks in code to his audience, and he doesn't. He does not. Like, he straight up just says what he thinks, and what he thinks is that I could see why you think that might be a psyop, but actually no, look at it closer, it's probably not. It's probably not a psyop. And you can't go reacting to every incident as if, this was a false flag, right? Or else you're going to sound like a conspiracy theory, and that's not what he wants his chat to sound like.
Mike came out and basically said this was a false flag. This is one of the most
I can't speak to that. Any Mike from PA viewers in chat? Can anybody attest to whether this is what, I just don't trust Hutch's analysis of this, right? I think that he's the kind of guy that watches a couple of clips of Hassan and is like, oh, Hassan was trying to make it look like a psyop because the person clipping Hassan wanted to promote the idea that Hassan was spreading conspiracy theories. So given that, and I'm not assuming that Hutch is just like lying on purpose. Do you think he's lying on purpose? Do you think he knows he's lying, or do you think he's just that ignorant? Because I tend to make the assumption, like, unless I know differently, that the person's just ignorant. That they saw the clips that they saw, and they made the assumption about what Hassan said, instead of just watching the fucking segment on the Hasanabi Industrial Complex, right? Which would give you the segment, which would give you the depth and breadth of what Hassan actually talked about. But I just don't think that I don't think he's very intellectually curious. I think he's locked into this idea of, I know what Hassan's about. I know what these loony lefties are about.
Prominent left-wing creators on this entire website. Do you not think that there are valid concerns in terms of, like, if you're a creator on Twitch and you make part of your income comes from ad revenue, do you not agree that it's a problem potentially for Twitch to, like, allow this kind of extremism to, like, fester and reach a boiling point to the point where there could be like an adpocalypse on Twitch? We're not talking about.
Well, I mean, there already has been a little bit of an adpocalypse, and that was provoked by people like Dan Saltman and that whole, like, maybe we can get into that a little bit, but kind of like the ridiculous situation with the hummus panel and stuff like that. But I think I'm kind of getting ahead of myself by saying that. First, I want to address when it comes to I did not see Mike's response, but I did see Hassan's, and he made it very clear. Like he said continually, I think that this person, in what they did, I think he used the term. There was a specific word.
Brain broken, I think he said. He was like saying he was crazy.
Well, he did say that he was brain broken.
Said he was genuine.
That's not exactly what brain broken means.
And brain broken.
Yes, genuine. Exactly. Yeah. There we go. There's no like that ends the story on whether or not he thought that was actually whether he was implying that was actually a like a false flag. Well, because
do you agree that
genuine in their actions is not going to be part of a false flag?
Do you agree that especially when you're a really big creator, you do have a certain responsibility to be responsible in your rhetoric?
You have a responsibility to be responsible. That's great, Hutch. Tell me more.
Would you agree? Like, you don't want to unintentionally
tell me more about the responsibility
endorse things or whatever. So, like, when you look at when the clip of when Hassan was talking about, like, well, I'm not saying it's a false flag, but it looks exactly like one. His chat was just pouring with dozens.
He's responding to it. Yes, there were fucking unhinged opinions in his chat, and he didn't. It was hurting him. It was hurting him to see that. It was hurting him to see a community which he has nurtured knee-jerk react as if with conspiracy theories. And yes, it's like you know, like it's somewhat understandable given, as somebody mentioned, you know, sort of the way that Hasbro, you know,
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
like the timing of it was weird, right? And it did seem to maybe serve a purpose.
Cal super chatted $5. Ethan Klein has taken to Instagram to call me anti-Semitic for making a ham sandwich.
Oh no. Not the ham sandwich, though. Either way, Joshua, thank you for the super chat. We're at 80 out of 100, chat. We might see some bonus content yet. It could happen tonight. It's a weird night. I started super late, and you are an awesome community for supporting me, even though I can't wake my ass up and get to stream in a reasonable time.
Dozens and you know how fast this chat moves. Like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people that were like, "This is super sus."
Look, you've got your like you've got the order of causality wrong. That's what you're missing, Hutch. That's what you're missing. Hassan saw the same thing that you saw, and he was likewise somewhat aggrieved, maybe more so aggrieved, right? Because that's his community doing that, and he likes to think of them as maybe being a little bit more, you know, intelligent than that. And so that's why he even did the thing that got him banned. He's like, "Oh, you think this is a false flag? Let me show you why I think it's not a false flag."
Looks like a psyop. This was a false flag. And I don't know, you say you watched his stream, so I don't know how much he like moderates the stream, but
he doesn't moderate shit. You fucking Hutch, you just said his chat moves very fast. You know what kind of chat this is. You know what kind of numbers that Hassan gets. Just like Ethan does not moderate his chat, Hassan obviously does not. That's a fucking crazy thing to say, Hutch. Like, does he moderate his chat? No, Hutch. Does Hutch is like a fairly large streamer. Like he's got like what, 300 in chat? Does he moderate is his chat slow enough that he can actually, like, chat? I couldn't moderate my chat, and I'm a random small streamer chick.
When I look at a community that is like that over the line.
Oh my god, this guy is so soy. Unbelievably soy. Like surprisingly soy. This is, wait a minute. Chat, I don't know if this is just soy. I feel like my friend Card Posting might have a few things to say about Hutch. Do you all remember? Yeah, Hutch is a psyop, right? That's right, Emily French. Do you remember Card Posting? Yeah, moderate this.
Line like they like that when I say,
is there a reason he's being so soy right now? I don't want to make the assumption just like watching 2 minutes of the guy that this is how he is, but Jesus Christ.
Lefty QAnon, that's what I'm talking about. Like this
do you think that would you say the same about Destiny's community?
Because, anybody's community.
Because like, I mean, for like Destiny's community, when they were, I mean, I've seen lots of other examples of it, but one of the most like egregious examples was when he was discussing things having to do with the whole, what they call, it's really distasteful, but the Pollywood thing, you know, like the kind of the notion that.
Oh God, and this is so ugly, right? So Vadim, we all know what Pollywood is, right? It's when, I mean, that kind of started in Israel. It's not limited to Israel anymore. You'll hear Americans doing this too, where they see something truly horrible on social media happening in Gaza, and they will come up with talk about a conspiracy theory. They'll come up with an idea that maybe the Palestinians set it up to look that way. Maybe it's Pollywood, as in it's Palestine Hollywood. They are making movies. They are creating, you know, it's essentially a projection onto Palestinians that they're doing Hasbara the way that Israel does Hasbara. It's wild.
Hello there.
No, it's card posting. All right, I want to see if I can bring up this clip for you.
So you know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? But just
No.
for your audience. Oh, you don't?
No.
He doesn't know.
It's basically like fucking Alex Jones InfoWars level conspiracy stuff, where the idea is that a lot of what we're seeing is actually just in some ways manufactured, like not necessarily fake.
Oh, you mean for like the pro-Palestinian stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like so it's like stuff where no, I'm talking about like things going on in Gaza where people are dying, where like either they think that
or the pro-Palestinian stuff. Chat. Here's the weird thing. I feel like Hutch believes in Bollywood without even knowing what it is, right? When he talks about, I mean, we're talking about pictures of charred children, maybe on the brink of death. We're talking about like mangled remains. We're talking about, you know, truly horrible stuff. And for him to be like, oh yeah, the pro-Palestinian stuff, yeah, I don't trust that either. Yeah, no, like he's the audience. He's the audience for the people running the Bollywood. You know, yeah, his chat doesn't recognize this either. These are the exact kind of person that you want to suck in with a lie like this is all Bollywood, is the person that has never heard of the term before. Look, if you've been following Israel Palestine at all, Destiny knows what Bollywood is, right? Like people that are on the other side of entirely the other side of the issue know what that means. The fact that that Hutch is just like Bollywood? No, what's that? Oh, you mean like when they're posting the pro-Palestinian stuff where with the kids with missing body parts? Yeah. God damn. This okay, anyway. Wait, I think I have the clip for us, all right? So look. I feel like card posting. If card posting were with us now, card posting might say something like this.
Alec has no ability to understand.
Except instead of Alec, we're talking about Hutch.
What has just been said to him, or to anticipate what is about to be said to him. Like here, my favorite part of his whole reaction stream. He plays the part where I call him out on the hypocrisy of trashing anyone else's background and throw some trash talk his way in kind. Then he pauses to say he doesn't get it. If you are more familiar with reactionary online terminology, you might know this all forms an archetype that a lot of people call the soy new male bug man.
What? Huh? How does he know that? What circles is he hanging out in? I don't know any of that.
Yeah, you just literally embody it, Alec.
For the pre-recorded video he's watching to next predict correctly that he won't have gotten it. Thankfully, though, you're pretty ignorant about this kind of stuff, so you won't know it's meant to be derogatory. I just love the comic timing of it all. He's such a schmuck. And if you're making a video you know will be reacted to, almost sentence by sentence, and by someone on Alex's level, you can work little things like that into the script. He's a steer that walks upright, and you can easily lead him around by the nose.
Jesus Christ, card posting is brutal. Wait, I'm thinking that, so this is, maybe this was from the first video? Oh no, there's like 3 videos. What the fuck? Was it from this one?
Hello there.
I'm sorry, chat. I just got like, I feel like card posting said this better than anyone. Bugman, what do we have?
Pauses to say he doesn't get it. If you are more familiar with reactionary online terminology, you might know this all forms an archetype that a lot of people call the soy new male bug man.
What? Huh? How does he know that? What circles is he hanging out in? I don't know any of that.
Only for the pre-recorded video he's watching to next predict correctly that he won't have gotten it. Thankfully, though, you're pretty ignorant about this kind of stuff, so you won't know it's meant to be derogatory. I just love the comic timing of it all. He's such a schmuck. And if you're making a video you know will be reacted to, almost sentence by sentence, and by someone on Alex's level, you can work little things like that into the script. He's a steer that walks upright, and you can easily lead him around by the nose. It also kind of hammers home my point that Gunter isn't in a position to be talking about dog whistles and right-wing terminology at all. We're supposed to believe that this guy has something to say worth listening to on the topic of spotting reactionary phrases, and he doesn't know what soy means in 2024. It just doesn't add up, does it? I'll give you a hint, buddy. It's the look, attitude, and style of presentation you perfectly embody.
There we go. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Look, style, and attitude that you embody, right? What a reactionary might call a new age soy bugman. This is like, do you see the connection here, chat? Like, these guys are literally the embodiments of like right-wing stereotypes of lefties.
And again,
and they're the same kind of assholes that'll clutch their pearls about like SJWs canceling everyone and gatekeeping, right? And they are literally a fucking meme. They are a right-wing fucking meme.
You have the gall to ever call anyone else a lefty stereotype?
Exactly.
You're evidently this ignorant about how you come across. I've decided to do the 2 response videos.
But chat, do you see the connection here? Look at this. Look at this. The archetype that card posting has correctly identified here, that of the I said new age. I don't know the reactionary dog whistles as well as card posting does. Soy new male bugman, right? Soy new male bugman. Soy new male bugman. There it is. The only thing he's missing is like, yeah, somebody needs to get Hutch a flannel. I don't know, chat. Maybe it was warm in his room that day. Anyway,
like babies are fake, or the victims are not actually like victims. They're still alive. They're just posing as victims. And in some cases, in one, because Destiny basically played with that shit a few times. And in one situation, he wasn't quite saying that the entire video that we were watching was fake. He was saying that these people were basically like gambling with their lives for basically like trying to make themselves martyrs, going into a situation where they knew that if they got shot and died, it would become like a
propaganda tool.
Item. And it's that itself is really like wacky. I mean, wacky's the wrong word. Really gross. Just
I don't know the particulars of what you're talking about, so I don't know how to evaluate the claim.
My point is
the amount of time that his mouth is left open is like incomprehensible. Is his nose stuffed? Does he have any excuse for this?
Sure, I understand.
The soy is strong with this one, chat. The soy is strong.
My point is that like when I reviewed the footage of every time he talked about those things, the amount of just like, like everybody was saying that shit was incredibly fake. And it's
can I give you
way more?
Can I give you an example? Like the Al Ahly hospital. You remember when that was in the news? So if you'll recall, Hamas, I think, like very shortly after the attack, they held a press conference, and they had I think they had like older men like holding dead babies in their hands or something like that. And
so Vadim brings up like Hollywood as something that like, well, you know, we all know like this is a very obvious example, right? Like this is an example of an unhinged conspiracy theory from anti-Palestine voices. That the idea that like they're making it look worse than it is, it's Hollywood, right? And here's Hutch, like, do you remember that time with the hospital? You remember the hospital? And they said it was Israel, but then something else said that it might have been Hamas, and then they went into the hospital and they found like 2 guns in what was supposed to be an underground subterranean layer for Hamas, like a command center. And they come out, the IDF comes out with 2 guns, and they're like, oh yes, the Hamas, they were down there, here are their weapons. And it's like, you can't trust that shit, and you gotta know not to trust that shit. Even if you're somehow like on the other side of the argument, you should know better than that. If you want to make your argument believable, you have got to acknowledge that the IDF lies. All right? The correct argument to come back with would be like, well, also Hamas lies or something. I don't know. You could say something like that, right? But no, he's not going to do that. He's going to he literally believes in Bollywood without even realizing what it is. This guy is such like he's unconsciously the archetype, like a right-wing archetype of a of like a straw man of the left. And he's at the same time unconscious, doesn't know what Hollywood is, and is unconsciously, you know, absorbed the argument. He already believes in Hollywood to the point where when you mention it to him and describe that is what you're doing, that is what that is, he's like, well, no, they actually do that. They actually do. No, the Palestinians, they're always trying to make the pro-Palestinian stuff, you know? Shakespeare voting for Mr. Wiki Petty, reminding us all that we're at 82% on the goal. We get to 100%. By the time I'm done with this segment, then maybe we'll do some bonus content. And yeah, look at that. Look what just got 2 extra percent. That's Norm. That's Norm getting 2 extra percent.
They were initially reporting that I think like 400 or 500 people died in that attack. And then that ended up being total bullshit. I mean, the real number I think was like closer to 40, which is, I mean,
oh my God. Are you telling me that it's hard to get accurate casualty figures in a situation where Israel has made it impossible to do journalism? Is that what you're telling me, Hutch? And so then why do you trust those numbers more than the initial numbers? Maybe because those numbers are more convenient to your fucking narrative.
And then there was also a huge source of contention around like where that rocket fire came from. And to my understanding is like, we still don't really have like 100% answer of like one way or the other. But like that, would you agree that that would be an example of,
okay, credit where credit is due. Everybody else that I hear that argues about this argues about it from the point of, oh no, we know that was Hamas, or that was Islamic Jihad, or that was the Palestinian, or even implying that it was like a false flag or something, like a self attack from on purpose to make Israel look bad, right? I've heard a lot of weird stuff from pro-Israel interlocutors about that particular instance. Never mind the myriad of hospitals that Israel proceeded to destroy after the fact. But he at least is like, well, you know, it's up in the air, we're not sure, instead of trying to claim that it was Hamas that did it. Wait, has Hutch always been shave-headed? Shakespeare, good catch. No. Hutch has not always been, and he looks very different. Like, I remember a very different guy. But I was just noticing, I don't know if you got here early enough, but Shakespeare, do you think he looks a little bit like somebody else that we've come across? Just kind of rocking the same archetype just a little bit? I don't know. You tell me, chat. What do you think? Wow. Like he's missing a necklace and a flannel. Nice Alec Gunter cosplay. Next thing you need to do is say weird homophobic things to lyrics.
Staging an event with like clear propaganda goals.
Oh, Emily French says he reminds you of Pim Tool. Oh, wait, but we don't know. Like, no, he's missing the beanie. If he was Pim.
I mean, I think that what happened in that situation was there was a,
yeah, unironically, the archetype of the soy new male bugman.
A hospital bombing, and people were, I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that, like, when news items are reported, like, just very quickly before you have a moment to really understand completely what has occurred in that situation.
I'm really trying to figure out what Hutch is looking at. I don't want to just like do the streamer thing where somebody looks, cringe on camera and you make fun of it. Like there's maybe a reason. I don't know. Like, is he got a laptop over there and he's talking to somebody? Like, is Lonerbox over there feeding him things to say? Like there must be a reason that that his eyes keep on. Anyway, just so you know, if anybody's thinking of streaming, the more your eyes move off screen, the more it looks like you're trying to hide something. And it doesn't mean you're trying to hide something. There's plenty of reasons to look off screen. Like, let's say there was like a bug, a moth or something flittering over there and I kept on looking at it, right? But to the audience, it comes across as, I'm not sure if I trust her, right? Whereas if you keep your eyes mostly, looking forward, not quite right at the audience, but close, then that's usually what you want to do.
It's just incredibly common to for there to.
That's what Lonerbox does that too.
Be misinformation.
Oh, it's his audience feeding him talking points. Says BCAT K.
Or it's usually information that people have some reasonable expectation of being true, and then it's put out there and they're just like wrong about it.
Well,
a lot of
no, but in this case, you wouldn't
about that particular hospital situation, and we can continue talking about it, but it gets under my skin a little bit because people like whether or not that situation was like even.
I'm so jealous, chat. He's got a vape. Those things are banned in this country. There's no vapes in Thailand.
I give you that, like,
and I don't even want a tobacco one. I just want
Hamas was responsible.
I want one that you can put dry particulate in
for it, and the victims were overreported and whatnot.
I think it was Islamic Jihad.
We have a like not a billion. I'm being like hyperbolic here, but we have so many instances of Israel actually bombing hospitals and doing it in like the worst way possible. So it's sort of like I don't know. It just it's like almost a moot point to me because
it's a moot point to point out.
Well,
like,
I mean, what I mean is that the like that particular situation is just not really indicative of most of the like one, as I said, I don't think that it was a situation where Hamas was deliberately manufacturing.
Oh, I think it was.
Or something.
I think it was.
Okay.
I think it was very obvious that that's what.
No, he's like Vadim's trying to relate to him and trying to be like, like the Pollywood, the conspiracy theory, like unhinged shit like that, like where you see a dismembered child and you say, how was this constructed by Palestinians gaming worldwide journalism and social media in order to affect public opinion, right? And he's just like, oh no, they do that. Yeah, no, they actually, that's a thing. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's not unhinged. That's just the Palestinians. That's just what they do. They make it look like the baby got, I mean, like, if you've ever heard people like actual like Israelis or American evangelical Zionists going off about Hollywood, it's wild stuff. Like where they're like, oh, and that That then if you looked at the supposed baby, it's a doll or something. That's like, no, it's literally a child with its leg hanging off of its frame, because it's just like, God damn. It would be funny if it wasn't so horrible that people actually believe this shit.
I mean, are you aware that like Sinwar was on the record last year, I believe, just straight up saying that he thinks that like dead Palestinians like help their cause? Like, he just came out and said it.
I'm sure that's exactly what he said. Yes, more dead Palestinians, please. It's helping our cause. Yeah, I trust this guy as a source. He seems really reliable, chat. He doesn't just half remember fucking bullshit Hasbro he heard somewhere else and go and repeat it. Yeah, no, he's legit. You can tell by the way that he backs up his source. He shows you, yeah, you know, there's my source.
I don't know if any, like, do you dispute that the Hamas has this sort of like mentality about this thing?
He might have said that, but I mean, that's like,
you can look it up. I mean,
like you can find
ChatGPT Go
similar. Like, first of all, do not get me wrong. I absolutely, you know, in any on any side, whether it's this conflict or another, I don't want to see people dying. So this is not like an endorsement of that, but there are lots of other, like, it's just, there are lots of other liberation struggles, like the ANC included.
So all 2.5 million people in Gaza are paid actors. Just think about that. It makes no sense. No, it's like what they propose is more like the idea, like it almost involves, you have to think of Palestinians as having like a group mind or something, that they're like, aha, here's my chance to change world opinion and make it more negative about Israel, right? I'm gonna, I'm gonna go in this dangerous place and get shot up so that the world will hate Israel more. It's just like, but yeah, you know, it's literally it's racism. I don't know. Just to simplify it all out, it's racist brainworms. Yeah, Eleno.
That, you know, people who spoke about them that just kind of said similar things. Like, it's pretty understandable that, like, you know, if you get the world's attention, that something is happening.
Well, okay. Let's get into that, because I think because that was something that you specifically wanted to get into. I think,
yeah, no, with Hutch, it's just like he sets up this thing where he convinces himself that at least some of what he's seeing on social media is curated by the Palestinian group mind in order to change public opinion for the worse about Israel. And once he does that, then he just has, like, you know, Schrodinger's war crime, where any incident, any picture of any horrible picture of, you know, a dead child, a dying child, somebody in extreme pain, anything. Well, that could just be Hollywood doing its Hollywood thing, you know? So he gets to just like, you know, no, he can just, that indeterminacy, chat, is probably what lets this guy go on in the face of what he should know better than to endorse.
Comparisons between the ANC and Hamas are insane. They don't make any sense. Like, these are two groups with very different ideologies and very different methods of liberation. Like, this is just such a horrible comparison. Like, the ANC, their goal was reunification, sharing that entire country with.
Do you not understand the goal of the one-state solution is reintegration and re-enfranchisement of the people that have been within the confines, within the control of the state of Israel, but in a segregated apartheid demarcation and with no self-determination. and no way to affect the overall, state of Israel. This is like, this is what they want too. And there was a chance to get it, right? And the difference between South Africa and Israel partially is that when negotiations went on in South Africa, and we can talk about that. If you read Naomi Klein, you're going to find some things that aren't, some maybe choices that Mandela and the ANC made that weren't great. But, there were negotiations, and those negotiations ended in the disillusionment of the apartheid, in the enfranchisement of black people in South Africa. And, unfortunately, did not include the redistribution of any land or wealth or anything like that. But that being said, right, there was a response to the negotiation once BDS, did its thing. Once BDS got the South African government to the table, they were responsive in a way that Israel was not. Right? Case in point, the poison pills that were put into the possible negotiated settlements that would have caused Arafat, should he have signed on to that, to be rejected in whole by the Palestinian people. They put in poison pills to make sure that the negotiations were not successful. They have been stringing along the Palestinians and the world for years and years and years. And what has it led to? Further incursions into the West Bank, more settlements, more brutality, and a constant need to, quote unquote, mow the grass in Gaza, meaning to cull the population, especially the young population. There's so many differences between South Africa and Israel, not the least of being that Israel learned from the mistakes of South Africa. They learned that BDS was something that they needed to stop. They needed to prevent BDS, and that's why they go so hard against efforts to boycott, divest, and sanction, because they saw what happened to South Africa, and they realized that this could happen to them.
Everybody equal rights, and Hamas's stated goal is, the elimination of Israel and expelling and killing all the Jews from the region. Number one. Number two is Hamas.
Okay, Hamas is not functionally able to expel or eliminate any fucking population. They don't have the power. They don't have the technology. They don't have the backing to do anything like that. Meanwhile, Israel is literally doing a genocide, Hutch, and you're more concerned about some fucking stereotype that you saw in some shitty Hollywood movie with an Arab dude with a curved sword and a turban running at people yelling, "Oh!" Right? You're too concerned. You're chasing ghosts, dude. This isn't even real. You're living in a fucking movie where the Israelis are the good guys. And how do we know they're the good guys? Because they're Israeli. And how do we know the Muslims are the bad guys? Because they're Muslim. That's all you need to know. God, dude, grow some intellectual curiosity.
That is no, like.
Of course it is.
That on they're according to their current charter, no.
No, come on. Like in 2017, they faced pressure from countries like UAE and Qatar to sanitize their image. They were feeling that pressure because they knew that Trump was going to take a hard stance. So they released this like sanitized version of their charter. But
they've also said that they would willingly step down if certain conditions were met. Like do
you believe that?
Are not what's that?
Do you believe they're telling the truth?
Absolutely.
What gives you that? What gives you that confidence?
And I do not think that they're like angels or anything. Like
that's one way to put it.
It literally doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. They're a resistance against they're resisting occupation. All right? And there's going to be partisans, there's going to be resistance, and it's not going to be pretty as long as Israel is allowed to continue to do what it's doing. You know what could stop that? withdrawal of support, Hutch, from, assuming you're an American, from your country, withdrawal of military support from your country could stop what's going on there and give the Palestinians a reason to pick a different government, right? If it seems like there's a partner for peace on the other side, if it seems like there's a possibility of negotiation, then a more diplomatic government will be preferred over a more violent resistance. That is not the case. And as long as it is not the case, you're going to have some form of resistance. And it's not going to be ideal. It's not going to be, you know, this perfect, idealized, sanitized version of Mandela, okay? And the only way to stop it is not by, like, you know, you're not going to pressure Hamas into, or you know, into being better, that's not going to be how things change. You know, what they want is for the Palestinians to unilaterally disarm and just do a trust fall into the open arms of Bibi Netanyahu. That is utter folly. And the Palestinians know that. And that's why they don't pick a government that is talking about negotiations and is talking about peace, right? They pick the government that makes sense in the case where you are being wiped out, where whole families are being wiped out, where memories are being wiped out, graveyards are being wiped out, civic life is being wiped out. That guarantees more recruits for not just Hamas, but literally any fucking form that the resistance would take. Which, you know what, there's always going to be one as long as this shit is going on. If you want things to change, if you want there to be peace, the inflection point is Israel. And since Israel's not going to change a damn thing, no matter what any of us say, it's got to be putting pressure on them through the United States, through the people supplying them weapons, and through boycott, divestment, and sanctions. There we go.
That's one way to put it.
But yeah, but at the same time, yeah, like, I don't think that they are these, like, kill crazy, just like they're. See, this is the thing. You've literally got fucking stereotypes running around in your brain, shouting Allah Akbar, right? That's what you got. That's what you're operating on, not reality. You are operating on fucking movies, Hutch. The kind of just nipped at immediately. You seem to think that their main goal is, I guess, just the extermination of Jews. Their main goal is...
They want to cleanse the land of Jewish people and then rule over that.
Who's cleansing the land, Hutch? It's sure as fuck not Hamas. Who's wiping people out, Hutch? If you care about that, if you think that's wrong, if you think that people shouldn't be cleansed from the land, then fucking stand up and say something instead of being a useful idiot. Like you were to Destiny.
Land with Islamic law. That's like the core of what their goals are.
I don't believe that that's the case. And there are I mean...
Are they lying?
Are they lying?
Yeah, this is their stated goal.
I don't care what they say. They're fucking under attack. Of course they're going to say some fucking hardcore shit of like, yeah, we want to wipe you out. You know, you wiping us out? No. We want to be we're going to be like, but do they have power to do it? Fuck no. Do they have resources to do it? Fuck no. Do they have a major world power backing them to do it? No, they don't. Of course they're going to say some hard shit because they're up against an impossible fucking task, at least in the short term. But in the long term, Israel is its own worst enemy. And that's just starting to manifest in public opinion across the world.
This is what they say they want to do.
Where did they state that goal?
Like in countless like public speeches in their own charter. I mean, these are their stated goals. Like you had the mouthpiece for Hamas very shortly after October 7th
I love how he's talking about a fucking militant group, right? And meanwhile, he's noticed none of the parallels to what he's describing that militant group said or wrote or talked about in Israeli policy, in the IDF's action. They are literally fucking doing that. Oh my God, chat. Somebody in Hutch's chat is posting an ADL. There's an ADL link. We got to use the ADL.org. That's our source. That's a good source right there. Thank you, Hutch chatter. So adjacent to Rando with no power, who says there's a race war in...
say that they were going to do October 7 over and over and over again until Israel no longer existed. Like, this is...
Why So Dankness says, we clocking Hutch's dumb takes per hour streamed. He rocked a pretty high ratio. Yeah, and that's something to be proud of, right? Considering this guy, that's just like a 10-hour stream here. We are 3 hours into Hutch's 10-hour stream. And yeah, still with that much time, the ratio is still pretty high. With that high of a denominator, imagine how high the numerator, the number of dumb takes there are.
It's just the things that they say.
We have like if you're the statements of like statements
their spokesperson.
Like
that's their
yeah, I know, but we have thousands. Well, maybe not thousands, but we have way more of that from Israeli officials.
Sure, I mean, yeah,
and they are in a power position where they could actually enact that, and they are enacting that. You don't happen to believe that this is a genocide, do you?
No, I feel comfortable with that language if they're blocking all humanitarian aid into the region. Like before, before I genocide, we don't say something is a genocide because a lot of people are dying. That's not how we determine whether or not something is a genocide.
Of course. So that's not what that's
right.
You'd have to have intent for something like that. And obviously Israel doesn't have no, obviously there's no intent there. Obviously
that's not the way.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's just the way that it happens to be that whole families are being wiped out, right? It's just because Hamas, you don't understand, chat. Hamas, they go around, and every time the dutiful IDF soldiers are about to get them, they grab a Palestinian family and they put them in front. They're like, human shield, boom, human shield, boom. Right? You imagine the fucking mental gymnastics it takes to maintain this level of ignorance. Imagine being that flexible.
That either Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International, who are basing their opinion of it.
This guy is unbearable. I can barely watch. Yeah, me too. I don't know, chat. I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to take. We are 18 points away from bonus content, and I don't know if we're gonna make it, chat, because I'm running out of patience with Hutch. This guy, I don't know how Vadim talked to this guy for 5 hours. Fucking, I swear to God, 5 minutes with this guy is making me is turning me into card posting, chat. I'm gonna go Joker mode here. I'm gonna go Peter Coffin or Angie Speaks. I'm gonna come out with Joker makeup.
Being a genocide on, they're making a legal case as to why it was a genocide and why they,
I think if you're deliberately starving an entire population and to the point where I've mentioned this a lot on stream, but 80%.
Does he not know that they've been doing that? Does he not know that was the stated intent of the IDF? Is he just blissfully unaware? Because look, there's two theories, right? Either I'm right, okay, and this guy's not worth talking to, or Vadim's right, and I kind of want to believe that Vadim's right. I kind of want to believe that there's somebody out there to reach and to convince, and whose mind can be changed. But I don't know, Chad. I'm pretty. How much of what we're hearing from Hutch is just ignorance, and how much of what we're hearing from Hutch is knowing racist intransigence. It's hard to know. We can't see inside somebody's heart. So yeah, it's hard to say.
People in Gaza rely on humanitarian aid for food. And if you just stop that aid going in, you are going to starve 1.5 million people, 1.6 million people. So that is for sure genocidal actions. And so
I'm glad that you've come to the point now that it's
only been 19 months. Good job, Hutch. Good job. But look, I want to give him look, I'm not like, I don't know, chat. Vadim could be right. Right? Like, I don't know. Like, this, I think it's this kind of thing that made Vadim a little hopeful that maybe there is somebody there to reach. I'm not so sure, but I'm also kind of jaded just a bit in my dealings with the Destiny Orbiter sphere.
That those are genocidal actions, but the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars and legal scholars and like every single worthy humanitarian group, Doctors Without Borders, people like that. I mean, I could go on and on and on for a long time, have called this a genocide and made an extraordinarily reasonable case as to why it is such. And I guess that's one of the things that I wanted to point out in terms of like you kind of talking about like a left-wing like QAnon type thing, because it's like I look at some of like your genocide denial, and to me that's left-wing QAnon territory.
And this is
the experts that we have out there that established this for a very long time.
This is something that I've found like particularly frustrating, is like I can agree with you on 99% of your critiques of Israel
and still not advocate doing anything about it, and still not advocate to do a goddamn thing. That's what drives me crazy about guys like this, right? I want to believe that they're reachable. I want to believe that there's a human inside that bug man somewhere, but Jesus Christ.
I can agree with you that the Palestinian civilians have been forced to endure something that is totally unacceptable. I've the whole time conceded that there are atrocities occurring every single day. So like we can line up on so many things, but if I have a particular, like if I...
Why so dankness? I'll bet he has some real insight into the Flower Massacre footage and why that wasn't just a trap for desperate people. Yeah, and that's exactly what Israel and the United States have planned, right? Their plan to disperse food into the Gaza Strip is really a plan to manipulate residents of Gaza to bring them to the part of the country that Israel wants them to be in for reasons that I don't think should be very hard to figure out.
I think of the word genocide and I compare it to other...
Okay, so people were asking earlier, sorry, let me rewind this just ever so slightly if I can. People are asking earlier, did Hutch always look like this? And the answer is no, actually. He, the new male Bugman look is
I think like if you're deliberately starving an entire population and like to the point where I've mentioned this a lot on stream, but like 80% of people in Gaza rely on humanitarian aid for food. And if you just stop that aid going in, you are going to starve 1.5 million people, 1.6 million people. So that is for sure genocidal actions. And so
I'm glad that you've come to the point now that it's that those are genocidal actions.
Yeah, I sure hope we can't go back in time, Hutch, and find you making clips denying a genocide.
Actions, but the overwhelming majority of genocide,
or worse yet, calling lefties unhinged for asserting that there might be a genocide going on.
Scholars and legal scholars and like every single worthy humanitarian group, Doctors Without Borders, people like that. I mean, I could go on and on and on. For a long time, have called this a genocide and made an extraordinarily reasonable case as to why it is such. And I guess that's one of the things that I wanted to point out in terms of like you kind of talking about like a left-wing like QAnon type thing, because it's like I look at some of, you know, like your genocide denial, and to me that's left-wing QAnon territory.
This is, you know,
of the experts that we have out there that established this for a very long time.
This is something that I've found like particularly frustrating, is like I can agree with you on 99% of your critiques of Israel. I can agree with you that the Palestinian civilians have been forced to endure something that is totally unacceptable. I've the whole time conceded that there are atrocities occurring every single day. So like we can.
There we go. That's what Hutch used to look like. Wait, is that a? Did he have like a lip ring? I can't tell, Chad. It kind of looks like a lip ring. But yeah, that's what he used to look like before he went Alec Gunter in his look.
Line up on so many things. But
oh, look at this chat. Hutch viewers also watch Chud Logic. I'm so surprised.
I have a particular, like, if I think of the word genocide.
Can you imagine there being a crossover chat between this guy, this wholesome, nice, earnest guy's viewers and the viewers of a channel that regularly does a segment called Rape Review? No, it could never happen.
And I compare it to other modern conflicts. I compare it to other like previous genocides that have occurred. And I have a hard time using that particular language. You want to focus like hyper specific on like my verbiage. And I just, to me, that seems like such a,
yeah. I'm more focused rather than on how you want to define the unethical and inhuman actions that Israel is doing to Palestinians. I'm less interested in what name you call that, and more interested in what actions you advocate in response to it. I am not hung up on, you know, like, it should be obvious that what's going on is a genocide. I'm more concerned, honestly, though, about our response to it. And whether we spin our wheels by chiding Hamas for not being a better resistance, or whether we actually press onto the inflection points that might actually have some positive results for the Palestinian people.
You know, interesting thing to get caught up on. I don't deny that. I would think that you. I don't deny that Israel, the way that they have treated Palestinians, is totally unacceptable and is barbaric, and they have been doing it for decades.
Okay. Two things. I don't particularly mind at the end of the day if like, you know, if you have some other word for what Israel had been subjecting the Palestinians to from close to day one. Like, it's been a fucking horror show. It's been like mass industrial scale.
No, I understand that, but like we saw.
I will reword my comments. They are disappearing. Is YouTube eating people's comments again?
Mass industrial. Hold on, but we saw mass industrial scale slaughter in Darfur, in Syria, in Ukraine, and so
not in this way. They're all. If you listen to just a huge range of experts, everyone from what's her name? Francesca Albanese, who is
the UN whatever person. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many more than her, but like, just there's so many things that are extraordinary and unique about this example. This truly is worse in the just a whole range of factors. And
I mean, 250,000 Syrians died in that war. That was a lot of people dead in that war. I mean, in Iraq, hundreds of thousands of people died in that war. right?
Right. Of course. Millions. If you're looking at it purely from a numbers standpoint, that's you could find wars that had millions, tens of millions of people who have died.
Yeah.
But that's not the just the amount of bodies is not the that's not the kind of sole thing. By no means is that the sole thing that they are basing the fact that it's a genocide on. Like it's very easy to kind of point to that, but it's about the just the relentless extermination, constantly targeting civilians and whatnot. But let's get back. Just we can still talk about that. But I actually have a bunch of notes having to do with the ANC. You were talking about how that is.
Let's get into that. I'm happy to get into that because that shit is crazy to me.
I need to pee, chat. I have a feeling though, the second that I get up, I'm gonna I'm gonna run back from the bathroom with toilet paper on my foot. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, no, I can't let that pass without comment. Yeah, wars are between two standing armies, not between an army and a people with a resistance mixed in. That's what even is Hutch's argument anyway? Israel bad, but lefties are wrong in their criticism of it, and probably anti-Semitic. And Hamas is resisting in the wrong way and are bad people. And we should concentrate, the inflection point should be chiding Hamas and not trying to affect the United States or Israel. That's his point, and it's a sad thing to hear. It's a really fucking sad thing to hear. I'm gonna pee. Okay, chat. Hopefully that will be okay.
I mean.
Okay, so first of all, I'd actually, if you would be cool with it, I'd like to show. This is totally totally not.
You show porn on my stream. I am cutting ties with you.
I'd like to show a 2-minute video. There's nothing.
Go for it.
Against
it's fine.
POS or violent in here is basically
fine.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
So, this right here is trying to remember his name. Blanking on it at the moment. This man is a Holocaust survivor who also has dedicated his life to Holocaust awareness. And he also just is kind of in general, a human rights activist. And here it is. I found it. So in this, give me 1 second. I'm bad at multitasking. So share. Hey. Can you remind me how to?
You're asking the wrong guy for tech questions here.
Okay,
I see at the bottom of the bottom of the screen. If you hover at the bottom, it says share your screen.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. Standard definition, mix selection. Okay. Can you see my screen now, or what?
No.
Okay. This is lame. Sorry. Telling me that I have to get Nitro. Did they recently change this? Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Watch stream. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I can see it. Careful not to show DMs or whatever.
Yeah,
What's on your desktop there? Who's that? Yeah, pretty girl. What's going on there? Are we gonna do it? Is this a Vosh situation here, buddy?
An ex-girlfriend there. Oh wait.
Wait,
yeah,
I don't know if can I show this on stream, buddy?
Yes, you can. I promise you that this is as
okay.
Extreme in terms of the visuals as you'll see. Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, here we go.
the communists. You can't forget the Bolsheviks. The Nazi plan was...
Wait, mute your mic. Sorry. Mute your mic while you play it, because I can hear it echoing.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I will just turn my mic off.
That's it right there. Yep.
That's fine. Or diseases. And the Israelis are very conscious of that, and they're proud. They brag about all that stuff.
You compared the Israeli siege on Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto. Can you elaborate on that?
So the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, it seemed to me like a parallel to what Hamas was doing. They were very conscious. They were going to die in the Warsaw Ghetto, and they were going to take some with them. The Warsaw Ghetto fighters were these young people. They were idealistic. They were all socialists. They were all on the left. The Jewish world has forgotten that. They were like my father. Their grandparents originally came from the Nakba of 48. And they've been in these open-air concentration camp with guards all around them their whole lives. That's why I think there is a parallel. And the other issue I think that's really significant about Hamas, when you study the African-American rebellions, the Nat Turner rebellions, they were not polite, tea and cookies type thing. They were extremely violent. There were excesses, right? Because the process of liberation includes that. There's so much anger built up and hatred that excesses are done and to be expected. But the abolitionists, they understood the anger and the hatred, and they did not criticize the Turner and these other rebellions. So I think you have to put Hamas in that context.
I'd like you to address the...
That's it.
Right, so then you just end sharing your screen.
Right.
There you go. And then I'm going to close that stream, and then, okay, now we're back to normal.
So yeah,
I've heard the
reaction.
I've heard the comparisons to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I don't think they're great. I've heard the comparisons to the Nat Turner Rebellion. That seems a little bit more similar. I mean, I think what you're trying to say is like we should contextualize violence and try to understand why the violence happens. And I don't disagree. I've never disagreed with the idea that we should examine the conditions that contributed to an event like October 7th. My issue with folks in the lefty spaces was that many of them were going well beyond simply trying to contextualize and understand the violence. Many of them were taking an explicitly pro-Hamas position, which is to me where the bridge becomes a bit too far. And as far as comparisons to like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, for example, even that comparison is not great because they did not attack German families. They attacked German officers during that Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Nat Turner, he killed babies. I mean, like, I think we should understand why, like, obviously, in response to like unspeakable barbarity with chattel slavery, why that would provoke something like, would lead a human being to like kill a baby in their crib. That doesn't mean that I think we should celebrate when, like, that they killed babies. That's the nuance that I think is totally lacking in some spaces. The ANC, don't even get me started. I mean, like, in the entirety of the apartheid struggle, ANC, I think there were between 100 and 200 civilian deaths. And it was their policy systemically to engage in acts of sabotage rather than terrorism. Because Mandela understood that if they were going to do just full-on terrorism, he thought that would lead to full-on civil war, which would make reunification impossible. So okay, he had a very different.
First of all, I don't know if you know this. Mandela was pro PLO while they were.
PLO is not, but the PLO is not Hamas, though.
Yeah, but they were engaging in armed terrorism. He held like an event honoring Layla Khalid, who was one of the main people who was involved in both of the high-profile hijackings that they did in the 1970s. And, and also, I'm like, I have some...
With those hijackings, did she kill civilians?
No, but there were other armed,
well, I mean, that's...
that she was involved with. But I have more to say in terms of both like what like Mandela also. This is important. In 1986, Nelson Mandela implicitly endorsed acts like necklacing and all of the like.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Let me see.
There was
a general statement of support for violent resistance.
No.
That was smuggled out of the like in around 1986 while he was still being held.
No. He said that violence had become like inevitable, but he never endorsed necklacing. Like
no,
that was
you're talking right now about his speech to like. That's something different.
No, I'm talking about the whole of his like. I spent so much time looking into what Nelson Mandela said. I could not find a single example of him implicitly or explicitly endorsing like acts of terrorism. And the necklacing that was a source of tension between he and his wife. It was actually noted at the time that he didn't endorse what she was calling for, which is to punish collaborators with methods like necklacing, which, Chad, if you don't know, it's you put a tire around their neck and you fucking light them on fire. And the fact that he didn't come out and endorse what she was saying, people took note of it at that time. He very much did not, and he could have made.
There was a smuggled message that was sent out in 1986 where he endorsed the ANC of the violent measures that the ANC were enacting at that time. So like we can just
you're not listening. They were hold on. But he was. But I never said that he said that people shouldn't do violence.
Okay.
He endorsed acts of sabotage, targeted sabotage against government, and.
It's so weird, chat. When I listen on my phone, it's on a delay, and so when I come back, the phone is delayed from the the headphones, and so I have to wait until the phone catches up with the actual stream before I can really feel it. But this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating. Vadim has an amazing amount of patience for being able to put up with this dude. But I kind of see why he does. There's like little glimmers here and there, right? And maybe it's just because I have been used to just complete intransigence from a lot of liberals on this issue. Maybe that's why like Vadim and I are like, was that a recognition? He's like 1% better than your standard fare DGGer, and I'm tempted to have more hope than maybe I should. I don't know. Let's listen to a skin. Tell us about Mandela. Okay, look. I feel like it's bad enough that I called him what did I call him? A soy new male bug man? Is that the phrase? Gotta tell how familiar with this language I am, but he does rock that that same archetype as Alec Gunter. So if it's good for the Gunt, it's good for Hutch.
And military targets.
He endorsed.
Wait, I'm sorry, chat. Wait, what are they? Do they call him the Gunt, or did they call him? What is the nickname for Alec Gunter? Does anybody remember? That was so long ago.
First, the actions that the ANC were currently engaged in, and he knew about the necklacing. He knew about those things. He gave. Well, like I'm not saying like trying to paint the portrait of him like enjoying that, like being like actually thinking like, yeah, that's awesome, but he endorsed it. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why that's important is just because, like, I mean, in general, like I think you already like know this, but it's just like there are going to in resistance struggles, there's going to be like that guy said, it's things get very like messy, and there's going like most of the violence that they did, I'm sure you know this if you know about the necklacing, it was against people that they thought were like acting against the ANC itself.
Collaborators, collaborators.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so there's like when it comes to the ANC,
we're not 6 hours into the stream. We're, oh my God, 5 hours into the stream.
Like, you know, in 1985, there were 156 bomb attacks in South Africa, and the ANC claimed responsibility for the overwhelming majority of them. And you know about Winnie Mandela.
Yeah.
Totally.
He was much more radical.
In 1986, there was this thing called Radio Freedom, which was basically like their propaganda tool, the ANC, and there were many broadcasts where they said things to the effect of this. I mean, this is an exact quote.
I'm just worried. I'm like, is this going to be something Twitch is okay with? Well, it's on Hutch, so if I'm fucked, so is Hutch.
Let's take our weapons, both rudimentary and sophisticated, our necklaces, our grenades, our machine guns, our AK-47s, and everything we can get us to fight the vigilantes together with the police and the army. There was the Secretary General, Alfred, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, I'm sorry, Nzo, told the Sunday Times that collaborators with the enemy had to be eliminated.
There was a lot going on outside of Mandela's prison walls that he had no control over. But again,
Tambo, this is something new, okay? Oliver Tambo, the president of the ANC for like a few decades, said that killing white people will have a beneficial effect of getting white people used to bleeding and dying. And he also said we've achieved a good deal of progress in making. Yeah, okay. So that's the most important one right there.
We do not endorse any viewpoints put forward in this content. This content is presented for educational purposes only.
Gradients of like violence. There, you know, the way that Mandela described it was like there were 4 types of violence. There was terrorism. There was I don't know, I can't remember what they are, but it ended with war. You know, like it was an escalation. It started with like targeted acts of sabotage, and then terrorism, and then one other one that I'm not remembering, and then like revolution, like war, like full-on civil war. And he very specifically endorsed a policy of sabotage. And again, you keep
that is true, but this is the point. This is the point. Like, do you actually like that was not like he had already made it clear that he was previously willing to do other types of violence.
You don't think it's notable to point to the discrepancy?
He realized that was necessary for the particular situation.
Hang on, can we just focus on? Can we just like you? Can I get you to acknowledge that the discrepancy in the kill count alone should clue you in that the ANC had a different philosophy? Like if the ANC was open to the
because it was
if the ANC was open to the kind of violence that Hamas was capable of doing on October 7th, the kill count in South Africa would have been in the fucking millions over the course of several decades.
Do you honestly think that if the ANC, if things had not gone the way that they did, that like and by the way, if like you understand that there was lots of warfare that occurred in conjunction with the in general, like fucking what's the word? Sorry, I'm like a little like cracked out today.
So I don't know, chat. I didn't find a lot of response. Like I expected to find more of a response on Twitter. I don't know if I just didn't search the right thing to this video. Because like I've been seeing a lot of the usual suspects, you know, reacting to this content. But yeah, like Vadim noted when in our conversation, if Ethan had a clip of him to show on the stream, he would have. Right? I mean, that's not to say that like Vadim did everything right in this debate, but it doesn't sound like there was anything. What they generally like to do in these kind of encounters, right? The reason that Hutch is sort of stringing him out for apparently like 5 hours, that's what he said. I mean, I haven't looked to see the exact time of it, but Vadim said that it was like going on, I think it was going on 6 hours. I think it was a, you know, long ass conversation. And the idea is just to like, you know, one, wear you down to the point where they can, you know, get some of their debate bro bullshit through on you, or to make clips, like have little moments where you look like you're on your back foot or don't have an answer for something, like that, the kind of owned clips that can sort of take on a life of their own and define a debate in a way that's not even characteristic of how the majority of the debate went. So yeah, this is why they try to keep you on for 5 hours.
Apartheid fell like mostly because of like battle, like there was a lot of bloodshed that went into.
No, but we're talking about the ANC specifically. We're talking about them specifically.
I know. But do you honestly think that the ANC would not have engaged in those methods if like, you know, like apartheid did not fall, if like they were not like lucky enough for those circumstances to come into place? No, of course they would. They like people will resist. Like, you know, if like they're going to use the methods that are available to them at the time. And so it's just like that's why I think it's very important to note that someone like Mandela was totally fine with the PLO when they were doing armed resistance. He also,
the PLO was a leftist organization. They were a leftist. I mean, you're also aware of the fact that Mandela, he wouldn't have described himself as a Zionist, but he fits that definition in the original sense of the word.
And that is
wait.
Denigrating.
Oh, wait. What's your definition of Zionist?
My definition of if like you're going obviously off the like very like reductive.
The original definition of the word is what
who believes that like Israel should exist.
The original definition of the word. That's what you know, colloquially now.
That's not the original definition of the word.
Of course it is. What do you mean? It means the Zionist project was about establishing a sovereign country for Jewish people to have the right to like self-determination.
It was colonial from the very start. Like fucking what's his name? The godfather of the whole thing. I'm sure you know his name.
It is
Herzl.
But I mean, you're like a lot of the original Zionists, you know, were leftists, right? Like they were socialists.
Yeah, personally, I like yes, they definitely were socialists, but I think that true leftism involves like human rights, and they were not like concerned with human rights.
Well, let me ask you: do you think that Jewish people had a rational reason to want their own country at the turn of the 19th century and into the 20th century?
I don't think that they had a right to.
And that's not what I mean. That's not. But that wasn't my question though. That my question is, do you think that they had a rational desire to have their own country?
He's sorry, Chad. That's a real stun lock. That's a real humdinger of a stun lock. I'm just struck by the lack of connection of what was done to the Palestinians with what is in Hutch's mind justifying the colonization. Like they need it's harder to roll things back on Twitch, but let me try.
His name, the godfather of the whole thing. I'm sure you know his name.
It escapes me. But
anybody know, is there buttons for like 10 seconds forward, 10 seconds back on Twitch? I feel embarrassed that I have to ask. I don't usually watch Twitch on a desktop.
But I mean, like a lot of the original Zionists, were leftists, right? Like they were socialists.
Yeah, personally, I like yes, they definitely were socialists, but I think that true leftism involves like human rights, and they were not like concerned with human rights.
Well, let me ask you: do you think that Jewish people had a rational reason to want their own country at the turn of the 19th century and into the 20th century?
I don't think that they had a right to.
That's not what I mean. That's not. But that wasn't my question though. My question is, do you think that they had a rational desire to have their own country?
I think that the kind of like yearning for something like that, it's understandable.
Does he not understand the difference between having your own country and having someone else's? Like, someone else's, like, villages and houses and trees and... It just seems like it's a connection that goes right over his head. And I am at loss to explain to myself how that is something he is completely missing.
Okay.
However, I don't think, like, at the end of the day, rational, I wouldn't put it that way, because I think that unless they found some sort of area that was uninhabited and, they didn't have to go.
Well, they were negotiating with like the British.
Then it was going, it was set up to fail from the beginning because of the fact.
I think you're right about that.
Project in that area.
I mean, I think you're right about that. But I'm just trying to get at.
I can't look at that as being like rational. You know what I'm
well,
saying?
they were engaged. They were negotiating with. They were negotiating with Arab landowners. They were purchasing land. They were negotiating with the British. I mean, the British were promising them, because Palestine at that time was British territory. And the British were telling them, like, hey, listen, we'll set you up over there. And like, I'm just saying, like, if you were a European Jew in 1946 and you're being told, like, hey, the British are, allowing massive immigration to, potentially establish a country here, like, you would have gotten on that boat 100%.
From the very beginning of Zionism, and again, like, I feel like I should just throw this out here. I assume I'm sure that this is where I'm coming from, but just for your audience and any bad actors that like might, clip me, Zionism is completely separate from Judaism. These are two entirely different things. One is a political system that is built on colonialism and is dependent on
and rational fear. in rational fear. I mean, come on. I mean, like six million Jews died. You know, like it was an entirely irrational fear that these people felt totally unsafe in Europe. And, you know, if you were offered that same thing back then, you would have got on that boat. I'm not saying everything that followed was like justified or good.
Sorry, chat. I should probably explain that crunching sound you hear. That's the sound of the passion fruit seed. And it's in my drink. Kind of like a boba tea. But it's like, it's just in the fruit is a crunchy seed. So just so, I don't know, nobody worries that I'm like, you don't expect somebody to be drinking something and then hear a crunching sound. That's, that requires explanation. And I hope that I've provided that explanation for you.
Good. You know, obviously I mean, I think you're right. I think it was set up to be this cauldron. And I blame the British, honestly, more than anybody else. But this idea that it was founded on this like settler colonial like ethno-supremacist project, to me, I think just ignores the very real like persecution, murder.
That's exactly what it was from the beginning. They like before long before World War II or the Holocaust was ever in the picture. That's how it was.
Because they were being persecuted in Europe.
Vladimir Jabotinsky, who were saying things like, we have to get rid of all of these Palestinians because they're going to resist.
Yeah,
they're going.
I mean, look, I told you, I think the project itself,
like, Hutch is trying to make the argument about whether we blame all of the everyone that immigrated, whether we personally see them as having a moral failing for being part of that project, rather than the effect of that colonization. And so if he can argue, like, you know, it's understandable, right? You're in this situation. It doesn't make it less wrong. But yeah, I mean, this is debate pervertry at its best. I don't know how deep we want to go into this rabbit hole, chat, of this is, you know, somebody connected to Destiny back in the day. So, I mean, this is how debate, this is how the format works. This is the genre. This is, you're getting it, you know, from the source. Twitch at that.
This was always going to be the outcome. And I put most, honestly, I put most of that blame on the British, because they were making promises to both sides. Like the British were they were fanning the flames of pan-Arab nationalism in the wake of World War I. And so they were instilling, like, you know, that was one of the ways that they got a lot of Arab states to fight alongside them to take on like the Ottomans. And they were also making promises to Jewish people in Europe that, you know, they would allow like massive immigration and like potentially allow a state there. And so, you know, but we were talking about the fact that like if you don't like the word Zionist, fine. But there's a clip of Mandela in 1996 addressing the fact that the fact that Israel was occupying part of Lebanon and or Egypt and Syria at the time, the Golan Heights, and he said that Israel has a right to exist secure within its borders. He was a stalwart supporter of the PLO and the cause of Palestinian liberation for sure, but he also recognized that Israel wasn't going to go away. And so he never.
He was a statesman, and he recognized the political reality of the moment. Absolutely, but
I mean, they also identified a lot with Jewish persecution. By the way, it wasn't just about like political realities. People like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and Mandela, like they had sympathies for victims of Jewish persecution.
Martin Luther King, that yes, he said a certain thing, but that's like kind
He said Israel was the most important democracy in the Middle East. I mean, he was like a pretty.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that there were a whole ton of things that occurred with Israel after his death.
For sure. For sure.
And there, in general, there was a huge reassessment in the Black leftist community or left-wing community of Israel, pretty much like right after he died. And the thing is, it's sort of like, to me, when people kind of speak of MLK as a Zionist, it's sort of like taking someone who, I can't think of someone.
I mean, this was well into. I mean, when did MLK get assassinated? I mean, didn't he get assassinated after the '67 war? I mean, like, there were plenty of like really.
Yes, but there was a lot. There was a lot about Israel that he did not realize was going on at the time, and to me, it's sort of like if you had somebody in the 90s who died before like 93, who was considered like a very just, a humanitarian, really wonderful person.
No, but I mean, but MLK certainly.
I love O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson is great.
MLK certainly endorsed the establishment of the state of Israel. Like very clearly.
But the thing is that like, okay, I actually have some notes here because I thought maybe we might get into this. I did see that like you had kind of mentioned him in these contexts. So first of all, one thing that he was noted as saying is that colonialism and segregation are nearly synonymous, because their common end is economic exploitation, political domination, and the debasing of human personality. Mm-hmm. Now, it was a colonial project at the point that he was alive, but he just didn't realize it. If he had realized...
Wait, no, come on.
No, it was, though. It was a colonial project.
No, but I mean, he knew what happened in 1948 in terms of like the establishment of the state and the previous decades of massive Jewish immigration. I mean, he supported Israel having their own country in that region. Like
he thought that there was an actual democracy going on there, and there wasn't. He's also like
well, in Israel there was, right?
Not for Palestinians. Like I don't think of democracy as being democracy if you're excluding huge groups of people.
Are you talking about Palestinians in Israel proper, or are you talking about Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza?
I'm talking about like, yes, there were some Palestinians there that were allowed to like live.
There were a lot.
They were treated. They
were
treated
lot
horribly. They continue to be. But he also said, just to kind of in terms of he said, I don't have any faith in whites in power responding in the right way. They'll treat us like they did our Japanese brothers and sisters in World War II. They'll throw us into concentration camps and blah, 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 blah. I mean, I'm sure that's not surprising to hear, but the point is that he did not realize the extent to which
he was a pretty smart guy. I mean,
segregated there.
You don't think he was a pretty smart guy, MLK? You don't think he was aware of like the dynamics?
This is pure debate pervertery. You don't think that MLK was smart? It's fucking out of nowhere. You doubt the end. And like, it's not even good debate pervertery, right? It's not like, I'm sorry, I'm acting like it could be good, but it's not even like, it's all fallacies. Oops, all fallacies kind of logic all around. This is just disjointed. MLK was a socialist. MLK did well. We're invoking MLK and we're invoking Mandela as these avatars of pure virtue, rather than complicated historical figures that they were. And that's something I guess you can get away with, that kind of framing in a debate. But it's just so... it's so ridiculous. Like, I can't... I mean, you know, it might work on some people. They're like, oh, do you disagree with Mandela? You know, not allowed to do that. That's... we've got a being of pure virtue here. You must endorse everything about them. It's just... it's so... I hate to use the word brain broken, but Hassan would call this brain broken.
A lot of the dynamics were not like out in the open. There were a lot of aspects of the way that the Israel project was functioning that most people didn't know about at the time, and it started coming out again, like more after MLK was assassinated.
Things escalated. They started escalating like internally, like after he died. You know, I mean, they had already been pretty like incendiary, the conditions there, but you know, the emergence of the like I feel like you're having trouble wrapping your head around the idea that he could simultaneously support the establishment of the state of Israel in that particular region and also like and also advocate for dispossessed Palestinians. Like, I mean, it's
I can see why you'd think that, but really,
no. But like, that's what he said, though. I think that because that's what he said.
In the fact that when I read his statements about Israel, his positive statements about Israel, I'm not denying that he made them. He is characterizing Israel in a way that was not true to what was going on at the time. And I by no means think he was lying. I think he just, I mean, I don't think he would lie. I don't think he was that kind of person. So just by like process of elimination, I come to the conclusion that he did not know how everything happened to be working. And to the extent of all of that. So you know, and that's I like. Honestly,
well, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's switch gears a little bit. Like obviously we disagree about MLK and Mandela. I mean, I think they're pretty clear about the things that they said. You seem to think that there's some hidden subtext there, or.
But well, this is the thing. Okay, it's like. And here's kind of like maybe the big, like when I responded to you, it was in response to
talking about terrorism.
Yeah, and basically you had posted a definition of terrorism, which many people, you know, like that's a sort of like a word with not wiggle room is the right way to put it.
I mean, most people think about terrorism as like attack, like targeting civilians. That's what most people assume. Like colloquially, that's what people assume.
That is not, but that is not true, because the ANC, if you like, one thing that I have been doing a lot of lately, I'm hoping that down the line I can make a good video about this, but we'll see, because I have a lot on my plate.
Yeah, Rachel, that's what I was getting at earlier. The fact that his logic short circuits and doesn't perceive the injustice of making Palestinians pay for the crimes of Europeans. I mean, there's different ways you could say it, but it's something that it's something that his brain just keeps skipping over, right? He never stops and asks himself that question. It's just not part of the thinking process. And we've seen that a couple times.
But basically, I watch a lot of, as much as I can find, it's hard to get, but propaganda made by like
No comment check?
South Africa.
Oh.
I mean, I'm talking about the
Okay.
the not the ANC, but the Afrikaners that were basically anti-ANC. And if you look at that stuff, if you look at things that like Reagan was saying about the ANC at the time, and really just anyone who is vaguely opposed to it, they absolutely referred to the ANC
Right, both of those
as terrorists. And so terrorism is this like malleable word that a lot of people use to describe what they like. It's a way to, sometimes terrorists are legitimately like what we
would you
like,
call Hamas terrorists?
guys.
Would you call Hamas terrorists? Would you call Hamas terrorists?
I think Hamas is a group that has engaged in terrorist activities. I think, definitely, like I would not have a problem.
I would argue it's baked into their tactics.
To a lot of what happened on October 7th.
You got baked in on your card. Gonna go ahead and mark that square off
as fundamentally terrorism, but I do not think of them overall.
Really?
Anyone got a bingo?
Really?
What's that?
Really? I mean, what, like firing rockets indiscriminately into Israeli civilian like where like homes are?
I mean, they are just like what else do you like? They are they have very limited means in terms of like the ways that they can resist.
So they had to try to decapitate a Thai foreign student with a garden hoe.
Why are you holding them to a standard like they are in a
so they had to murder 300 people at a rave?
They are inside this like
so they had to murder 300 people at a rave? They had no other choice? They had to murder 300 people at a rave?
I already said that I think that I regard that as being like, you know, terrorist activity.
Okay.
Or
we agree.
Definitely, but that like the reason why any of that occurred to begin with was because of just like that. None of that would have happened if the Palestinian people hadn't been treated like absolute trash for years. And that's the thing.
I think you're right about that. But also
the reason why I have a problem with you know the way that you speak about like the ANC and whatnot is because it almost presupposes like, you know, you have to do this. You like because you didn't do this, you deserve what's happening to you. And
I never said anything. I never said anything close.
Well,
oh my god, I'm watching NCC at work. How is this happening? It's magic.
I'm saying a lot of people may.
I don't care. I didn't say that. I understand that people are so ideologically dogmatic that they draw these totally unreasonable inferences from the things that I say. That's not my problem. That's the problem I'm addressing when I talk about this stuff. I think it's crazy to say that I think that every Palestinian person that died since October 7th had it coming. I've never said that.
Did we figure out what the fuck the community rankings? Is that what it's called? YouTube has a new thing. It's ranking you, chat. It gives you XP and
I wouldn't.
And then it's ranking you.
I would be surprised if you.
I don't know why they were like, you know what we need? We need something that gives you XP and then ranks you. How much XP do you have? Do you have the most XP? Are you number one? Number one. How do you get the XP? Do they give you XP for posting first?
Said that, but I think that when because if you look at your you know your feed, the overwhelming majority, or maybe like at least,
it's because I interact with left-wingers more than I interact with MAGA. That's why. It's a proximity thing. Like, I don't think I'm morally obligated to tweet a certain percentage of the time about this issue and then that issue and then this issue and then that issue. I don't think that I don't think that's a silly way to judge someone's morals.
Well, I agree.
What? Is that a bit of a straw man?
Agree with you to like an extent there. Like it is definitely like.
Oh yeah, do you get abilities? Can you anybody in chat unlocking any abilities in a sphere grid of some sort? Maybe a junction system? Maybe materia?
What am I trying to say? Like I understand responding to people like
I think there's a toxic element in the left-wing space.
Okay.
Really toxic.
The online left.
Explanation.
It's toxic.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's talking about us, chat.
But there's so many. I mean, like, I've seen you. Like, I'm trying to think of some examples. I've seen you. Like, maybe not full on defend, but like, yeah, kind of defend the attack of hospitals, saying that like kind of like. Making like basically doing apologetics for Ethan when he was talking about like the do you know the like specifically what I'm talking about? Because
there was a clip going around where I mentioned nothing about any particular Israeli strike. I was watching a debate between Hassan and Ethan, and Hassan said something at some point. He said something like, they're bombing hospitals, which is a war crime. And I think what I said at the time was, no, it's not. What I should have said is, it's not inherently a war crime. And I think that's where people got hung up. But my point was that in Article 18 and 19 of the Geneva Convention, they describe when a building like a hospital loses its protected status. So it is the case. It's just, this is just what international law says. It wasn't me. It wasn't me saying, I think Israel has every single bomb they've ever dropped on every hospital has been justified. I am highly skeptical that that's the case.
That they've dropped on a hospital that has been justified.
So it's just the number of like live messages and super chats and super stickers that you send?
How do you know that?
Because they've never substantiated any of their claims of like of these things, and like they lie up the ass.
So when when Hamas,
that's an interesting way to lie. But yeah, no, point taken.
That when they openly say that they've built 300 to 400 miles of tunnels underneath Gaza, you don't think that
they have never said that like, yes, they obviously have built tunnels. They've never said 300 to 400 miles.
They absolutely have. Here, I'll bring it up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Sam Cedar.
I mean, if they've said that, that's still like they're lying, because that's like more tunnels than like exist in the New York subway system, and they're just kind of like if they did say it, fine. But I mean, like that was used.
I'll send you a
in Vietnam. Like in Vietnam, they have
an article here,
like,
but
like there's not anything like that's just the way that resistance fighting is done.
Wait, no, hold on, no. If you put military, like healthy military age men, if you house them in a hospital, or if you store weapons in a hospital, or if you launch attacks from a hospital, that is a war crime. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but you don't have the fucking right to bomb that hospital. Are you fucking kidding me? All those civilians there to get to a tunnel, which you'd have to use like fucking 6,000-pound bunker busters in order to like get at? Like, give me a break. They've never found, like, the only time that they have ever like published images of supposed munitions that were being kept there, it was a really paltry amount. And just like they've never, like, they've made huge claims, like they had that like ridiculous CGI like thing that looked like it was out of fucking
I remember.
Like, which was nonsense. That there was nothing there of the sort underneath.
No, they did find munitions in that. They invited the press in and showed that they did find munitions. They found that Hamas was storing weapons there.
Was that when they like
wasn't it like 3 weapons and like 2 of them were not working or something? And it was just like, you know, I mean, again, do you trust the IDF? Right? That's the chain of custody. The IDF came out and said, we found these.
Found that I mean, first of all, like, I think that there was something suspicious about that. Like, I think I remember, like, there being like
you do this thing where it's like, that doesn't sound like the Hamas I know. The Hamas I know, they would never store weapons in a hospital. And I just like
I think it would be.
I'm just like at a loss for words for once. No comment. That's like out of nowhere. You just seem to think that's not the Hamas I know. Hamas would never do that.
Actually, like, perfectly fine for like a.
I don't know why I did that in the Jordan Peterson voice, but there you go. There you go.
Like a Hamas, like a for someone from Hamas to like put like a small amount of munitions
in a hospital,
in like random places. I mean,
underneath a civilian, like there's been like eyewitness testimonials from Palestinians in Gaza who had Hamas show up at their house and build an underground bunker under their home. Like
I don't know about that. Like I'd have to like review that. I'm saying that
that was not Hamas. That was Dan Saltman playing Rust. That was a video game.
Where is your skeptic? Where does the skepticism come from?
But first of all, I want to backtrack a second. I think when I said that, like, I would be fine with them. I actually I didn't mean that. What I mean is that, like, they obviously, by the nature of the like the fact that they are like, what would you call it? Is it guerrilla warfare technically if it's in a like a city setting? I just mean that they.
Yes, yeah, but it is. I mean, you acknowledge it is a war crime to store weapons in a hospital, right? And that would be a good rule to have, right? Because you don't want governments or militaries.
But Hutch, there has never been, like, the only images that we have ever seen of like.
That's just such a weird name to like call somebody. But you see, Hutch, it's like this. I don't know. Sorry, I'm not making fun of people's names here. Oh yeah, what is this? It's rice. Does it look like beef? Oh, it's because it's riceberry rice. It has like dark purple.
Of supposed munitions that were stored in, it has been just a very small amount of weaponry. That amount of weaponry does not justify the insane amount of violence that they have perpetrated on all these hospitals.
I agree with you. I just want to say that I agree with you. I am not defending the totality of everything that Israel has done. I think clearly they have a wanton disregard for civilian death. I don't think anybody rational would dispute that. The footage yesterday was horrifying, like a 3-year-old crawling out of a building that's on fire. It's just unthinkable kind of like death and destruction. The point of the clip that you're responding to about me talking about hospitals, I was talking about international law in a general sense. And I said that on the stream. I said I'm not this is not me co-signing everything that Israel has done. However, if someone stores munitions or soldiers or launches attacks from a hospital and then the hospital gets bombed.
I was about to make a joke about a cotangent after he said co-signing, but I decided it would be silly to make a joke like that.
It's the people who stored the munitions that did the war crime in that spot, not the people who dropped the bomb.
There would have to be an extreme amount of munitions stored, and every
This is called proportion. This is called proportionality. This is where
there's so many doctors like if you don't like believe the the doctors who like basically were born in Gaza and happen to work at these hospitals, there are so many other, like, I'm sure doctors who come in from other countries and whatnot. There's not been a single doctor who has worked in any of these hospitals who has ever said anything to the effect of there is something even remotely fishy going on
Well,
here.
I mean, Amnesty International, I think back in 2014, they reported on Hamas
that
using
was back in 2014. That was back in 2014, not now. And also, it's one thing. And also, it's one thing to have you have to, if there is a huge bunker with
a room with an MR in it. That was. And also, like, Israel never shows evidence. Yeah, all it was like soldiers walking out with weapons and being like, these were there. Just trust us, right? There's no, like I said, the chain of custody for the evidence, right, is not been maintained. It is not, there's
tons of like a nuke or something, then like maybe you're talking, but like the amount of just munitions and just all that stuff.
You're talking about proportionality. You're talking about
where like bombing a hospital has been justified.
Well, I think you're assuming that.
Show me the evidence. Then there's no like compelling evidence. I look for it, and there's like, and then on top of that, like, we know that Israel just lies up the ass with this stuff. They have fabricated evidence when it comes to things going on in hospitals.
I mean, we also know, like, here, I think like the difference between you and me is like, when I look at the things that Israel does, it horrifies me. And I also look at how Hamas has contributed to these horrible circumstances for Palestinians living in Gaza, and that pisses me off too. When I look at that, I think these people would be so much better off if they were not ruled by this group. They had one election. They had one election in 2004. Then they got into an all-out civil war with PLO. They pushed the PA. They pushed the PA out of power and just usurped all authority. And they haven't had elections since. And it's just, I think they've been a disaster for Palestinians. And like, what I question is, how come people like you don't have like any smoke? You always want to contextualize everything and understand. Well, like, we need to understand why they're doing the things. Fine, fair, that's good. Yes, we should understand. Also, this is a group of religious extremists who you would never in a million years volunteer to live under their government.
Dude, I don't waste my time. I mean, like, we know that in like everywhere from the like indigenous Americans to like slave revolts to all sorts of things, there have been like these situations breed desperation, obviously, and horrible violence is perpetrated.
They torture dissidents
by the people.
They torture political. Hamas tortures political dissidents. Wait, Vadim, they torture political dissidents. They will torture you if you speak out.
They did that. What the fuck do you think the necklacing was? That was like the main thing that they.
I was going to say, weren't they just talking about that?
They did. The IRA, the reason why they call that band is called Kneecap is because they would shoot people that they thought were like, collaborators.
Again, if we're going back to the
and that's the thing. This is the reason why I brought up that ANC. The propaganda that I was telling you about is because the way that people always, and by people I mean people who are fundamentally against like liberation groups, the way that they always frame them is as like fucking horrible terrorists. And there are a million things that like.
Would you want to live with Hamas as your government?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, then you understand what I'm getting at.
There's a lot of people I wouldn't want to live as my government. I wouldn't want to live with Phidias as my government. This is not a real basis of anything. Like, what the hell is he saying?
But you're not.
These are not people interested in the type of liberation that you're talking about. That's not liberation.
No. I'm just realistic about the fact that in
That's a weird thing to say under the Trump administration. Theory bra. I don't want the U.S. government. Yeah, like under the current U.S. government, that's a weird thing to say. It's like, would you want to live under that government? I don't exactly want to live under this one either. Not a good basis of comparison.
Circumstances, the people that are going to like be there for you are not like for instance, the fucking in World War II, what our like one of our biggest allies was Russia. They were a fucking horrible like government at the time. They were responsible for tons of deaths and shit. I mean, it was like one of the worst
and Lysenkoism
regimes that they've had over the course of their entire existence.
We were fighting fascism and Nazism. I mean, that's a very different thing than what we're seeing in Israel. Wouldn't you agree?
Israel is fascism, and
you would compare it to the Third Reich.
What?
You would compare it to the Third Reich? Hitler had aspirations to take over the entirety of Europe.
Like we have at this point we have polls that basically like recent polls that put like I think as much as like 47% of the Israeli population are okay with just killing all of the Palestinians once certain like areas are
I would be curious to see that, because I think recent polls show that most Israelis favor an end to the conflict. I don't know what poll you're looking at.
It was just published in Haaretz the other day.
Yeah, and like listen, like after 9/11, like I'm sure we would have seen a crazy amount of people in this country that would have been in favor of literally just nuking the entire Middle East. I mean, I'm not saying that this is like, I'm saying like after a country experiences the kind of attack like they do on October, like this is me contextualizing something, right? Like you want to contextualize everything.
They are
as far as like
are absolutely fucking bloodthirsty. You have.
But would you compare it to the Third Reich? Would you say that they're comparable to Nazi Germany or fascist Italy or Imperial Japan? Is Lebanon at risk? Is Lebanon at risk for a similar kind of event as like the rape of Nanking, like right now?
I can't answer that. When it comes to what is happening in Gaza, and also to a certain degree what is happening, what is starting to get, I mean, it's been going on for decades, but like we're starting to see dominoes fall in the West Bank as well. And just the level of like just the obliteration, just how they like. I mean, that they're completely like what's the word? Ethnically cleansing the entire area right now. There's been like just you have.
I voted for the person that wanted a two-state solution, not like this guy that wants to annex the entire region. I'm against ethnic cleansing. I just want to be on the record and saying that.
Never going to like that. I mean, like I would be in theory all for.
Yeah, 19 months later, there's so much that he says that it's just like, okay, maybe that. I don't know. Like I said, I have trouble analyzing this guy's thinking because there's just like shit that his mind somehow, I don't know, compartmentalizes and never even deals with, right? Just steps of logic that get skipped. And it's just like, it's kind of amazing, but also horrible.
A two-state solution, if that was achievable, but it just hasn't been for like over 20 years. And
I mean, longer than that.
Or
a lot longer than that.
What's that?
Yeah, a lot longer than that. Like, we're talking about 75 plus years of.
Well, no, I'm talking about due to like the amount of settlements that have been like.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Yeah. So, can I ask you, do you think that Palestinians in Gaza would be better off now if instead Hamas had never won that election and taken power?
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Mark Gold. Joe Biden was not in favor of two-state solution. His single ideological commitment his entire career was to empower Israel to take more and more land. Yeah, there was no point at which Biden would restrain Israel. Actually different from Obama's approach significantly, but as far as Kamala's approach, yeah, she did say the two-state solution thing. So did Biden. And that's what makes it kind of like Biden. Wait, am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Biden would say the two-state solution, but I also kind of think that he did a lot to prevent it. And we don't. Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing if Kamala's policy would have been different. She would not even say.
Do you think maybe they'd be better off now?
He's really using this as a dig to be like, yeah, you leftists probably voted for Jill Stein. It's your fault that Kamala lost.
I think that there's a good chance that down the line, they would have suffered this fate. But again, like you could say the same thing about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. You could say like, because you probably know that ended with all of them being exterminated. They basically like sealed the whole area off, and just about everybody got slaughtered inside of it. Do
you agree?
Well, yeah, you're exactly right, Joel Siffer. That is what has basically allowed Israel to stop pretending to seek a peaceful solution, is the Oslo Accords, which, like I said before, were poison-pilled. There was, provisions in there that were just not something that anyone could sign and have any sort of support in Palestine. So in effect, it's just not a provision you can accept. And then blaming the Palestinians for blowing up the negotiation, or it's the wrong word to use, for scuttling the negotiations, rather than the actual recognition that what they were offered was not a real offer. It was not a real offer. I can say that in a better way. They were. Israel used Oslo, and ever since has expanded settlements, forced the Palestinians to disarm, and increase their oppression. Yeah.
Let me phrase it in a different way. Do you agree that Hamas knew that Israel's reaction was going to be catastrophic?
I do not think that they thought it was going to be like this. No one could have predicted this. Yes, they thought it was, but they went in to capture capture hostages in order to barter. Like they
took babies. They took babies.
What's that?
They took babies.
Yeah, they took babies. I mean, like that sucks. Like I don't sign off on that, but like Israel fucking kills babies all the time. I mean, it's just like they took two babies. And that is that's a war crime. That is really awful. But again,
did the PLO kidnap babies? Did the PLO did the ANC kidnap babies?
The ANC was responsible for child deaths. I don't think they kidnapped babies. But like again, like maybe we didn't kind of properly pursue this. But one reason why it's ridiculous to kind of like it's funny that you like hold the like Hamas or other liberation organizations to the ANC's actions when the ANC like there were just so many things circumstantially that were different. Do you actually think that if they did not achieve, if apartheid did not fall and things continued getting worse and worse over time, and they were moved gradually into like smaller and smaller Bantu stands, do you actually think that?
Oh, it just hit me what he was saying with the. It just hit me what there was, he was saying with the two babies, like the incident that's referencing.
That the ANC and someone like even Mandela would not be like okay with whatever sort of resistance they could achieve. Like it's.
I don't think Mandela would have been okay with like trying to decapitate foreign students with a garden hoe while live streaming it and murdering 300 people at a rave and kidnapping babies. I don't think Mandela would have ever gotten to a point where he would have thought that was like an acceptable form of liberation or resistance, whatever. I don't.
You're doing the same exact. That's why I keep on going back to the propaganda. You're doing the same thing that people did to the ANC back in the day.
No, I'm saying Hamas is worse than the ANC. That's the difference. I'm saying Hamas is just so much worse than the ANC. I don't think Hamas is interested in the kind of.
But it doesn't matter because that's.
Of course it matters.
What's even the implication about it? Right? Are we judging them to decide if, like, the Palestinians deserve genocide? Is that the fucking idea? We have to morally...
Of course it matters.
No, it doesn't matter from the terms from the point of view of how like destructive it was. Like back in the day, people who were criticizing like Reagan and of course the white government that was in that was in charge in South Africa at the time, I forget their name, and countless others, they referred to like they made them out to be bloodthirsty savages. They pointed out so many of the things that we point out today, like their use of like children in warfare.
There's no question that the ANC and Hamas just operate on completely different frequencies. Like the leaders of Hamas regularly talk about civilian deaths as like glorious martyrs in their struggle. Like they take their violence to a level that the ANC, despite everything you're saying, you're not painting an accurate picture of like the comparison between these two organizations could not be more like contrasted. The
only difference is just the circumstances that they are in. If the ANC was or any like resistance group that you do respect, if they were in certain circumstances, they would do what they need to in order to kind of resist, and they could very well end up doing things that were fucking horrible, and that's not and those things should be punished. Those things should not be overlooked. But you don't, like, I don't sit around wasting time saying like, oh, those fucking Native Americans really fuck things up for themselves by like killing children and raping women. Like too bad for them that they engaged in that stuff, because they could still be alive right now. Like it's just like, people will do what they do when they are desperate and they are pushed to it. you would too.
I don't think that we should can wave an organization like Hamas radicalizing people in desperate circumstances with extreme religious ideology. I don't think that that's like something that we should just ignore.
I am fine with them being like, I've always said that I think that they should be just like Israel should be taken to The Hague. They should too, and they should be asked to.
All right, we agree then.
So yeah, but the thing is that you spend all this time on the internet. The majority of your your input on this matter.
Chad, I don't know how much more of this I can take. Markled, that's not glorifying violence with the concept of Palestinian martyrdom. You racist idiot. They're trying to provide spiritual value and comfort to senseless murder of their children. Yeah, it's completely misunderstanding that concept. Oh my God. In such a stereotypical way. It's so... I loathe this creep with the fire of 1,000 suns, Rachel. That is, yeah. And you're talking about Hutch, of course. To anyone just joining us, yes, this is Vadim. We talked to Vadim earlier tonight about his mention on the H3 podcast. The offer from Ethan Klein himself for Vadim to debate, to come forth and fight it out on the battlefield of facts and logic. Gird your loins. What the fuck is girding your loins? Can somebody explain gird your loins to me? I have never... Vamps, do you know what is up with gird your loins? What does that even mean? That sounds sexual. Like, what? Vamps, Vadim has the patience of a saint to deal with this, right? I don't know if I have much more patience, chat. I have been very patient too, but I'm not 5 hours patient. And also, if I reacted to 5 hours of this, oh my God, chat, we'd be here, like, it'd be a ridiculously long stream, a Hassan level stream. Protect the sack? Wait, it comes from historical battle armor? Wear a codpiece, a man with a sword will stab you there? Gird your loins means put on a freaking jockstrap? Is that for real? Putting a strap on? Is that what it is? I never... So it almost is... It's not sexual, but it's adjacent. It's orthogonal. It's rectangular. I gotta... VP, Free Palestine?
Is putting like both Hamas and Hezbollah, other groups in their place.
I got it.
Way more than you're ever like acknowledging, like just the extent to which Israel is completely fucked up. I mean, it just took you until very recently to like somewhat acknowledge that there's been a genocide. And
this would, I think this would be like me if I went to your feed and I
look, if I would, okay, so Hutch is kind of lucky. You dealt with somebody reasonable. You dealt with somebody nice, Hutch. Because this is the point I would have been hitting you over the head with over and over and over again. until the little bird came out.
Up climate change, and I only saw like 2 posts. Well, climate change poses an existential threat to the entire world. Like, I think it's irresponsible for you, if you have a platform, to not speak more about climate change.
It would only be like that if what I was
doing
was basically like spreading what's the word? Just like misinformation about climate change.
What misinformation have I posted?
And I was either misinformation or
what misinformation have I posted?
What's that?
What misinformation have I posted?
Misinformation or maybe misinformation.
He keeps on doing this look. Does he do that? Does this work? Is this guy regarded as a good debater? Like the thing where he looks like he is fucking gonna get attacked by a mutant cheese or something. He's in a horror movie, like a bad 80s horror B movie, where like the mutant cheese from Mars comes and attacks, and he's like, "Oh no, is that the mutant cheese at the door? Is that like what's going on? I gotta watch the door because the mutant cheese set to attack. It's a full moon, chat. That's when the mutant cheese attacks. That's when you could be sure. You'll hear that." I don't know, chat, where I got the mutant cheese, but I should probably send it back. Not the mutant cheese.
You probably have.
He's doing the loner. Is this like effective? Is that like make it look like you're like, what's wrong with this person that I'm talking to? Oh my god. I can't believe them. I can't believe you'd say something. I can't believe you'd bite the bullet on that. Hutch is doing the Vosh and Destiny oh my god face. It's so 2019. Is that really what it is? I feel like I have forgotten that it existed. Is he just a classic guy like that? Does he just watched all the classic debates? All the classic Destiny verses? And then he just emulates? No, Destiny's thing was like this, like, Holy crap, my dude. I can't believe that you bit the bullet on that. That was Destiny. He like a Psyduck, kind of. Concentrates his powers. Gives you a headache.
I don't have the ability to. I don't think I have examples here, but I'll change the
misinformation implies that I would be deliberate.
We went back in time. Wait, what happened? Oh, with Hutch being a classic guy, like he is. He's a classic guy. You can tell. He's got the. It is kind of a classic look, though.
Yeah. So I'll amend what I was trying to say here. It would only be like that.
Wait, can we get him to debate Alec Gunter? I need that to happen, chat. I'll moderate, okay? I hate moderating debates, but I'll do it. I need Hutch to debate Alec Gunter. That would be so good. What if they just agreed on everything, though?
If I was spending my time putting like basically with what's her name, Greta Thunberg or somebody, like basically trying to what's the word when you're like trying to.
Jin K, I hope him and Ethan don't debate. I couldn't watch that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, dried fruit with high water content? That's kind of spicy. Bah.
Manage people's like actions, like tone policing.
Like tone police, yeah.
If I was saying something like
wait, that doesn't make sense that I said fruit was spicy. What I mean was like the fruit with the dried fruit with a high water content. Like that's pretty. Like I don't know. I'll go with like a dried mango, any day. It kind of. Sometimes it fucks your teeth up. Sometimes it's a little too hard when it's dry, but dried mango is so good. But dried prunes. You got to be in a special mood to want to eat prunes. Either that or maybe you're eating prunes to move things along, to promote gut motility, let us say. A little gut motility.
Climate movement is just so they're just sorry, I need some water.
I mean, I would say that stuff like, you know, when
wait,
people like throw
water
paint on paintings or whatever, I think that's stupid advocacy.
The stupid environmentalists, they throw paint on paintings. Don't you know you're never going to get anybody to care about the environment when you're throwing paint on paintings? Because nobody likes paint on paintings. You know what else they don't like? They don't like it when you block traffic. So don't block traffic. Don't throw the paint on the paintings and don't block the traffic. People don't like it when you do that, environmentalist. You silly environmentalist out there doing your silly environmentalism. You should do permaculture and stuff. People like that.
I probably have tweeted about that.
There are people out there who like say that they're, and I'm totally not saying you do this, but there are people out there who lie and say that they are pro, that they support efforts to address climate change, but they will spend most of their time.
I understand what you're saying
about stuff like that. So if
I understand what you're saying,
then it would be the same. Okay,
can I explain why I spar so much with these people, and maybe it would help you understand. I believe that the threat of fascism in the United States is real, and when I say fascism, I understand that things are bad now, but things are not.
Wait. So where do you live though? Is it the United States? Because if the threat is real, no, just kidding. Well, I'm not shaming somebody for. Wait, actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's Hutch. For some reason, I think Hutch is Canadian. Is Hutch Canadian? Wait, what's effective? A kid I used to nanny for was given prunes by their parents as part of their breakfast. I had to clean their neck while changing their diaper? Wait, clean their neck? Oh, shit. I mean, literally, though, but damn, that's some serious I feel like it needs another name. I feel like you can't just call it diarrhea at that point. It's got to be dia something else. You know how like different words have different endings to indicate like a more severe form of? I feel like there should be like a upgraded version of diarrhea somehow. Ethan Klein levels of diarrhea. The explosive stuff. Yeah, giardia. Giardia. I feel like there needs to be like a go with some kind of mega diarrhea or something. Super
as bad as they could be.
Gerardiarrhea?
I mean, we could if the stars.
Oh, diarrhea. Damn, that's dire. A dia bomb.
On the same page.
Great.
Diablast.
1000%.
Great.
And I think, but I will say this. Okay.
But hold on, let me finish.
Up to the neck, though. Up to the freaking neck. Like that's some serious spray. That's some reflection. That's.
Let me finish.
I just want you to know that I think
physics at work. This is like the magic bullet from JFK.
Very sincere about this particular issue, and so go on.
Okay, so as such, when I envision a Third Reich,
did he say as such or did he say as Hutch? Did he say as Hutch, like being that I am Hutch, or did he say as such?
Adjacent, and I mean like fully Third Reich adjacent movement in the United States. I'm talking about like this is like the end of the world, you know, like so I think the stakes are literally that high when we have nuclear weapons and we have people like Donald Trump ascending to power,
You got to say it like Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Got to do the hands whenever you say the name of.
These are very real concerns that I have. And so as such, I believe that the opposition to that party needs to be disciplined in its messaging, needs to be effective. And when
I'm just the new male. I'm just the soy new male bug man to do that discipline to the left. I'm here to discipline you. Hutch is here. Chat, there's a new sheriff in town. And his name is Hutch.
Look at a lot of these left-wing creators that have like dominated the left-wing space for years.
Dominated.
Years now with like crazy rhetoric. I see these people as really toxic. I see these people as turning people off from the only opposition party that can actually prevent the kind of dystopian nightmare that I'm talking about. Like the Democratic Party is not perfect, but they are the opposition party that can stop the Republican Party. And when I see lefties spending 90% of their time shitting on Democrats and blaming Democrats when Republicans do shit, like the permanent extension of the child tax credit was on the table. Every single Republican voted against it, along with Joe Manchin. That's 50 Republicans who voted against making this tax cut permanent, and 1 Democrat serving in West Virginia. And what was all the lefties were talking about for like weeks? They were talking about how shitty the Democratic Party is. Like, there are many such cases of this happening.
Yo, chat, it gets worse for Hutch. I didn't think it was possible. My voice just cracked. That's how serious. And he's doing the look still. He's this intense thing. I'm not trying to make fun of his like mannerisms. That would be mean. But it's striking. Let's just say. Yeah, I'm trying to decouple that from my evaluation of what he's saying, and not just be put off by this weird dude like looking over like there's some kind of werewolf trying to get into his window or something, clawing at the window. Is that werewolf getting in? Is that the werewolf again? It is a full moon. That's when they come out.
Their entire framework is all about just shitting on the Democratic Party with all of its imperfections or whatever.
When they should be worried about werewolves.
With a lot of critiques that I find to be fucking absurd. And so I think it's important for like more reasonable people to step in and challenge these ideas. And so like that's what I focus on, because I think they are hurting their own cause, and they're certainly hurting the anti-fascist cause.
Well,
tell me about anti-fascism, Hutch. I want to hear.
I certainly think that you are more earnest than and intelligent than the person that I'm about to bring up.
Boner box.
But
Boner box.
Say somewhat reminds me of
chat. Are we getting ready to talk about boner box?
Things that Shoe on Head would say when she was kind of doing more of her, like basically trying to appeal to the left.
The chat thinks he's gonna bring up Destiny.
Did it in a different way, but she basically like would.
Yo, cat's eating birds. Welcome to the fold.
Would always say things that were similar to what you're saying.
She appeals to the right, though. She obviously is cultivating a right-wing audience. I do not try to. I fight with MAGA constantly. Okay, I've critiqued.
Do you fight with MAGA?
Videos on my stream and caught in a ton of flack because she reacted to it or whatever. Like
you do. You are more.
Don't put me in the same camp as like Anna Kasparian and Shoe on Head. Like I loathe those people.
Well, good for you, Hutch. Good for you.
Oh, good. I'm glad that we're both on the same
on the anti-Kasparian bandwagon. Yes.
Like I don't think you are. I saw your discussion with actually, I guess this isn't relevant. I was about to start talking about the crystal ball thing. I saw it on the Vanguard rather than you covering it just earlier. But also, like, I don't know if you even recall, like, there.
Wait, what was Hutch's interaction? You're worse than Anna? Oh my god, I thought you were saying that to me for a second there. Play something. No, you're saying that to Hutch, of course, of course. Of course. Oh, there's my water. Thank goodness. Chat, it's really important to hydrate. Shoe on head does suck.
Or like 2 or 3 times that.
Well, wait, so he's like, he's using shoe on head as a pejorative.
You and I were on the same hippy dippy debate panel thingy.
Yeah.
The hippy dippy.
Things have changed.
I have heard you. I mean, this is one reason why
things have changed.
What's that?
Things have changed. Like since back in 2018, things have changed.
Things have changed a great deal.
Yeah, 2018, is that right?
But I guess I bring it up because, you know, you struck like.
Is there a creator called Buddha in Mouth? Or like. Couldn't even bother to watch her hang out with Ann Coulter. Oh my god, was Ann Coulter a guest on Her Take? Is that what happened?
Also, I don't. You do remember that before we ever like argued about anything. This is my 3rd time here.
Yeah, you did a Tim Pool video and we talked about it, and yeah,
good. So you remember that, and basically what I'm saying is that like, you know, one of the reasons why I like have come to visit you a second time and maybe even a third. I feel like we could have another
come to visit
conversation is because I do like, I think you're
next time bring cookies.
Very skilled speaker. I think you've got passion. I think you look at this stuff and I think you do care. But at the same time, I think that like, I mean, to speak to what you were saying before, I think that you were
boot in face forever.
Making an enemy of people and like
these people hate me, bro. These people have hated me for years. Okay.
Wait.
I tried. Believe me, chat. You long-term viewers.
Wait. Is he talking about the Vanguard? Has hated him for years? Is that what he means? So wait, there was some kind of. I don't think I followed this. I don't think I saw this video. It sounds like something to do with Crystal Ball and the Vanguard. What's up with Hutch's eyes? I have been very distracted by that this whole time. It's just unnerving somehow.
I fucking genuinely tried to build bridges with people like, well to my left, with people like Hassan and Mike, and they will inevitably like rip anyone to shreds who doesn't toe their like line of orthodoxy. Like they will.
Hassan makes you swear by 185 grams of protein per day. You have to toe the orthodoxy. You have to pet Kaya. You have to brush Kaya. You have to come to his compound and join the cult. That's what is involved with being a Hassan fan.
Will rip you to shreds. And so after so many bad experiences with these people, I've finally come to the conclusion I don't want to build coalitions with these people. In fact, I think we should actively avoid these people. We should push them out of the movement. We should
push them out of the movement. Yeah, you guys Hassan's like, oh yeah, I guess I'm gonna become a right winger now. Y'all, they pushed me out of the movement. What the fuck?
Signal to the rest of the country that these people have.
You don't have a movement. You have a bunch of inauthentic assholes. What are you talking about? The Democratic Party, Hutch? Are you talking about the Democratic Party? That's adorable, Hutch. And back. You might have just experienced an outage. My advice, refresh and reload. My advice, refresh and reload. So your keyboard doesn't have to explode. You refresh, you reload. Reload and wait, refresh and reload. Let me type that correctly. See, I can only either sing good or I can type good. I can't do both. There we go. Refresh and reload. Refresh and reload. Refresh and reload. Okay, I think we're back.
Have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. We don't want them in this coalition. Yeah, I'm at that point.
Yeah, Twitch poll. You're just talking about Twitch poll. Again, this guy is very I don't know. I don't know if I want to say 2019 or 2021.
They're so destructive and corrosive to the discourse.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with you on that for a whole variety.
Wait, the stream didn't go down for you at all?
Of reasons. I mean, it depends on the person. Specifically, Hassan. Not that I'm like some sort of.
He refused to endorse Kamala.
Like what he's doing, but
I don't want to be like Hassan Piker. At this moment, Hassan Piker would probably say something like "suck my dick." I am not going to say that. All right. I'm gonna say eat my ass.
He refused to endorse Kamala, and he had to be dragged kicking and streaming by Ethan to finally admit that he voted for Kamala. For an election with this high stakes, for him to not endorse Kamala is fucking insane. Like with the prospect of Trump.
Dude, a couple of things. One, he interviewed lots of candidates that he thought were genuinely worth people's time, and he also, I mean, if you watch his stuff, he was always making it incredibly.
Hassan would be streaming right now, reacting to this. I doubt he will. Like, I doubt this gets on Hassan's radar. It is tangential to Ethan Klein now, but I don't feel like Hassan really goes searching out Ethan clips. I feel like the Ethan clips kind of find their way through the community, and then he has to react to them. Something, I don't know what is the process? Anyone know? Any Hassanabi? Didn't Hassan vote for Kamala on stream? Yeah, he didn't show it, I guess, so that's why Ethan keeps on being like, I don't know if he voted for, I think he voted for Jill Stein. I think he voted for Jill Stein.
Clear that Trump was 20,000 times worse than Kamala. And, the fact of the matter is,
I think him rolling his eyes.
This is the first time.
Hutch, are we really going to talk about rolling one's eyes? I'm sorry, rolling your eyes? That's the one move you have.
That I would ever say this within an election, with the conviction that I do.
I know, of all the shit, yeah, Hot Ham Radio, Hassan definitely hates Jill Stein. Anyone who watches him would know that. True.
And I told people to vote for her.
Oh my God. Why am I doing demon shit?
Shy about that myself. But there is a huge segment of the population that was completely, like, not just fucked, but just betrayed by Kamala and, I mean, really Biden, but to a smaller degree, Kamala not having anyone from, at the DNC, not the DNC,
yeah, that was the DNC. So you're talking about. Can we unpack that for a second? Because the uncommitted movement showed up with the.
Oh my God! You're gonna bitch about the uncommitted movement? Like, this was just an unforced error, as far as I'm concerned. If you just want to think of it purely pragmatically, this was an error, this was an unforced error, and oh my god. I kind of put myself in this little... Here, I'll just take this space right here. There we go. It's comfortable over here. Rachel, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. That's a lot of weasels. What do you call a group of weasels, chat? I'm asking unironically, like I'm asking not rhetorically, like seriously. Brilliant, you just got weaseled. Winnie Cat, you just got weaseled. Hernan Jose, you just got weaseled. Pontoon, you just got weaseled. Iron Fawn Vasquez, you just got weaseled. Hermit Horologist, you just got weaseled. Love, you just got weaseled. David A. Smith, you just got weaseled. Neon Native, you just got weaseled. Wolfboy 420, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. A group of weasels is called a gang or a sneak. That is so perfect. A gang or a sneak, that's adorable. Although probably dangerous too. Probably adorable, cute but dangerous. That's the slogan. That's my slogan, actually. Hi. Cute but dangerous. Weasels in chat. That's like massive influx of weasels. And the ability to post weasels comes with that. Oh.
Intention. They were signaling, they were like doing online flyers saying there's going to be 10,000 people there protesting for Kamala. And then like 500 people showed up. And so like they had originally billed themselves, they wanted to be agitators on the level of the 68 convention, which was fucking chaos for the party. And like 500 people showed up or like 200 people showed up. It was like a paltry amount. And then after that, they went to Kamala and they're like, can we get a speaking slot? Like, come on. Like, dude, if you're Kamala in that spot, are you going to be like...
They absolutely... That was such a, just...
What a weasel. This guy. As a new soy weasel man.
Just from the point of view of like purely... like they fuck themselves by not having that representation there. Like
a weasel in every pot? How about a weasel in every plot? Because they're sneaky. Okay, sorry, I just got into weasel mode. I went weasel mode, chat. It's kind of like goblin mode, except I don't use you as an excuse to be racist.
There were, I mean, you know that the now that the
a boogle of weasels, a boogle. I see boogle confusion or sneak. Wait, a confusion of weasels? A confusion of weasels? That's a thing? Like I could imagine it's like a bunch of weasels and they're all like jumping around and stuff and in a big mass. And it's like, that's confusing. That's a confusion of weasels right there. That's a confusion or a booglin? A booglin of weasels? Don't make me and my boogle run up on you. I like confusion of weasels. Like they're running, yeah, in every direction. There's like clouds of dust everywhere.
Sorry, I'm like starting to get a little cracked out.
Irene's boogle mom?
Because I haven't eaten. But the election...
Or confusion lady?
You know that the election, that was like one of the, big things that kind of turned it in Trump's favor. And they did not feel spoken to.
I feel like weasels are just like unimaginably cute.
And yes, of course, I wanted every single one of those people to vote for Biden, but at the same time, when I see...
Oh wait, sorry, Vadim, step in time. Vote for Biden, step in time. Wait. To vote for Biden though? Oh no. Oh no. That would have been. Do you think people did? Do you think anybody wrote in Joe Biden because they just like didn't know? I heard there's like stories where of people that did not know that Biden wasn't running until the day of the election. They somehow just missed the fact that Biden dropped out. So I guess they exist.
How much they were betrayed.
My mind is boogled. I'm the Boogle Queen.
I mean, especially since like we now know that Biden wasn't like actually attempting to get to Israel to do anything. Like
that's
it's just
that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about that I don't think is helpful. Because this,
I'm sorry, but your rhetoric, Mr. Hutch, is helpless rhetoric. It is banging your head against the wall for the 45th time and expecting a different result. Like he somehow thinks refusing to criticize his side is going to make them better. It's going to make them stronger. It's going to give them a better chance, right? I feel like Biden could have used some criticism earlier, right? More pressure for him to get out of the race earlier, to just not run again. That's the one area where these people will admit that there is a utility in criticizing Democrats is with Biden, with getting Biden out of the race. They're most of them are good with that. There's a few that were Xanderhall, I think, was like a Biden dead ender for the longest time. I don't know. Fucking Xanderhall. Like, no, Biden needs to stay in even after that debate. Oh my God. Unsurprisingly, Hutch's chat is filled with uninformed, ignorant people that just run on vibes. I mean, that's Twitch poll for you. That is classic Twitch poll. These centrists always act like they're rewriting the playbook. Hutch is an arrogant, shallow piece of shit. Wait, deltoids? Oh, he's got some biceps.
The idea that the Biden administration didn't do anything is just like patently false.
You're patently false.
Not true. Like this idea that they didn't do anything is crazy. Like the Biden administration is literally the reason why.
Far less than they were saying they were doing behind the scenes.
But this idea that they didn't do anything is just, that's the kind of rhetoric that I think led to, in part, maybe, that contributed to the outcome in November. I just don't think that rhetoric is.
At no point will you ever blame the candidate themselves for the failure of the candidacy. At no point. This is why you're hopeless, Hutch. This is why you are and will always remain. Well, okay, I don't want to predict. I don't want to predict a bad future for you, but this is what makes you a loser liberal.
Helpful. Like Biden is the reason why humanitarian aid got into Gaza in the first place. Like that, their administration was the reason that happened. Israel had no intention to allow humanitarian aid in, and the Biden administration insisted that they do that.
I think that you guys hinge on this whole like this idea that leftists, people like Hassan and like a few others, kind of like it's like you talk.
Wait, the ripped weasel in the old Renaissance painting? Do I need to see this?
About it as though it was like the downfall of the election. And this is like the first time that I don't think if you look even on my Twitter feed, you'll see something like this, but I've thought this since before the election results came out. I thought there was a good chance we were going to lose. And like, it's just as easy for us to say, like, you guys were the ones who fucked it up by not actually doing what like taking the measures that needed to be taken when in this whole fucking genocide that has been taking place.
I'm not saying that
I'm not like trying to throw this back at you, but I'm just saying that like that's the way that I think there's an excellent case to be made that if certain things were done differently, that absolutely should have been on Biden's part. That
I googled Ripped Weasel's Renaissance painting. Yeah, me too. I didn't see anything except for something about sexy weasels of the Middle Ages or something. Wait, what is this? Why are the weasels? Sexy weasels in Renaissance art. Is that a thing? Sexy weasels in Renaissance art? Wait, how is that a sexy weasel? This is wrong, chat. Like... Why is this considered a sexy weasel of Renaissance art? Here, like, I mean, it's kind of disturbing, but like, what? Is that, how, is somebody caught, how does some, why is that called a sexy weasel? That's disturbing. Okay, I'm done with sexy weasels for now.
That Kamala would have won it. So it's just like, I don't know. It's just like it.
That's AI filtered. It's awful. Wait, what? What is it? I don't know what I'm looking at. Why was there something? Yeah, when I circled Renaissance ripped weasels of the Renaissance. That was all that came up with sexy weasels in Renaissance paintings. That was the closest thing. Not the Elizabeth one. Look up lady with an ermine. That weasel is hot. Are they supposed to be hot? I thought their weasels were just supposed to be like ripped. Like they were supposed to be aesthetic weasels.
It's a waste of time to kind of assign blame like that, especially like when.
Wait, no, I just want to clarify.
Are so culpable as well.
I want to clarify here. I have never entirely blamed the left on the election. In 2016, fuck yeah, I blame them. Like that. There's just a different. The margins were tighter. The circumstances were different. Yeah, I think the Bernie or bust, like these type of like dirtbag lefty people fucked us. They fucked the entire.
You are so backwards, Hutch. God damn. God damn. This guy needs to sit through like a lecture of mine or something. I don't know.
But the Trump's win in
some other day,
2024, the margins were a bit bigger, and so you can't blame one particular thing or the other. I'm just saying it couldn't have hurt. It couldn't have hurt to have the largest left-wing streamer on Twitch take a firm stance instead of this cowardly audience-captured nonsense. He personally voted for Kamala.
I don't think it was anything.
He knew that if he endorsed Kamala, his own audience would have ripped him to shreds. He knew that for sure.
Oh wait, the ermine's not a weasel?
I'm fully confident that that's the reason why he didn't do it. And to me, that's like putting.
And I genuinely think that that it was more about that he felt like in his heart that was.
Wait, was that the sexy? Was that the ripped weasel?
Just.
He voted for her.
He too felt.
He voted for her.
Yes. He voted for her, but at the same time, I think that he just like recognized the like. That like I don't know. You know what? I don't want to speak on his behalf. It's not my place.
Let me give you another example of a way that I think Hassan is like bad for left-wing politics. So like
because
oh shit, I didn't even see that. Yeah, you're right. Wait a minute. That's like not normal anatomy. Like that weasel is not natty. Chat, that weasel is on the sauce.
Throw out there real quick is that you have heaped a lot of praise on Ethan's video about Hassan, and that video is filled with like
Here we go, chat.
Billion like bits of misinformation and
Wait.
You know, so like
I think Ethan, for someone who does not consume politics at the level that Hassan does, made Hassan look extremely silly in their debate.
Yeah,
you're giving Ethan a freaking like a golf handicap. Like, what is that? An intellectual? I don't want to say it that way. Oh my God, what is this? This is like Trump logic. Well, he didn't completely blow up the world in 4 years, so he must be safe to elect for 4 more.
But not based on facts. Well, you know what? We'll resume that conversation another time because that's a whole thing. But go on. What were you about to say?
I mean, you don't think that Hassan saying that Arab Israeli Jews could go back to Iraq was unbelievably silly?
Oh wait, you're talking about
in their debate. The
debate.
Yeah. That is a profoundly silly thing to say.
Hear that? Like I would have to like really be reminded of the context and see it. Like
they were talking about the Jewish exodus from the neighboring Arab states concurrently after the Nakba happened. You know, this is a process that took place over the course of decades, right? It's not like a singular event, but it is the case that Jewish people faced abject anti-Semitism in the neighboring Arab states and found refuge in Israel. And like it was like pulling teeth trying to get Hassan to acknowledge this, to acknowledge that trauma.
What Hassan was trying to do over the course of that conversation is that what I do remember, like I don't remember that specific Iraq statement, but I actually like have a post on Twitter about all of this because it was really funny, or if you want to call it that. Basically, like Ethan, he played footage from Avi Schleim, right? Who is this?
Yeah, I've seen this critique. Yeah,
right. And basically, the entire time he was just trying to inject the other aspect of Avi Schleim's argument, which kind of discusses how.
But Ethan was not justified.
The Nakba contributed to the way in which it contributed to that. And Ethan actually, like, Hassan was trying to communicate two major things in that the entire time. And they were in the interview that he was pulling from with Avi Schleim in the same exact interview. And he didn't, you know, like, I don't know if.
But Ethan was never. I think one of the things that you guys struggle with is that Ethan was not suggesting that everything that happened during the Nakba was justified. His point was generally that you guys are so eager to contextualize violence on one side and attribute it to trauma. And there's no similar effort whatsoever.
There's not any of that. Nobody's being like, oh, that violence is okay because they had trauma. Nobody's fucking saying that. You're saying that. You're literally saying historical trauma equals you get to displace someone else and put that trauma on them. That's a bad policy, Hutch. And if you can't see what a bad policy is, that is, imagine if that just kept happening. Imagine if the Palestinians then went off, displaced somebody else. Those people went off, displaced somebody else. And now we have, 40, 50 people's displaced. You can see what's wrong with your logic, hopefully. If carried to the logical fucking conclusion, you know, that premise of the historical trauma justifies that, which you're the only one I hear making that argument. The only one making that argument.
Whatsoever to contextualize like anti-Jewish violence or anti-Jewish persecution and like dig into their reasons.
But that's not true, because again, the
Trump wants to do that by making having Palestinians move to Africa.
Information that he was trying to, that is Hassan was trying to inject into the discussion, which, you know, he was basically trying to fill out what Avi Schleim has to say about all of that.
Why is he glazing? What is this saying? Why is he glazing a tanky propagandist this hard? Sounds like the chat wants to glaze Hassan in a more literal sense. By which I mean fillate.
It contains the acknowledgement of the trauma that they went through that, but it kind of like puts it into perspective. It kind of, I mean, I can show you the, I'm looking for.
What's your big disagreement? What's your top-down disagreement with Ethan? Like, what do you actually disagree about?
Giardia. I think that you should keep your floor clean so that if your dog has Giardia, it doesn't pass to your child and to the rest of your family. That's my main disagreement with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein does not think that hygiene is important. I disagree. I
mean, first of all, Ethan was someone who I really dug for an extremely long time. He's been really nice to me, by the way. Like, he tweeted out a few of my videos, which was really fucking cool. Like, he really didn't do that very often with other people, and I found that like to be like super flattering. So I've never come at a place of like, I think
sure.
I may, like, if you look at my posts about him on Twitter, I will you know, I could see how somebody could look at them and
Lizzie Rosa, I disagree with his opinion on that it's a war, that Israel has the right to exist, defend itself, and that it's a nice place to live if you are not in a concentration caveat, with that big caveat, with that big carve out.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, I'm not even. I just want to know, like, from a top.
I'm gonna get some food.
What are the big things that you disagree about?
It's about. Hold on, I actually I'm looking because I thought this might come up, and again, this whole conversation is something that I think that like I would love to talk to you about like more in depth sometime. But yeah, so this is just a small list of things that I think he's done that are really reprehensible and show kind of like bad faith on his part. May not be bad faith. It might just be due to him like literally having some sort of mental illness and not like.
I hate it when you guys do that. I hate it when you guys do that.
I mean, I usually I hate that too, but I actually feel like by saying that I am being generous with Ethan, because I would rather this behavior be explainable through something like that than
it's because Hassan's community viciously savaged him and his wife.
No.
That's what happened.
I've come to that. If I was living in a vacuum and I like just saw purely his behavior on his show, I would come to I'm positive I would come to the same decision or
you know how this all started, right? The rift between them, like the original sin. Like it started because Second Thought. Are you familiar with him? You're familiar with him.
Yes.
Second Thought did a podcast. He has a podcast that he does called Deprogram. And shortly after October 7th, him and his podcast host said that there are no such thing as Israeli civilians. They're all targets. They're all valid military targets. And Ethan watched other people in the left-wing space like embrace that kind of rhetoric, and he was trying to get Hassan to condemn that kind of rhetoric, and Hassan, it was like pulling teeth. Hassan was doing the thing that you're kind of doing, where it's like, well, no, you kind of have to understand, like, this is the reason, and you get into these like historical context, but he wasn't making any space for the fact that like a Jewish man who is a fucking Israeli citizen might be kind of alarmed when they see it, and like a pretty big left-wing creator, you know, basically suggests that Ethan is a valid military target.
What?
Yeah, he was.
That's how it started.
By a lot of things, and that's a completely natural.
Oh my God! What did I just walk in on?
Understandable reaction.
Okay.
But, you know, I mean, but there are so many. I mean, like I can't speak to that specifically because and I'd be totally, like I mentioned that this would be a good thing to talk about another time. I would totally talk about that specifically when we do.
I understand that's what started this whole thing. That's what started this whole thing.
Because I would have to like look at it more closely to like really speak at it about it definitively. But do you want me to give you more?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah.
Like,
what is he said that you say is reprehensible?
I mean, like if you look, first of all, he's launched a lot of campaigns against.
Are you gonna say Frogan?
But both Arab and not Palestinian. Well, maybe some Palestinian.
You attack them because they're Arab.
Muslim, yeah, I think he is extremely racist.
Hang on. Frogan said leftists foam and preach at the mouth at the thought of revolution, but when it happens in the Middle East, people get they clutch their pearls. That's a pretty, I mean, that kind of reaction to 1,200 Israeli Jewish people murdered, not even just Israeli Jewish people, you know, for her to say, guys, this is just revolution.
She tweeted that. I'm not co-signing it, but she tweeted that like literally minutes after it. Like she woke up right when it was happening. This is way before.
No, people knew that. No, hold on. It had already been widely reported that it was civilians that were being targeted. Like the kibbutzim were being targeted.
It was not. This was like literally within like the first 30 minutes. There was not any. I mean, according to like what she said, and also I've looked at the timestamps, and they all, you know, it fits. But again, like these are things that I came into this conversation like I go over my notes, and You're
saying he attacked her because she's Arab, and he attacked her because she said certain things.
He has said so many things in relation to her that are so fucking Islamophobic and racist.
Like what?
Well, that's why I'm fucking saying.
Okay.
I'm just giving you an overview of what the problem that I have with him right now, and if I knew that we were going to get way into this, I would have all of those. Like next time, I'll give you the answers to every single question you're asking right now.
This idea that he's Islamophobic is pretty wild to me.
He absolutely is. I mean, it's difficult not to be when you lean into something like Zionism, because the fact of the matter is that one, or any like political philosophy that at its heart kind of like.
He called it a genocide, like fucking like
he's
day
called it
7.
He's also gone back and forth on that so many times. He said things.
Meow, Zara, thank you for the resubscribe.
He's certainly willing to concede that Israel has been barbaric in their application of violence and subjugation against Palestinians. He's never indicated anything otherwise.
Listen. Let me just go through some other things. And I am I wish I hadn't brought this up, because again, I would be able to counter everything that you're saying if I just had.
Why did she leave the tweet up? Why did she leave the tweet up? Why wouldn't she delete that tweet?
Because the fact that she you know what? I don't want to speak on her behalf. Like,
Don't you think that's reprehensible, though? She's straight up glorifying, like, killing families on the kibbutzim, and
if you really want to look at, if you really want to go through this, we can take a look at it. I will get it for you right now.
Isn't that reprehensible?
Wait, hold on. Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay. So Rogan. By the way, one thing that a lot of people think that she posted. Commonly, when that tweet is reposted, there's a picture that accompanies it that shows like a field, and it's basically like, you know, the field where the rave took place, and it just looks like that there's no violence in it, but there's like trash everywhere, and you can tell that some like crazy shit has gone down. Someone like added that to the retweet that gets put out.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
It makes it look like she was looking at that, and she posted it. So I don't know if you knew that. So I'm trying to find. I have all of these tweets. Like I have extensive notes on all this, but
why wouldn't she delete the tweet though?
But let's look at the tweet. She said something to the effect of,
let's look at it then. Yeah. Let's look at it. I just read it word for word. It's leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. So she is obviously saying, this is what revolution looks like, and this is good. That is what she's saying. Right?
I think the explanation I heard was that this was something that she tweeted early on.
Would you agree with that?
Well, yes, but she said that before.
But honestly, I don't feel like she has anything to explain.
Like what she was advocating for there, because do you have the
look there? Wait, hold on. But wait. There's more to the tweet. It's actually a thread. She replied to that own tweet by putting in quotation marks civilian deaths. Okay, still, where was this energy for Palestinians all these years? So she knew that these were civilian, like the civilians were dying.
That was after, exactly. Look at that. How much after, like there's like at least like there's more time that passed after that.
She posted that one at.
And
12:39 p.m. Wait, hold on.
There's another one that is more clarifying, where she says something to the effect of, like, a statement that is very close to what that World War II, that Holocaust survivor said about the actions, like basically. And look, man, I feel like this is unfair, because this is again something that I would.
No, but you were insinuating that Ethan was attacking her because she was Arab and Muslim. Let me just ask you, if you hold on, let me just ask you a question. If you were a dual citizen, United States, Israeli, you had family in Israel, and you woke up at 4 a.m. the news that they were killing people indiscriminately on the kibbutzim. You were witness to the abject barbarity of what happened that day, and then you saw someone post that exact same tweet that Frogan said. I'm asking you, like, how would you feel? I'm trying to get you to empathize with Ethan. Like, how would you feel?
Yeah. Like, I totally understand his gut reaction there. I'm talking when I'm saying that, like, I'm talking about like a prolonged. Just like fucking, he has targeted her in such a vicious way.
Have you seen her post about him?
After she has clarified things in a way that I think is very acceptable.
Have you seen her post about him? She has been viciously attacking him.
This is not like, what's that?
He quietly unfollowed her, like, before anything. And she had a reaction. She's been viciously attacking Ethan and his wife since the start of this conflict.
He has been like again. Like this is not fair to me right now, because this makes it look like I am defending things that I don't, because I don't sign off onto the way that you're putting this, but I can't like kind of counter because I don't.
I'm just repeating what she said word for word.
That, again,
I mean,
has to kind of like have like I promise you that if you allow me to move on, we can resume the conversation about Frogan, and there's not a single thing that I will have a problem with you bringing up to me that you brought up here. Okay, like I like.
But you guys call Ethan crazy, and you say he's just like lost his marbles, and his reactions are so intense.
It's not that he's crazy because of his fucking. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are not, you know. And with Ethan, it's not that he's crazy, it's that he's like terminally online. It's that he's like, I don't know what you want to call it. I wouldn't even necessarily say it has to do with, I mean, it's not representative of good mental health, right? But I'm not fucking diagnosing it either. But yeah, it has nothing to do with his views on things, right? It's the way he's acting that's... Oh my god, chat. We gotta do bonus content. I've been streaming for 7 hours and I haven't even given you the bonus content. Denims reacts to Ethan's retract. And instead we get Alec Gunterception, chat. This is what it looks like in hell. You got 2 Gunters. Double your Gunter. Okay, no. There it is.
Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called...
Oh no, this video editing goes hard.
CPS. I have never implied that Denims called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not think, do not state, do not believe that Denims called CPS. Obviously. Moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claim Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denims made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right? Never said that?
Oh no, no, not the copyrighted music.
Pretty much 100%. This disgust is on her single fucking thing or call CPS. Somebody should what she whole entire chat being like,
one, I don't
sorry chat, it's copyrighted.
Oh, let's call that it seems don't lie. Her defense for that. Okay.
A few days ago on Monday.
All right, I'm sorry, we can't watch the rest of the sizzle reel because it's copyright music.
And was forced by his lawyer, Ram Disparnasem, to read from a document admitting that I didn't call CPS, that I denounced those that called CPS, and that I never made a call to action for another person to call.
I want to address something from Denim's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS.
Really?
She did CPS. Remember that? Okay. Good.
Right now, one. Really? Why would you lie about something so blatant?
Let me also address the point in the letter that I claim Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denims made a direct call to action to her audience to contact.
This actually does. The more I look at it, the more it sounds like Ethan trying to comply, or try to, you know, dodge the like try to satisfy certain elements of the complaint or the retraction statement from Denham's.
CPS, obviously, right? Never said that.
Huh. Well, good thing he thinks it's stupid to even imply that. What is this? For the record, here is saying she did call CPS. What is this?
Of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay. Good.
Right now.
Wait, he almost said she did CPS.
She did CPS.
She did CPS. Oh, that's so funny. I don't get it. Like, how does his fan base not realize what the he's doing all the time? They can't be that stupid, right? Like, there's no way.
There is a way. There is a way. If you can believe it, there is a way.
Yes, they are. I don't really understand it. Like, they're just like this kind of stuff. I can't believe this kind of stuff works.
The best part about this, by the way, is like, I think he might have forgot that he said this because in his podcast where he was responding to me,
his lawyer instructed him. Hassan is looking really good there. Original accusation was already embarrassing. The retraction claiming that he never made direct accusations is even worse, especially when you see it back to back with him saying Denham's did CPS.
Amplified.
As if it was 9/11.
Let me find it.
Oh, let me move myself.
It's almost like he's baffled that he said that.
I don't even have enough money to.
This was the day that I issued the letter and I read it out on stream and he had to read it.
Way. She's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house. She is directly linked to the CPS coming to my house.
Ooh,
she did being like,
directly responsible? Did bro just say directly responsible?
He's an abuser. He neglects his children. Like, we need to call CPS. Girl who accused me of leaving shit on the floor and that the CPS should be called. She did.
Wait, level 5 meta? I'm watching a streamer watch a streamer. Oh wait, watch a streamer. Watch a streamer. Watch a streamer. Wait, how many levels deep are we?
He is reading out.
And how much XP do you get for noticing that?
My legal statement to him, quoting him. These are all things that he said. Watch this part. Watch this part. It's really funny.
She did CPS, remember that? On the floor, and that the CPS should be called. She did CPS, remember that? Talking about your friends.
She did. Did I say that?
Him bringing defamation law into this gets funnier and funnier.
Anyways, continuing. Okay.
I have never implied that Denham's called CPS. If my she did CPS, remember? Statements were interpreted as stating this. I want to correct the record and make it clear that
if anyone misinterpreted me saying she did CPS,
do not state, do not believe that Denham's called CPS, obviously.
Oh wait, wouldn't a retraction require him to take down the accusation video? Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, idiot.
Joe Garbage. I didn't say she instigated CPS call. I just said she was directly related to CPS being called. Oh, I see.
CPS, remember that? Okay, good.
Omega Star, I haven't gotten tired of watching this over and over. No, my favorite is still the Giardia. The Giardia story. God damn.
Here's another really good one, by the way.
This sweet potato is way too good.
Was saying like doing what she did being like, oh, let's call CPS. He's an abuser. He neglects his children. Like, we need to call CPS, et cetera, et cetera.
Let's see the next part of the statement. Surely.
Idiotic, stupid.
Idiotic, stupid, moronic, unbelievable that anyone ever would listen to these statements.
Bro, you're so smug.
The diaper change lore? Wait, what is like, I saw a picture of him with a diaper. Did he do that on like frenemies or something?
CPS, remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one
that anyone would ever
It was
listen to
saying,
these
like,
statements and think anything else.
Doing what she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS. He's an abuser. He neglects his children. Like, we need to call CPS.
Ooh.
Let me also address the point in the letter that I claimed Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denim's made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right? Said CPS. McIntyre was saying, like, doing what she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS. He's an abuser. He neglects his children. Like, we need to call CPS, et cetera, et cetera. I would be mad at you.
Obviously. Moronic, stupid, idiotic. Obviously.
Oh yeah, you're right, Emily French. The part where he changes his sick child's diaper. That was rough.
Obviously.
Never said that.
Can we just watch it again? Can we watch it again?
I want to address something from Denim's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. Bro, you're so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good. I have never implied that Denims called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not think, do not state, do not believe that Denims called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Bro, you're so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claimed Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denim's made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right?
Obviously.
That diaper picture is in the video Ethan's Corner Facebook on H3 Productions. It's wild. It's like Ethan lying might actually catch up with him. I mean, Denims is definitely, running down all the contradictory statements.
Idiotic, stupid, moronic.
What she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS. He's an abuser. He neglects his children. Like, we need to call CPS, et cetera, et cetera. I would be mad at you.
Obviously, stupid, moronic, idiotic.
Never said that.
Can I just pull something up really quickly? I need to add this to a soundboard.
The thing is, these people are knowingly lying. They know that they're lying. It makes no sense what they're saying, but they do it anyway.
So let's read. Makes no sense what they're saying, but they do it anyways.
Fight Tired says, I would love to live in such a place that I may change the past at will, like Ethan. Yeah, and the sort of gaslighting nature of this, and people like asking, like, where does that come from? Like, is this behavior part of like just his show, or is this how he is in his life? This is how he treats people.
They do it anyways. I like how there's like by the way, this is like a small number of these clips.
This is the behavior.
Here's more.
That Ian is explicitly co-signing by having her do an L Fortnite dance on me. And not explaining why I'm actually angry, that it seems like
You're
she's directly
angry because she did an L Fortnite dance on you.
Responsible for CPS coming to my house.
makes no sense what these
Attack, deny, claim victory.
people are saying, but they're saying it anyways.
She did a, Your Honor, she did a Fortnite L dance. Your Honor, she laughed at my Giardia story.
Directly responsible. She did CPS.
We need to call CPS, etc., etc. I would be mad at you. If Adam McIntyre was saying, like, doing what she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS, he's an abuser, he neglects his children, like, we need to call CPS.
That shit's not funny. You're fucked. Guys, should I take legal advice from someone who doesn't even know the right yours to use? Should I hire this guy?
Oh my god, chat. I am so sorry to be streaming and this tired and stuff. I feel obliged to finish the bonus content. And I got sucked into that Vadim and Hutch thing, and oh my god. Like, it got good for a second, and then it got really frustrating.
Is my lawyer? Yeah, I don't know what
And I can't stop eating this delicious sweet potato. It's just like the best thing. It's from a fruit stand too. They just steam sweet potato and it's amazing.
Yeah. You're living in. I don't know what universe you're living in where you think you can get on air and be like, I never did this thing that's very easy to prove because it's in my legal.
Let's see the diaper video. I want to be traumatized. Wait, which one? The one where he dresses and wears a diaper, or the one where he talks about his cleaning his kid's diaper? Pickle Jones, what kills me the most is he did CBS. If anyone, yeah, right? He's the reason that CPS got called. It was his action. It was him telling that fucked up story. That's why CPS got called. It was him. It wasn't Denims. It wasn't Frogan. It wasn't Hassan. It was him.
Document to you. It's literally in my legal document. All of the instances, which you are almost like baffled by when you have to watch it back and you're like, wait a minute. Did I say that? Wait, did I actually say that? Should you have a client who can't divide 10 by 10? Dumb, stupid, idiotic, moronic. Google, what's 10 by 10? 10 divided by 10. Oh.
It's like a what's so number for 911.
Anyways, I do think it's really funny that his lawyer told him you have to go on air and say that you know that she didn't call CPS and that she never made a call to action to call CPS. You have to do this, at least to protect yourself legally a little bit. You have to make.
Chat is begging me no diapers. Okay, no diaper. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. Yeah, we'll leave the diapers to Ethan.
Statement. You have to do this. So he got on air and made this statement because he had to do it, which is pretty funny. Maybe if I'm feeling up for it, we can watch the segment where this comes from.
Is she gonna bust out the diapers?
But even funnier than that was this part. After weeks of posturing, he's too afraid to debate me. I'll read out the tweet that I made that seemingly people enjoyed. Ethan, was I owned Klein after speaking to his lawyer, begrudgingly admits on his podcast that I did not
Too much sweet potato and you'll need a pair of diapers?
CPS or encourage anyone else to call CPS. In another incredible cell phone, he cowardly tries to run away from the debate he invited me to.
Oh yeah, so Denims now wants to call in because I offered for her to call in a while ago.
He's such a coward.
I feel like she's obviously scheming. I don't think she would dare to stand toe to toe with me. She says I'm scared of her after I just debated Hassan and Sam Cedar. It's like, please.
Well, I don't know the timeline exactly, but Anissa reached out at one point to tell me that she wanted to call in, but I think I wasn't able to tell you until after the show, if I remember correctly.
Oh, so you're saying she did offer at the moment?
She did offer to call in. I don't know how.
Once again, Denims, Idubs, Anissa, any of you guys want to call into the show at any time? So, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence if it's worth it. I mean, it would be. I think it could be good content, right?
Yeah, I personally don't think that you should, because I think, you know.
Oh yeah, so Denims now wants to call
because you know.
The one thing I have with like sweet potatoes though, is that like, okay, so I like really, really, really like the purple ones. The purple ones are so good. They're like the best thing. Like I don't think it gets any better than the purple ones. The white ones, like the white ones with the purple skin, those are all right too. The white ones with the white skin, yeah, it's pretty good. And like, I mean, the orange ones, I will eat. I will eat the orange ones. Because they're still really good, but I really, really like the purple ones. I gotta get some more purple ones. Yeah, purple. You can get them where they're purple on the inside. Sweet potato. Oh yeah, actually I think you can get purple regular potatoes where they're purple on the inside. I usually only eat sweet potatoes on holidays. They don't want him to say childless to her face? Oh my god. Wait, who did I hear using childless as a... I feel like I heard somebody else try dragon fruit there. Oh yeah, absolutely. That reminds me, I need to eat more dragon fruit. No, there's like too many good fruits. But the thing is, it's durian season right now. Oh my god, chat, I should do some kind of weird durian-based challenge. Should I do that? Would that be too much? I don't know. The thing is, durian is expensive. That like, it's one fruit that gets exported from Thailand a lot. Like, I don't think that many people know about the rambutans or the, you know, a few people know about the jackfruit, but everybody knows about the durian. And especially in China. They love durian in China. And so it just gets, a bunch of it gets sold up there. And so the durian, you know, there's like the really good durian, I think, gets like sold off to China. And then the durian down here is, it's still good. It's just costs more than any other fruit. It always looks to me that Denims is taking her daddy issues out on Ethan. Really? Treelog? Is that what you see? I mean, I feel like there is somebody taking out their issues here, but I'm not sure it's Denims.
Is someone a little chicken? Oh. Running away with your tail tucked between your legs. Aw, who's a little baby? Dude, the only thing anyone sees is a fucking coward, okay?
D&M Dankies.
And it's here. You know what? Let me amend my statement. I think in his head, he's like, there's no way I can lose this debate, right? There's no way I would lose it. Obviously not. Obviously. But if I did, I would look so stupid. So I need to find a way to get out of this debate. I need to find a way to get out of it. Or the other option is he's scared he won't be able to stop saying slurs and then button press like 500 times in a row. I think that's the thing. Do you think him losing to a woman would be a factor in this? I don't know, Chat. What do you think? I don't know, Chat. What do you think? It wouldn't matter, though, because you'd be live on your end? Well, yeah, that's my point, right? Because he wouldn't be able to button press because I would be streaming it. So he would just start going on, like, some misogynistic tirade. And then the entire world would see it. So...
You childless waiting room Machiavellian lobster mother Denims, damn.
Show off a couple things really quickly before we get any further. The people making the bad empanada edits. So good.
I'll say this. I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum.
Which, like, by the way, can we all agree that's a crazy thing to ask of someone? You need to publicly denounce these people before I'm even willing to speak to you. Like, way to only view friends as transactional objects for your personal entertainment, joy, and pleasure. Not, okay, we can talk, but I want you to know that if there's no part of you that's interested in denouncing this, I don't know that we'll make that much progress in a call together, but we can talk. Literally, I refuse to talk to you until you give in to my demands, and then I'll have whatever conversation you want.
To have a conversation.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal
Amon Animations, get on this shit.
of one of your closest.
Can you believe that this was edited by Ethan?
Do you think that Amon Animations would ever do like an Ethan video? Whoa, no! What did I press? Oh. Wait, we were on the Bad Empanada thing. That was so good. Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada. He needs a theme song. Bad Empanada. Is this where we were?
Worse. It's only gonna get worse.
Chat, he's really close. He's close enough to sniff you.
Mr. Klein.
Can you imagine getting sniffed by Bad Empanada?
Every day. Sit there, just waiting.
He's coming. He's coming.
In misery, in fear of what we have in store for you.
Here's Hassan Biker called CPS to steal children. He then cut their heads off with a swastika sword and sent it to Ethan Klein in the mail. The sword was also coated with Sabra hummus in an attempt to do an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Tick-tock goes the clock.
Oh my god. Wait, was that, did Snark make that? Or did it, yeah, H3, like, Leftovers H3? Did they, like, is that the subreddit that made that?
I will say, Ethan Klein, more than anyone else, has magically rehabilitated Bad Empanada's image in a way that nobody else can. Which, you know what I'm going to say? I think there's a couple of hypotheses here. But I think the reality is that Ethan Klein is too afraid to debate me now because he's too afraid that he's going to say a bunch of misogynistic slurs. He's too afraid that he might actually look stupid, which is his biggest nightmare.
No, here's what'll happen. He would look stupid, then he would say the misogynistic slurs. He would lose his shit. He would tell himself, don't say bitch, don't say bitch, don't say bitch. Then he would lose and react by pulling out in case of glass break, curse word, in case of losing to a woman, break glass.
His biggest nightmare is people online making fun of him. And then there's a third one. There's a third reason. I'm curious if you guys can guess the reason based off of this.
The sword was also coated with Sabra hummus in an attempt to do an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Or it'll make things worse for the suit? No, because he made the call to action for me to debate him after the suit. After I threatened legal recourse for him, then he was like, debate me, get on the show then. Get on the show, get on the show. So it's not this one. Although I'm sure maybe that plays a part in it. I think it's that he doesn't want to Streisand me any more than he already has in the way that he has, like, for example, for Vadim Banata. Like, he can only further legitimize me. DM him now. You think I didn't try? I can't. He's too pussy to receive DMs. I've already sent, and they we'll watch the VOD actually. You know what? Fuck it, dude. We'll watch the VOD. Let's go. They tried to sneakily cut out the part where I show the message that I sent to Dan. They like don't play it. They're like, oh well, we're gonna ignore the part where you showed on screen the DMs that you sent and haven't gotten a response to.
So Denims, I have a little bit of a thing I want to read to her. She's been talking a lot.
Thing you want to read to her?
Oh, I didn't announce this. She closed. Hold on, she closed her fucking GoFundMe. She was you guys remember she was crowdfunding to sue me for defamation.
Did we not talk about this on Friday?
No.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think we ever talked about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I know. Can you imagine?
Well, it's oh boy, big news. Do you like that new tag? We added some new tags on the subreddit recently.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh boy.
So she was posturing that she was going to sue me for defamation. We sent them a letter back. She sent me a cease and desist. I sent a letter back just being like, basically, your client is fucking out of her mind. She did not show you the context. And also...
The context, by the way, is me saying that they're wealthy parents. And Hila saying, our house is clean. And then me laughing. That was the context, by the way. And the alleged spoliation that they hallucinated that hasn't happened, that doesn't exist.
She's deleting evidence. Exfoliating evidence is the legal term. No bueno. Judges and juries tend to frown upon erasure of evidence.
Judges and juries tend to frown upon exfoliating evidence.
Right.
Exfoliating evidence.
Great minds.
Exfoliating. Okay. Whatever word you want to use, Ethan, it's okay. Take your time. Take your time. There's no evidence that was deleted. I sent these VODs in their entirety to my lawyer. The YouTube channel of alleged deleted videos, the oldest video was from 2023. And the videos weren't deleted. They were privated because the page is pretty much dead because I haven't uploaded on there in like 2 years. And I showed my logs showing that this happened long before the CPS call. The Twitch VODs, they automatically delete after 60 days. You have an issue with that? Take it up with Twitch.
That's what I thought was going on.
It's not my policy.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
So she said, now, why she closed it is anyone's guess. I think it's either because...
Why she would close it, it's anyone's guess. Meanwhile, there's entire pages of text that he could just read. It's anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess. I'm not gonna actually read. I don't know how to do that.
Either her lawyer dropped her. That's what my lawyer thinks. That they saw this and they're like, I'm not defending you on this shit. Especially
Did you guys not get a response from your response? Huh.
There's no response to give to that response because his response wasn't an actual legal document to respond to. His was the statement that his lawyer sent my lawyer was, well, did you know that she deleted these VODs that she sent you that were not deleted actually? And also, did you know that she called them wealthy parents? Anyways, case closed. Yep. Case closed here. Case closed. Again, I wish I could share the emails that I've gotten from my lawyer because they're so funny. But if I share them, then my lawyer's going to get doxxed and harassed and threatened by H3 freaks. So I can't do it, but whatever.
Was the response?
You guys would love those emails. You guys would love those emails.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, who knows? But that doesn't seem
Meow.
like a great development.
So I think it was either her attorney dropped her, or her attorney was like, "I strongly advise against doing this because, again, a certain loss, and she would have to pay my attorney's fees. It would be the
Saying this in the process of losing the anti-slap motion with Kavanaugh suing you for defamation. He's lost the anti-slap appeal, I think 2 or 3 times, and they just filed the final one, which presumably they will lose because they've just lost the past 3 ones. And it's not like they have like new evidence or there's new unfolding evidence in the Kavanaugh case. And he will have to pay Kavanaugh's legal fees. So it's very funny to try and like threaten me with this thing that you are currently losing as if you wouldn't lose it again.
fattest fucking L ever for her. Going ahead with that would have been total suicide, right? Mm-hmm. But and also people were accusing her of like scamming, right? Because everyone was like, "Yo, where's that money gonna go?" Actually, well, she gave the money back, which is good. But it's a little embarrassing, Denims. No matter how she tries to spin this, 1 week, 1,692 donations.
This is a pretty sad quote from him.
It's a really sad, like, and it's just so like, I don't know. It feels like going through the motions. It feels like what ChatGPT would tell you to do. Accuse her of trying to keep the money. Imply that there's something sus about her raising the money, and then when she returns the money, say there's something sus about that. It's just like it's predictable now.
I like how he's saying people were trying to accuse her of being a scammer, and he was one of the people accusing me of being a scammer. People are saying this.
Like I said, attack, deny, claim victory. Yeah, pretty much.
It's just him.
And $46,000 later, I'm refunding the GoFundMe. Wow. I love how she says 1 week, like it's this insane span of time.
I mean, to be clear, it was actually 5 days, but I put 1 week because I thought it wrote better or read better.
I think this was the same day as the retraction.
But yeah, I think 5 days for an aggressive legal person.
Or was it after?
$6,000 is a lot. Like, that's how much people don't like you. I think that's a lot.
Ethan does gaslighty stuff in his personal and professional relationships too. I guess I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, but also like Ethan's so rich that he might be out of touch with like what is a lot of money and what's not a lot of money.
Well, guys, it's been 1 week. If and when I go forward as a plaintiff, I will be self-funded. Oh, so you admit that you never needed the donations?
Doesn't say that anywhere. Doesn't say that anywhere. In fact, I'm pretty sure I explicitly said on stream, and maybe less so in the statement, the next statement that isn't being shown, that it would just cause the lawsuit to be a lot slower. That's it.
Are you admitting?
It's one lawsuit.
One lawsuit, Michael. What could it cost? $10.
Yeah.
Now that you are not in need of money from your fans who you asked
Doesn't say that anywhere.
to give you money for, and then once they actually rallied behind you, you kind of just like, why did she do that? She's
I like how he's perplexed at the idea of like deciding to self-fund something. Like, I don't even understand. Why? What is he so perplexed by?
the queen of self-own. I like at every turn, this girl's owning herself.
It's also very funny that like every statement from Ethan is projection, where he can say queen of self-own when he is the king of self-own, getting on air and saying, I never said this thing. And then there's like 500 clips of him saying this thing.
And usually his crew is there to wipe his ass, to hide his nakedness, as it were. And you can tell where they just get exhausted and can't cover for him. And he goes up and makes some claim that is just like easily debunkable. I mean, like part of why they, part of why the crew plays devil's advocate is to defuse anything that Ethan does that might be criticized later by addressing it on the show.
Thank you for everyone for proving Ethan wrong. His behavior is unacceptable, and people do proving me wrong by you
Proving that, I mean, I understand reading comprehension is hard. Literacy is low. I get it. People do care about your behavior being unacceptable. That's why almost 2,000 people donated and almost 50,000 people, or sorry, $50,000 were raised. $50,000 was raised against you. Amazing how he managed to turn you being honest and refunding everyone into a bad thing. This is so.
That's what I was saying.
How could she do this?
That's that's exactly what I was saying.
Hear her now. What the fuck?
conceding in shame. You said
no.
letter.
The proving you wrong is that she raised 46 grand.
She wanted to raise like 150.
I don't even know how is even Dan's literacy fucked. It's right there in the sentence. It's right there. Thank you everyone for proving Ethan wrong. His behavior is unacceptable and people do care. It's right there. I don't understand.
Her goal was.
I'm not saying that it makes sense, but that is.
How's that? I never said
that's how I'm interpreting what she's saying.
I never said she's going to raise 46,000. I made it that I don't think she's raising 150.
Well, you got proven wrong.
And I know I got proven right in every single conceivable way, I think. I think, Well,
it's so sad to be an H3 fan and like the text is right there on the screen, but like you have to either be so dumb that you can't read, or you have to close your eyes and be like, no, it doesn't say that she's refunding and showing that people do care. It's that whatever Ethan says is true.
I mean, it means there's at least $46,000 worth of interest in seeing you sued. It's not nothing, I guess.
I'm sure there's lots of people that would love to see somebody sue me, but
about $46,000 worth.
Well, good. I mean, you know what would be so funny? Is
now they concede the point in an incredible self-own. They talk about how people don't care and now say people do care. I don't understand.
Let's say hypothetically I do
Yeah,
sue her.
Jedims, welcome to H3.
Hypothetically, huh?
And then she goes, she has to do another crowdfunding. She has to reopen it and ask for money again. That's my favorite outcome.
Which again, like to be an H3 fan requires levels of like ear closing, never before seen before, because I say this right here. Not to mention, if he does end up filing something against me, it feels strange to crowdfund for a defamation suit and for a defense at the same time, and mixing the funds feels even stranger. This is the cleanest way to move forward. In no universe would I find it acceptable to repurpose those funds for a defensive suit.
I actually,
what is he threatening to?
I actually wouldn't have a problem even if she did. Like, I mean, I guess you got to gauge it by, the people that are supporting you. But I feel like, okay, let me just put it this way. If I had money and I donated it and she got sued and ended up using it for a defense, I would not have a problem with that.
Sue you? I mean, he's threatening to sue me the way first of all, he's been threatening to sue me, Bad Empanada, Hassan, Redditors, Snarkers, Reddit, Noah for months now. So it's like,
come. Yes.
okay, and then more like people just like don't want to read. It's really sad. So many people like they're allergic to reading. They are really, really allergic to reading.
My lawyers can't do shit.
I don't know. You shouldn't have went in with the GoFundMe if you were confident on this.
Please keep living rent-free in Ethan's head. It's so unbelievably satisfying to see him get so rattled.
It is pretty satisfying.
Free Palestine.
Like reading is hard, man. This is like 10 whole sentences, maybe. Why issue a retraction letter and crowdfund if you weren't serious about your legal threat? I was and I am. If CCC 48A applies, you must issue a retraction letter within 20 days of the defamatory statement before you can pursue a lawsuit. This is why Ethan was so prompt in his letter to Noah, but has yet to file a suit if he ever actually planned on doing so. This is like a fundamental misunderstanding or lack of understanding or lack of knowledge on the law. To not understand that I would have had to if this applies, which in Kavanaugh's suit, they said that it doesn't apply. So it's possible it doesn't, but if it does,
Who watches Ethan at this point? Apparently most of DGG.
it makes your situation a lot harder. So it's better to issue the retraction when you can, if you can. Which is why I issued the statement. And obviously on the day that I'm going to issue the statement would be the best day to announce the GoFundMe. These are just things that make sense to do together. That's it. This one's also my favorite one as well. Reading is hard. Like when you were reading about what ages kids retain memories. This is the one that I think has been the funniest rewriting of history. The text literally says 3 years, and I say 3.5 years. And everyone collectively just ignored the part where the numbers are different. That 3 and 3.5 are different.
Oh my god, chat. I hate to cut off the bonus content at this point. Only a half an hour in, but I am literally gonna fall over. I've been streaming. Yeah, this is like going on 8 hours here. Again, sorry, active DGG or former DGG or both? I don't know. I mean, I haven't like it just seems like that's where his numbers are coming from whenever he touches on something about Hassan or even teases it, right? He's getting his audience, Girly Pop Nation, which is like around 2,000, and he's getting a boost of like up to 15,000, which I guess isn't really most of DGG, but it's some of it. Anyway, I'm gonna thank my Patreons, and I'm gonna go to sleep. Thank you to my Patreons. Everybody that supports me on Patreon gets a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Ilzy Mandias. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Zara. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K. And to Omega Star. Oh my god, chat. I am so tired. But it was a fun stream, and I don't know if do you let me know tomorrow if you want to pick up. Maybe I'll offer it as bonus content. We want to pick off up where we left off on the Vadim and Hutch stream. I was getting kind of tired of it though. But maybe we could watch the part where Mudahar and all of the sussy bakas jump in there. So anyway, much love, everyone. I'm gonna go to bed now so that I can hopefully see you tomorrow. Glad you caught a bit too. Yeah, sorry about the weird sleeping or the weird streaming time, everybody. I feel bad. I mean, honestly, the people I really owe apology to are the people that aren't even here because they're not awake right now because I'm streaming at a weird time. I've got to try to get on a normal schedule. So the first step of that is maybe going to bed and getting some sleep. And then the second step is find some HRT chat that's not birth control. I don't know if people missed that story from the beginning of the stream, but I went down to the pharmacy because I needed to refill my prescription and asked for estradiol, and I ended up getting birth control. They thought that I wanted to prevent a pregnancy, and like, you know, it's understandable. That is, you know, a stereotype about Americans over here in Thailand is that they're engaged in such activities where pregnancy might be an issue. But yeah, it was just a weird little thing. So I need to get some real HRT and not be on birth control. Anyway, it's a weird story, chat. I'll talk about it more tomorrow, and we'll talk maybe more about what? I don't even know. We'll talk about stuff. Yes, but first I must sleep. And So good night, everyone, and much love. And thank you to the mods. And thank you to my patrons. Thank you to Thumb Gang. Thank you to everybody that likes the stream on their way out. And meow.